In progress.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us for this exciting session today. It is great that we have a slate of amazing speakers and focused on ambitious energy transition action around the world. We are here to help mobilize the reduction of emissions in heavy industry and transport sectors. We also have a compelling case beyond oil and gas and the launch of the new alliance that we're going to speak about for Glasgow. We have to look at accelerating transition out of coal. What is the clean energy offer for a lot of countries? We'll also hear about the developments in offshore wind, green hydrogen, and launching a green hydrogen compact catalog. It's really great to be with you today. I realized I didn't even say my name. My name is Damlola Ogumbi. I'm the UN Special Representative for Sustainable Energy for All, and I'm also CEO of Sustainable Energy for All. And we've been working very hard this year also on a high-level dialogue on energy, which is happening next week between the 22nd and 24th of September. So without further ado, because we have limited time, it's really important I move on to some very, very important speakers who are going to give quick video addresses. We have the Prime Minister of Denmark here, which just shows how important that the Danes really take this issue of energy transition. And we also have my boss, the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Amina Mohammed, who are going to set the scene for today through some very short video messages. So I'm going to pass it on to them now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have less than 9 years to go. 9 years to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal of ensuring clean energy for all. And we have no time to waste. If we want to keep 1.5 degrees within reach, we have to work hard, raise our ambitions, learn from each other, and speed up our green efforts. Denmark is hosting this Energy Action Day, so we can do precisely this. From my point of view, the clean energy revolution has two key ingredients: leadership and partnerships. Denmark aims to lead by example. We have set an ambitious target of a 70% reduction in carbon emissions by 2030. We have decided to end all Danish oil and gas production by 2050. And together with Costa Rica, we aim to build a global alliance for a just phase out of fossil fuels. We are proud to be presenting this alliance at a session later today. But this is not the end of our offshore adventure. We are building now the world's first energy islands. In time, they will create clean energy for millions of European households. The green transition is happening in Denmark, and none of this could be done without the private sector. Danish business is on board. They are embracing the challenge of the green transition. We have formed 13 public-private climate partnerships, engaging companies from all sectors in providing new solutions, new green jobs, new business opportunities. We want to ensure a green transition that leaves no one behind. That is why we need to support climate action in the global south. Denmark has established partnerships on energy with 19 developing countries and emerging markets. We have decided to scale up grant-based climate finance to at least $500 million a year by 2023. And we are working hard to mobilize more private finance in the global green transition. We have come far, but we must go even further and much faster. And we must do it together. So let us use Energy Action Day to build partnerships to act now. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the Prime Minister, Her Excellency of Denmark. We are now going to move on to the UN Deputy Secretary General, Amina Mohammed, for her video address.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, and everyone watching around the world, it is a pleasure to speak to you at the opening of the Energy Action Day. Our need for action on energy has never been more urgent. This month's high-level dialogue on energy is perhaps overdue. It was 40 years ago in Nairobi, Kenya, that the United Nations last hosted a major summit on energy. Then we faced an oil crisis. Today, we face crisis on multiple fronts. Against the backdrop of our global health emergency, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has demonstrated that the climate crisis is speeding up at an alarming rate. Decarbonization of energy systems is the single most crucial element of the solution. In fact, it is the only way to keep global heating within the limit of 1.5 degrees and avoid climate catastrophe. And yet, while we struggle with the effects of inefficient and unsustainable energy, more than 750 million people have no access to electricity, and 2.6 billion, nearly a third of the world, lacks access to clean cooking solutions. This situation is untenable, and we have plans to solve it. The Paris Agreement, SDG 7, and the roadmap for net zero emissions by 2050. But we must move from plans to action. In June, the Secretary General called on every country, city, financial institution, and company to raise ambition and to submit energy compacts to achieve SDG 7 and net zero emissions. I congratulate those who will submit ambitious compacts at next week's high-level dialogue on energy. You are leading from the front while leaving no one behind in this global energy transition. I encourage all to answer the Secretary General's call. The actions and commitments made today and over the next week must signal a new paradigm for decision-making, policy, and action on renewable energy. Ladies and gentlemen, today's event is an important forum for sharing experiences and raising ambition. I thank the organizers, Denmark, IRENA, UNEP, and the World Economic Forum. Please stay the course, and I thank everyone who is joining us today. You are a crucial part of this process. We are rapidly running out of time, and I urge you to act with urgency and ambition to achieve our common goal of green, sustainable, renewable energy for all. Thank you.
So I think we can all agree that was a wonderful scene setter. One of ambition, first in terms of hearing that Denmark is moving away from coal, moving out of oil and gas, but then the DSG also then emphasized that as we move forward, we really cannot leave anyone behind. So we cannot just focus on our climate actions without focusing on universal access. And this brings me on to the speakers we have today, whose job it is. And one of the key points is to kind of encourage and really, really raise ambitions. First is my favorite person in renewable energy, Francesco La Camara, Director General of IRENA, whose agency is responsible for really charting the way and is part of this event today of, how are we going to do this? What tools, what actions, but more importantly, what financing? What is really particularly great about IRENA is it's about all countries, developed and not developed, because we know we really can't leave anybody behind during this climate emergency. And then we have Sharon Burrow, General Secretary for International Trade Union Confederation. Her role obviously is key. She's the only woman who's led in these types of positions. And it's key to also have these voices because trade is a big factor in exactly how we are going to get to our net zero targets. And then we have Roland Byrne, CEO of Heldo Topsy. Sorry if I pronounced that wrongly. Please correct me as you speak, which basically inspires global leadership, especially in the part of carbon emissions reduction technology. We know as we move forward, innovation and technology are going to be key. Reducing the cost of cleaner energy solutions are very, very important as we try and lead a path of not leaving anyone behind. So, like I've said many times, we do have limited time, but I'd like to kind of frame the discussion. I think the IPCC report was kind of like a wake-up call. A lot of us have suspected it, but we might not have known how bad it was. And it added a flare of urgency and scalability and understanding that we have to dramatically scale, not just renewable energy, but in terms of energy efficiency and phasing out of coal and other fossil fuels is important. We have to know exactly when this will be done to tie into our global needs. Also, a clear path to net zero needs to be identified. Again, for continents like the one I come from, Africa, how exactly are people going to get to a point of net zero when they still have challenges with basic energy access and they still have 1 billion people living in energy poverty? So our discussions today will focus on the pathways to net zero, but also a keen identification of what would it take to really leave no one behind, public and private partnerships and investments to ensure going faster and having a just, equitable energy transition. So thank you again for joining me today. I know I've said a lot, but I wanted to frame this and get your feedback in a few minutes on this one question. What are the key opportunities and challenges to scaling up the just energy transition and building momentum for faster, more ambitious actions towards the high-level dialogue and COP26 and beyond? I'm going to hand it over to Francesco first.
Thank you very much, Damilola. Let me express my appreciation for all your tireless efforts to guide us in this path to the high-level dialogue. Thank you very much for your efforts. When we speak about opportunities and challenges in accelerating the energy transition, we do so knowing what the latest science tells us, as I just say. And what this science tells us is that transition is urgent. Reaching net zero emission by 2050 means making unprecedented progress by the end of this decade, as has been emphasized by the Prime Minister of Denmark and by the Deputy Secretary General. Let me begin with the positive. There are tremendous opportunities in the fact the cost of renewable technology have fallen so far that there's really no need to invest in newly fossil fueled electricity. And by the fact that the revolution in power sector is opening possibilities for scaling up of renewable in end use, for example, through electrification of the use of green hydrogen, which we'll be hearing much more about today. And the cost benefits that come with the transition are immense. Energy security, energy access for all, high quality jobs, and of course, the health benefit that come from clean air and safe climate. When I think about what these developments have in common, I arrived at two factors: vision and innovation. At the forefront of the energy transition were those who understood that renewable energy transition was not only possible, ultimately was inevitable, and create a necessary enabling environment, international agreement, national laws, and regulatory policies. The other hallmark of this transition is innovation can be seen in the emergence of new batteries and storage technologies, smart grids, and appliances, which are revolutionizing efficiency of energy use. And it is without a doubt that in this 5 years' time, we'll see new development, which most of us would not be able to imagine today. But like all success stories, they are not without their challenges, as you say. And the key among this time, we have less dedicated to make the necessary progress. Current government energy plans and target will not halt temperature rise to 1.5 Celsius, not by a long shot. The good news is we know how to overcome these challenges. The resources and technologies to do so are available. At ARENA, we are working with governments all over the world to accelerate change, and our World Energy Transition Outlook provide insight about energy pathway to net zero that allow us not only to survive, but to thrive. Thank you very much, and back to you, Damilola.
Thank you very much, Francesca, and thank you for telling us the great work that Irina is doing to provide science and data, but also work on ground to make sure people feel part of it and know that the transition is something that has to happen. I'm now going to pass on to Sharon. Sharon, could you please share with us your thoughts on what do you think the key opportunities and challenges are as we scale into a just energy transition?
So, Damilola, the first thing is we have no choice. The Danish Prime Minister said it, 9 years to stabilise the planet, and otherwise we see serious destruction of our common house, because this is the only planet we have. That means that all industry sectors have to transition. We have to get to net zero as quickly as possible. And if you read the IPCC report, then quite frankly, 2050 is probably too far out to meet that challenge. I'm also struck, of course, by the exact comment that we just heard, from great leadership from Irina, and that is that the current government ambitions will not get us there. If you look at the NDC commitments to COP, they not only fail on ambition, they fail on just transition. So we have to get people and planet at the heart of everybody's plans, whether it's government, industry, trade unions, civil society, or indeed any other sectors, particularly the financing industry, because we have no choice. Now, for trade unions, that's very painful. There are good jobs in coal, in other fossil fuels. They're union jobs. They support, communities that have been built off the base of them. But you cannot lie to workers. You have to tell them the truth and make the commitments that build trust. And you have to provide hope. So if, finance sector investors or indeed CEOs think that they can just hang on to existing technology and tweak it a little with not green hydrogen, but dirty hydrogen and CCS for an undisclosed point of time, they're not only failing the test of helping us move through the transition with the resources they have and the technology know-how that could be driven indeed to innovation, but they're also failing workers in a just transition. And at the heart of that just transition is jobs. We absolutely know that there are jobs in the transition. Every unit of currency, dollar, euro, whatever it is, directed to climate action can actually drive jobs if the people and the planet ambitions are at the centre of that planet. If they're good jobs, if they're based on the ILO just transition guidelines. But let me give you some hope around that. For every 10 jobs in renewable energy, there are 5 to 10 in supply chains. And if they're good jobs, there can be 30 to 35 jobs in the broader economy to service and spin off from the results of demand. That's worth having. If you look at just one sector, the transport sector and the transition to electrical vehicles. On the one hand, this is painful for us in manufacturing because there are less parts in an electric engine, but it actually will generate jobs in other areas, and we have to make sure that the just transition measures of skills, income support, redeployment support, and community renewal, with all companies taking responsibility for the transition, lives on. But if you invest indeed, some 2.7 trillion in green urban transport, and that's what it will take. And remember, our cities are at the heart of both the demand and the supply curve. So their procurement power is everything. And if just transition and clean energy are at the heart of that, we could actually create just from transport 53.4 million jobs to 2030. That's worth to 2030. That's worth having. And indeed, it's again painful, but for every dollar invested in public transport, it contributes 3 times as many jobs, good jobs, as building new highways. So we really have to say, what are the choices, but what's the bottom line? It will take all of us, and we must make sure people are not stranded, or you won't build the hope, as you know, Damilola, with your work, if you don't offer energy at all to people who are excluded, if you don't offer people the security and the hope of jobs and decent living arrangements, then people will resist. So it is on all of us to be inclusive, to have the people that matter at the table, to design people with just transition measures at the heart of our business and investment planning, and to make sure no one is indeed left behind.
Thank you so much, Sharon. What struck me are the statistics. And like you said, when you're talking to world leaders and heads of countries, that's what they want to see. What is the economic value? I mean, the statistic that really shocked me, and I didn't even know, is the 53 million jobs that can be created just from the transportation sector. That is really important, because sometimes when people think about transition, they think about everything they're going to lose instead of everything they're going to gain. So thanks a lot for that. I'll now quickly pass on to Roland and get your thoughts on what you feel are the challenges, but more importantly, the opportunities, especially in what you're doing.
Thank you, Damilola. So just to state the obvious, climate change is undeniable. The IPCC report was very clear in their assessment that the climate change pandemic is widespread, is rapid and intensifying. And we are no way on track to get to the 1.5 to 2 degrees. We are more on track onto the 3.5 degrees with disastrous results. So clearly as well, fossil fuels are at the core of the problem, and as a result, we need a very rapid transition. I agree with Francesco, what he said. It's nice to see targets to 2050, but we have to go extremely fast in this decade in order to make half a chance to get there. So one of the big solutions here is electrification, and we are well on our way. We have achieved, in the Western world at least, a decent penetration of clean, green power, and that with that we fuel, for instance, electrical vehicles. But it's far from enough. For instance, 25% of the world's economy, measured in terms of emissions, cannot be directly electrified, and this is where green hydrogen comes in. And then from green hydrogen, you go into the derivatives that actually fuel then the rest of these industries: steel, aviation, maritime shipping. Just to put it into perspective, so all this, the basis there is power, is electricity. The world has currently installed 14 terawatts of power. Of that, only 1.2 terawatts is green power, and that is solar and wind. So if you look at the need for the world in the next 30 years for power, just on the normal growth, is another approximately 10 terawatts. And then you need another 6 to 8 terawatts of green power to fuel the hydrogen revolution and everything connected. So we're looking at approximately 20 terawatts to be built in the next 30 years to rival what has been built to 14 terawatts in the last 100 years. It's a huge, huge thing. You were talking about that the cost is going down. It is, but not fast enough. If you want to bring power to, for instance, areas where there's currently no access to power, the cost has to come down significantly. If you talk about the downstream things like hydrogen and what the other fuels that follow that, again, currently there is a very, very large green premium on that, which makes it very difficult to access. So what we need is scaling. We need, all these technologies are there, but they need to be scaled fast. Green hydrogen is a clear one. Currently, there's only about 300 megawatts of green hydrogen installed around the globe. We need hundreds of terawatts by the end of this decade. So you need the scaling, you need to go fast, and the scaling will bring down the cost. But this is the chicken and egg thing. You need people to invest today. So what we need in order to make scaling possible is sensible and stable long-term regulation by governments. We need money to help invest. The regulation, the stability of the regulation will help private investors, but you need government money as well. So there is a strong need for a public-private partnership here. And again, back to the amount of money, we are talking about trillions, and this very often is being mentioned as the biggest hurdle to the transition, that it costs trillions. But then I go to the pandemic that we have just had, COVID. By some estimates, the world has spent between stimulus and hospital medical costs and vaccination programs close to $10 trillion in 18 months. And we are already shying away when someone says, well, it's going to cost $2 trillion to do that by the end of this decade. It is, compared to what we're capable of, is nothing. And it has to, what it needs is just a realization that we have an extremely urgent pandemic and that we need to put money in there. Only then, in that partnership and in that cooperation, will we be able to scale up these technologies fast enough. They're here, they really are, but they need to be able to be scaled up and be competitive, and that needs a lot of regulation. The payoff, very clear. Sharon mentioned it. Lots and lots of jobs. In the US at the moment, I think there are, for every job in the fossil industry, there are 8 jobs already today in the renewable energy jobs. So it's a big lever for jobs. It is a big lever for development of great new technologies that will help the world develop faster and better. And last but not least, it will give us a livable world where people everywhere will benefit from.
Thank you so much, Roland. Again, the figures are striking. You know, we're talking about 10 terawatts of power, but if you think of sub-Saharan Africa's installed capacity is only 81 gigawatts. It's to show you how much more energy that we're hoping will be clean and sustainable to just get people out of poverty. And then, you know, the scale that you're talking about, and in terms of figures, I mean, I heard the global north alone has spent 17 trillion on COVID. So, you know, at less than 1%. So when we want to mobilize money for pandemics, the money happens. And this is a pandemic. This is a crisis on its own. And, you know, I really like you, Francesco, and Sharon explaining how it has to be treated like a crisis because it has to happen now. And I'm always telling people the technologies are actually here now, you know, at least to get people out of ending poverty. But we literally have 3 minutes left. And I just want to get back to each and every one of you for you to tell me like one thing you or your organization going to do, you know, in terms of the high level dialogue coming up and COP26 to really accelerate ambition on the just transition. Just one thing, Francesco.
Difficult task, but let me try. Let me stress that we are building a new energy system. We are moving from a centralized energy system based on fossil fuels to a decentralized system based on renewables and complemented by green hydrogen and sustainable biomass. So to respond to your question, the first step is investing in material and non-material infrastructure. We need flexible grids, we need interconnection to fully harness renewable potential. This also means that we need to adapt markets to this new reality and continue to innovate around business model if we want to create the needed job, as Sharon have just said. One of the vital elements of this puzzle is green hydrogen. This will be part of our discussion later today and will be crucial for the full electrification of the system that we need, as Roland just emphasized. And I believe that this is one of the actions that will bring us close to where we need to be in 2030, a big step closer to what decarbonized system we want in 2050. Back to you, Damilola.
Thank you, Francesca. I'm going to move to Roland and then give Sharon the last word. So Roland, in about 30 seconds, what is your one key thing?
I can be very short. The one key thing has to do with carbon pricing. It is obvious that carbon, it has a huge cost. We see it this year. Food prices rose by 1/3 because of the climate disaster that we're already having today. The cost of carbon is enormous and no one pays it. So in order to make a transition fast and to enable new technologies to come in fast, we need to have a global approach to actually charge for carbon for the cost it carries for society.
Thank you very much. And Sharon, the last word from you, please.
we plan to hold governments to account for their lack of ambition and the lack of commitment to people and just transition. But we also plan to work with industry and with finance to make sure that the transition continues to build momentum. So to Francisco, Roland, to the alliance that the Danish Prime Minister announced, these are the things we have to do together to make sure that we do not lose momentum. If anything, we speed up our own ambition and we make sure that we don't leave people behind.
Thank you so much, Sharon, and thank you. This is a great session. I think we could have been speaking all morning. I look forward to seeing all of you at the high-level dialogue and also COP26. And please, for everyone listening today, this call to action, cities, countries, governments, private sector, we all have to work together to raise ambition and make sure there is a just energy transition. So thank you for listening to me and hope you enjoy the next session.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are.
Recording in progress.
My name is Anthony Hobley. I am the co-executive director of the Mission Possible Partnership and an executive fellow at the World Economic Forum in Geneva. We have an excellent panel today where we're really going to look at this intersection between the industry transition and the energy transition, and how do we build a partnership between heavy industry, heavy mobility, the energy sector and governments to deliver the massive scaling up we need in both clean power and the infrastructure, that's going to be absolutely necessary to supply the clean chemical fuels that we will need for a net zero industrial and mobility future by 2050. We have an excellent panel to discuss this critical topic. Mahendra Singhi, who is the Managing Director and CEO of Dalmia Cement. We have Melanie Nakagawa, who is the Special Assistant to the President and National Security Council Senior Director for both climate and energy. We have Sven Tor Halstetter, who is the President and CEO of Yara. We have Dr. Gerhard Sauge, who is the Chief Technology Officer for Hitachi ABB. And last but by no means least, Tarek Mtera, who is the Director for the Department of Energy at UNIDO. So welcome, everybody. What I would like to ask all of you within 3 minutes, and I apologize in advance if I need to cut you off, but you each have 3 minutes, starting with Mahendra, to tell us, what is your company doing to secure the development of that clean energy future as part of your overall objectives to decarbonize your business and sector? And for those representing international organizations and government, there's a slight twist on this, which is, can you give examples of how your government or institution is coordinating and mobilising industry to support the policies necessary to decarbonise heavy industry and transport from an energy perspective. Mahendra.
Happy morning, happy afternoon, and happy evening to everyone. At Dalmia Cement, we have the business philosophy of clean and green is profitable and sustainable. We are fully committed to become not net zero, but carbon negative by 2040. And one of the major levers for achieving this goal is to convert thermal power to the renewable power. Now, there are ways and means by which one can access renewable power. One, particularly for cement plant, there are possibilities that you can tap the waste hot gases and convert this into a renewable power. In our case, we are targeting that 25% of our power need would be met by waste hot power generation. Second, we are targeting now balance 75% to come from mainly from solar power plant and little bit hybrid also. And we have already started working on it. Today, in totality, we have 15% renewable power in our organization. We are committed for RE100, and accordingly, we will be using 100% renewable power by 2030. Now here, an important point to highlight is the challenge. We see the opportunities because at particular cost, particular affordable power, my cost of renewable power would be less than thermal power, and accordingly, it will be profitable and sustainable. Now, the challenge is one, availability of land. Second, since cement sector or many other industries, they need continuous power 24 hours. Now, the challenge with solar power is it's available only in daytime. So what to do for balance time, which is particularly the night time. So now the solutions which are emerging is to go for hybrid. And hybrid can be solar, wind, and maybe solar, wind, and hydro also. But still, the solution is imminent, but still the challenge is high cost, high capital cost. Now, we are aware that the cost of inaction would be very high than the cost of action, and that's why we have started moving towards that. But the point is how climate finance can chip in, how international carbon market can come in so that this can be made possible. Yes, Mr.
So Mahendra, in a sense, what you're describing here is the green premium. And we have seen over the last 3 or 4 decades how government policy has worked together with finance and with the energy sector to basically bring that green premium down, particularly in technologies like wind and solar. So maybe, Melanie, that's a nice segue to yourself to really think about that role of government and government policy working in partnership with industry and the energy sector to help drive down that green premium and remove barriers, even when that green premium has been reduced, to the rollout of these technologies.
Thank you. That's such a great question. And thank you so much for having me on this panel. What's so exciting about this conversation and who's represented here is that during this critical decade through 2030, so we're at the start of that in the 2020s, the global clean energy transition needs 2 parallel efforts. First is obviously to enable net zero emissions by 2050. We need to deploy the technologies we already have as quickly as possible. And that's what you're talking about in terms of what some of these companies have made these commitments already to date. But we also need to develop and demonstrate and scale up the emerging technologies, clean fuels like hydrogen, direct air capture, zero emission industrial processes. And to do this, as you talk about the green premium component, I fundamentally believe that there's government policy that can do this. First and foremost, at least in the United States, and as we continue to march forward with all these other countries around the world, we're really committed to putting forward ambitious targets, these so-called nationally determined contributions. Here in the US, President Biden made a commitment to reduce emissions 50 to 52% below 2005 levels in 2030, having that emissions, that target out there is part of what's going to incentivize and accelerate this energy transformation we're talking about. But also through the Build Back Better agenda that the president's laid out, we're doing things like clean energy tax cuts that should accelerate and incentivize the deployment of technology and innovation that helps mitigate these threats. We're aiming to establish a clean energy standard to send a signal to the marketplace to bring private investment off the sidelines and create a framework to meet the president's goal of 100% clean electricity standard by 2035. We're also trying to train a diverse generation of Americans through a civilian climate corps to help conserve public lands, bolster resilience, advance environmental justice. We're looking at a range of technologies and mechanisms. We also set a target around clean cars earlier, just a few months ago. And again, these are all different types of tools and levers we're trying to do to help bring down the cost and increase the scale to which we're deploying. Just recently, one of the US government initiatives that was discussed or announced was the hydrogen Earthshot. This policy, you could call it a policy, you could call it a government initiative. It aims to deliver $1 per kilogram clean hydrogen within 1 decade, 1 for 1 in 1. And it's the first element because it's the first element of the periodic table. So if the hydrogen Earthshot were to succeed its goal, it'll have a tremendous contributor to our ability to deliver clean steel. A lot of things that people on this panel today are going to be talking about, and other many truly low carbon industrial products and processes in the years ahead. This is just one example about how we're trying to advance government policy that is sending the signal to the market for green technologies, green steel, producing different types of new fuels, and trying to bring down the cost of those fuels, while at the same time trying to scale up the existing technologies we have today through policy action, policy incentives, and targets. And then lastly, how do we bring the rest of the world together with us? And how do we follow other leaders in the world that have already put forward ambitious policies? And collectively, we are hoping to send a global signal to many of these companies that there are markets around the world, here in the United States and elsewhere, for their technologies to scale.
Wonderful. Thank you, Melanie. Well, I think that brings us on nicely to yourself, Sven, and Yara. I mean, I think what's so interesting about your company is you are both an industrial that consumes energy, but as a chemical company, you have the potential to generate chemical energy, and I think that's quite exciting. So there's almost two sides to this for Yara.
Yes, thanks, Anthony. And it's interesting to see now how what used to be the core in our company can be broadened into new industries. So Yara is a fertilizer company at its core, started 116 years ago, based on renewable energy right here in Norway. Now we're a global company operating in 60 countries, and we've completely changed our strategy as a result of the Paris Agreement, where we decided to embed the Sustainable Development Goals into how we run the company and our mission, our vision, and values. And we're at a point in time now where there is great urgency, and we also the IPCC report called Red for Humanity. And in that report, they're not talking about that we need more pilots and tests now. It's rapid and far-reaching transitions. And I really liked what you said, Melanie, and going to quote again, because I think that was really good. We need to deploy the technology we already have as quickly as possible. And I think that's key. We already have technologies now, and that's what we're working on here in Yara as well. We're a big producer of hydrogen that goes into ammonia and then into fertilizer. And what we're working on now is a complete transformation of our biggest plant here in Norway to move to green hydrogen production based on electrolyzers and renewable energy. That project in itself is a 450 megawatt project. That's more than the total installed electrolyzer capacity in the world today. So that says something about the scale. But it's possible we can use that technology, but it requires a cooperation across the whole value chain. And I think we need to stop talking about hard to abate sectors. It's doable. The technology is there. It's costly, yes, seen in isolation for the production of that green hydrogen and for a farmer. But if you look at the whole value chain, you're talking 2 to 4% increase. And then I'm not even taking into account the hidden cost or the cost of inaction. So this is really profitable, but it requires a new way of thinking, full value chains, open supply chains and enabling environment to do that. And the interesting thing that we can do is that by producing that green ammonia, we're also providing a fossil-free fuel for shipping, long distance shipping. You can't use batteries. Hydrogen would be too space consuming. Ammonia is a solution. So we can do a lot at once, but we need to move rapidly. We need to do it now, and then it needs to be done in cooperation between companies and governments.
Sven, that's incredibly, I think, exciting, both for you as a company and a different way of thinking about this, and I think for the transition. Now, I'm going to turn to the Chief Technology Officer of Hitachi ABB, Dr. Gerhard Salger. I think this is interesting. For you in your capacity as a Chief Technology Officer, I mean, now being front and center on the net zero and climate sort of issue, and for you as a company, and what you do. I mean, we're going to need a huge amount of input as we scale, clean power. We it's not just, is it, about converting the current global grid to clean power? It's actually about scaling that grid, multiple times.
Yeah, thank you very much, and great points already made by the previous panelists. It's let me represent here of course the power system as a total perspective. This ramping up of the renewables, that's really in the center, and it's the power system connects really from the power generation to all the applications, then really in the center everything. And let me size a bit the challenge which you have already outlined. Today, the electricity generation accounts for approximately 40%, so roughly 34 gigatons yearly of the total CO2 emissions, but also with a tremendous potential for reduction, obviously, with a renewable introduction. But what we are talking about in the next years to decades is to ramp up capacity in terms of variable renewables of a factor 10 to 20 times of today. That means power generation and transfer of power of up to 3 times of today, of a system which has evolved over decades. So it really shows what is needed in terms of investments, and also that then, and it was mentioned before, to manage with the fluctuating input into the system, but with the high requirements on power, on energy, but also power quality of the users. So we need to change a bit here also the mindset. Renewable energy is becoming a high value critical resource because of this tremendous ramp up what is needed, and we need to use it effectively and efficiently, and it cannot be wasted anywhere, otherwise we will not make the targets. So that means also on the side of the power system and all the equipment, we need to use most modern technology, but the good news is this technology is there. It can be installed today, it can be ramped up. There is a lot there which can be scaled up, and we can manage those challenges. And one thing I also want to mention, which is the good thing when electrifying really the total process from the generation to the consumption. It's not just that we are decarbonizing the elements of production and consumption, we are also improving the energy efficiency across the total energy chain. And that is another significant contribution really here to achieving the targets. So as it was said by the previous panelists, technologies also on the power system side are there. We need to ramp them up now with big and bold investments. And there is no overinvestment, so to say, because this grid infrastructure is heavily needed and in this ramp up. And that's really the key. And the other thing is, it was also mentioned, the partnership really in between all the stakeholders, the players here. And I'm sure we come to that in more detail in the upcoming questions and discussions.
Gerhard, thank you. And you're all being amazing in terms of keeping to time. So thank you for that. So my little timers going here. Tarek, if we can turn to you for maybe, you need a big focus on industry. You lead the energy program. maybe a little bit more of a holistic look across countries and also across the developed and developing world, because it's really important that this is not just a developed world agenda, that we bring the developing world along as we sort of drive this net zero industry transition.
Indeed, thank you, first of all, Anthony, and indeed, you're right. I mean, I think this is a global agenda. It's not only for a set of countries or industrialized, and the reason for that was also, if we look at the growth in demand for the industrial products that are associated with, I don't like to use the word hard to abate sector, as Sven said, but actually associated with the hard to abate sector, the demand and the production is going to be happening in emerging and developing countries. And so we have to create the kind of level playing fields and the tools that enable a broad and inclusive industrial transition, both in developed and developing countries. And that's from our vantage point of view as a development or a developing partner with the governments, both in developing and emerging markets. We see an opportunity there to work on building what we call the enablers of a market transformation, transparent incentives, transparent tools to trigger the demand, at least on the industry side. You mentioned clearly that we need to ramp up demand from the heavy industry for clean fuels, and to ramp up demand, also government as large procurers, they can actually, through public procurement, ramp up the demand for zero carbon industrial products, zero carbon steel, zero carbon cement. And for that, you need an agreement, you need transparent rules, convergence between countries on procurement requirements, so you don't create trade conflicts, but also you need the kind of data and disclosure on the part of industry, and a common standard, accepted standard for what is a zero carbon steel or a zero carbon cement, or even for that matter, green hydrogen. So that's where we try to use our convening and UN neutral platform to bring that perspective, collaboration between the countries, but also the industry on board with this conversation. And actually, just to give an example, we have just had recently a conversation with industry, with you, to see how we bring these disclosure standards to an accepted and agreed level internationally, with industry and with governments. I think I'll stop here and we can sort of elaborate more on some of these. Thanks.
Thank you, Derek. And I think this is an important point about the harder to abate term. I mean, within the Mission Possible partnership, I think one of the sort of goals, KPIs we've set ourselves is, if we are successful, we're going to consign that term harder to abate to the dustbin of history. So I think that's, it's really important to demonstrate that we can do this. And I think we're already beginning to see that. And the roadmaps that the Mission Possible partnership will be publishing over the next few months are very much intended to show that. So if we can quickly maybe move on to the next round of questions. So Mahendra, back to yourself. Do you have a vision, do you have a view for how heavy industry and mobility companies work collectively to help drive this transition and create, I think, that demand that we've heard from Tarek and others? Because it's a reality, isn't it? No one cement company, no one steel company, no one airline, no one shipping company can get to net zero on their own. Companies have to collaborate within sectors, across sectors, and critically with governments and even with finance, if we're going to get there.
Before answering this question, I would just like to say that now, for all of us, it's important that we forget the word hard to abate, but we all have to say it's possible to abate sector. Cement is known as hard to abate, but with our commitment, with our progress, now we have proved it's possible to abate. Similarly, it has happened in steel. No one particularly from that sector likes that we can't do anything. only others can do everything. So maybe till we move to COP26, we'll be able to change the narrative that these are the people, these are the companies from possible to habit sector. Now, having said that, I would say there is now great awareness because of SDG number 6, because of declaration and of Paris Climate Agreement, because of WEF, because of COP26 race to zero, that most of the companies are trying to bring down their CO2 emissions, and that too in a collaborative way. Now, important is, and more particularly, if I can talk from developing country or emerging economy point of view, there are ideas, there are projects, there are commitments, but that needs one, technology transfer, and secondly, that needs finance transfer. I'm happy that US government has thought about it, and they have come out with the policy or the legislation that how they would be supporting emerging economies to go for clean roadmap. Now, industries, the mobility sector, the power generators, and the government, they have to create an alliance by which one can understand the requirement of each and everyone, and then can provide support. It's need of the time, and surely the various challenges which are being faced by the industry to source green power, that can be taken care. Like in India, there are few legislation, few policy decisions which are required, which can make the things possible to transmit power from one state to other state. So there are various roadblocks also which have to be removed, though Indian government is working on it, and all of you are aware that the Indian government's ambitious target of 450 gigawatt solar power by 2030 would be definitely supporting each and every move. But we have been requesting the government that let us create more such facilitating environment in which industry and mobility sector can also do it faster. Now, the last point is that mobility sector is also one of the largest user of energy. How they can be made possible to use it. So like in UK, the policy has been made that after 2030, all vehicles have to be electric vehicles. Similarly, in India also, now there are various policies which are trying to incentivize the manufacture of electric vehicle. The important would be how we can get right type of batteries. Important would be how we can get the charging station. But I can share with all of you is that there is now desire, now there is a commitment to go for clean energy. And we at Dalmia Cement are not restricting us for only renewable power, but we are also going forward to stop usage of fossil fuel by using the waste, hazardous waste, biomass, and various municipal waste, etc. So the point is, on every front, we have to work for clean energy so that we can achieve the zero carbon and we can make the world sustainable.
That's fantastic. And you talk as much about the initiatives that you as a company are doing as you do about policy from India, the US, and other countries. And I think this sort of, I think, brings us quite nicely, I think, back to Melanie and Tarek, because clearly we need a partnership between the private sector and the public sector if we're going to get there. And it's clearly both need to sort of, in a sense, act rather than, as maybe has happened in the past, business saying, well, government needs to act and government say industry needs to act. The reality is both need to act, in a sense, in partnership. And a key part of that is the design, if you like, the co-design of the right policy instruments and frameworks to support the commitments, in a sense, that companies and governments are making collectively to get us to net zero. So maybe, Melanie, if you could talk a little bit about, how you would see that process of collaboration and co-design and the sort of policy instruments you think that might lead to.
Great, thank you so much for that. And it's just really fascinating to hear all my other fellow panelists talking about this. I like this. I think we're trying to use this panel to sort of reframe it's not hard to abate anymore. It's the possible, right? The possible to abate and need to abate. Actually, I would almost challenge us to say it's the need to abate categories that are really key. And so this partnership is one that I'm personally committed to. Prior to joining the administration, I spent several years as a private equity investor in climate technologies, and actually particularly focused around industrial and other types of sectors like this, where efficiency and providing the technology opportunity, like cement in particular, were the new technologies that can be deployed at scale to truly reduce emissions. Because as we move to a more sustainable future and a lower carbon one, it's really critical that all these sectors play a role. And I think the last several years, you're seeing a real change and shift. We've had lots of R&D, lots of development underway, and now they've got a strong policy signal through some of these targets. But now companies with the technology that is there, and then as my last colleague just mentioned, the financing needs to come through. And so part of that is, I like to think of as a Venn diagram of policy, technology, and finance. And all three of those in the Venn diagram need to merge together to create the right enabling environment, as many of us talked about. Yarek talked about it as well. And that's really where I think governments play a really strong role. And one of the reasons why I decided to come back into this administration is because I think that we're finally at a time when all three of those concentric circles and sort of interlocking circles have all reached the stage of maturity where we can make this decade a decisive decade. So first, as you mentioned, how do we do this? First and foremost, it's through conversations like this. It's through coming together where companies share where are those pain points to growth, where are the policy signals that are missing. I really appreciated hearing about, it's about technology, it's about finance, and where are those things coming to play. At least from the U.S. government perspective, we see part of the ingredients to the enabling environment is partnering with private sector firms, often many global companies like the ones here today, with their expansive value chains that are demanding a clean energy supply for major economies. And to do that, we need to commit from the US government twofold. One, we need to make sure that we're restricting, where possible, lending for overseas fossil fuel projects so that we're accelerating lending for clean energy and promoting clean energy alternatives. The Group of 7 countries earlier this year made a commitment to end their public investment in overseas unabated coal. Part of that was because we want to be increasing and taking that and leveraging that for private investment and public investment in clean energies and clean technologies and saying that demand signal. The second area is partnering with countries like in India to provide technical assistance to facilitate where necessary. How do you increase the amount of renewable energy that's on their grid, that's in their industries, and they're being deployed? We're also trying to look at tools through the Build Back Better World initiative that is looking at ways to accelerate coal transitions using multilateral development dollars. At the end of the day, what comes down to is governments can provide and commit to catalytic amounts of concessional finance. This kind of finance can de-risk investments. It can crowd in the support from our private sector partners. And that involves a conversation of where does that concessional finance need to step in? Where can that type of capital provide the accelerant to more private capital coming in? Because that's the type of, concessional finance is one that governments are uniquely suited to pursue. I like that comment someone made about the federal procurement and government procurement. I mean, in the US alone, we have over 300,000 buildings covering 3 billion square feet domestically. Our federal fleet consists of 600,000 vehicles, both cars and trucks. And also the federal government is one of the largest buyers of goods and services, with acquisitions totaling over 600 billion annually. So I think I really like that point about what can the federal government do and what can other federal governments do. And we've got a great partnership that we've launched that we're relaunching, that's looking at how do federal governments connect with one another to talk about what our own purchasing power can look like and how federal governments can set that signal and be a buyer and a signal setter and a market setter for some of these innovative technologies that are out there. And that's well underway. But there's just some examples of how we're looking to de-risk some of these technologies, partnering with companies like yours. And frankly, I think first and foremost, it starts with understanding where are those pain points to your growth that governments can set regulatory certainty, policy certainty, or frankly, policy signals similar to the one that was set in 2015 when countries joined together to sign on to the Paris Agreement, which really set a market signal. If you look at investment, you look at energy trends from 2015 on forward, you really see 2015 as an inflection point in many of this movement around sustainability, low carbon targets, zero carbon, net zero carbon targets. And we've got, with less than 6 weeks to go, another inflection point, which is the Glasgow conference, where again, we're seeing this as a real launching of this decade out of Glasgow. So thank you for that question.
Thank you, Melanie. And in many ways, I think a similar question to Tarek, maybe looking at this, as you are globally, and again, that the developing country perspective, I think is always important to keep in mind here.
No, thank you, Anthony. And I think Melanie touched on many key points that we share from our vantage point of view as a development partner, again, operating on the international arena with different countries. I think coordination between the public sector and the private sector is very critical to overcome what the classical economists call information asymmetry, because industry knows what are the painful points. And so in order to overcome and to ensure, first of all, that the return on investment actually happens in the right direction. And I think this is, just to illustrate, this is a case where we need public sector and industry to collaborate on setting ambitious targets, especially when we design public procurement requirements. I mean, we just had this debate a week ago when we were talking about embedded carbon in steel should be aimed for 40% by 2030 or 60%. That dialogue is needed with industry. And while some government officials were talking about 30%, industry came forward and said, no, we can achieve 40 or 50% by 2030. So actually this transparency and this open dialogue on setting the targets and embedding it in this, say, the power of public procurement, as Melanie mentioned, can actually create the kind of scale demand that we need to see. So if industry need to decarbonize, there will be then a demand on clean fuels, and then you will start to see the kind of partnership that emerge between industry and the energy system or the energy supply side for the kind of changes needed. The same conversation we have had last week with the energy producers, particularly working on the hydrogen side. They said if we have clear signals for the next 10 years on the demand side, quantity, we will do the investment, because these investments are long-term, strategic, they take resources. So we cannot do it on a batch scale. We need the demand, the large-scale demand. So these are two dimensions, I think. And then one third point I want to bring to this conversation is technology cooperation partnerships, which are essential. Again, I think this is I think Mahendra referred to this. We would like to see, from our vantage point, more technology collaboration between advanced economies, the ones that are sitting on technology and where the demand is. So the windfall of the benefit from the transition happens equally in an inclusive manner rather than in a strategic country sort of setting. So that's sort of a final point where technology collaboration or brokering between different countries on technology cooperation is key in this area.
Sven, sorry, Tarek, thank you. That absolutely spot on, I think, and we've had that really, I think, holistic perspective here from both Melanie and Tarek on that collaboration between public and private sector. So Sven, in a sense, that brings us back, I think, now to the industry side of this important partnership. And you mentioned shipping and ammonia. And we know that there's this huge potential there. The Mission Possible Partnerships Getting to Zero coalition with the Global Maritime Forum did a report recently on the total cost for shipping to get to net zero, something like $1 trillion. The vast majority of that, 80+%, is the onshore infrastructure that is going to be needed to supply those zero emissions vessels, possibly through ammonia as the fuel. So, what are the specific needs do you see for actually scaling that infrastructure and supporting you as one of the companies that is working tirelessly to provide that infrastructure and that new fuel for the shipping sector?
And that's a very interesting question. So good news here is that through the existing infrastructure in the fertilizer industry, a lot of that infrastructure is already there. We are producing hydrogen and ammonia today, and what you do is you take out the front end of that production, and you change that into green hydrogen, and then you have it available. And just to build on what Tarek said on the need for clarity on demand, and that's a question I'm wrestling with every day. What comes first? Because when I speak with the big shipping companies, they will be ready to move, but will there be a product, or will the fuel be available to them? So here I think it has to be a joint collaboration between business and governments as well, and ensuring that there's a, if not a first mover advantage, at least I would say first mover neutral, looking at what we're doing right now by considering a conversion of our plant, the size of that, it's so big that it would drive scale in the industry. And then is it fair that we pay for that and that the second mover gets the advantage of that cost, or is that something that we need to see holistically together so that we're at least first mover neutral to create that scale and have the product available so that shipping can start to convert their ships as well, because this will take time, and I wanted to stress the urgency as well, because if I could tick all the boxes now, it's still 4 to 5 years until I would be able to make a full-scale conversion. For the owners of the ships, they make decisions for the next 25 to 30 years for the technology that they use for their engines, and that's where we need to have that long-term predictability so that we can make these moves. And here's where policy comes in, that we get that support to get this done. It's the same thing for agriculture as well, where we're operating. We need to think full value chains. Food system represents 30% of greenhouse gas emissions. A lot of that happens in agriculture and the field of the farmers. Yet, how do we structure the framework for the farmers to enable them to think sustainability in their production as well? This is very much doable and at a very small cost for the end consumers. But we need to have that structure in place, and that requires trust. And I think that's the key barrier right now. It's not a technology barrier; it's the ability to have trust that we will be able to get this done together and create that transparency and traceability, so that we empower the consumers to make these choices as well.
Sven, that's interesting. I mean, as you were talking, I was just thinking of how this is done in other areas where you're trying to balance that need for a free, ultimately a free market and competition, but also wanting companies to take risks in developing new products and innovations. In drugs, for example, you get a certain exclusivity for a certain period of time if you take that risk and put those costs in to develop new drugs. I mean, you write a book, you get a certain period of time where you get exclusivity over that. So there's clearly society has already grappled with these balancing these types of issues. So I think that's a really interesting point. I'm going to turn Gerhard to you next, because behind the scaling of the clean chemical fuels, which is one side of this, we can't produce those clean chemical fuels for mobility and industry if we don't have clean power with which to produce them. And this is at the heart of the debate between sort of brown and green and blue hydrogen. It's just one example. So how does the power sector keep pace with mobilizing power to supply those specific needs of heavy industry and mobility as they move down these pathways to net zero?
Yeah, that's a spot on question, definitely. And so we have and let me start from the industries and then come to the transportation. We do have a portion of a direct electrification. And then, as you mentioned, when we go with this example of the green hydrogen, so to say, the molecules through indirect electrification, but it all needs to come from the power system. And one other thing is very specific with industrial electrification, direct or indirect. Its central application is with relatively high power or even absolute high power in some cases, but also high energy requirements, and on top of that, high power quality requirements. So what we need to do is we need to collect the renewables from wherever to aggregate them, so to say. We need to harvest them from onshore, from offshore, wind, solar, far off, most efficient locations, transport them then into the industrial applications. And here, from a power system perspective, we need to transport it in an efficient way over long distances with technologies like HVDC. So a lot of power electronics gets involved. We get into embedded DC into existing AC grids, which needs most modern power electronics, but also a lot of digital control and underlying digital technology like machine learning technologies and so on in order to manage the total system. And then concentrate it really with a high level of power quality for the industrial applications. That's really key, and that requires a scale up in the infrastructure as mentioned. When we then take a little bit a look on the transportation, it's a more mixed bag. We also have these central applications with high power and high energy requirements in central charging stations, like for bus depots, but also large fast charging stations on motorways and others where there is really high power requirements. And again, for those peak power requirements, power quality is again a high requirement in order to not disturb then really the other power system. But we do have here in the charging for transportation also then the distributed element of slow chargers everywhere in a large amount distributed into the distribution parts of the power system, which then need to be balanced from an energy availability, but also from a redundancy in the management of the power system, really in all aspects to become part of the future energy system. And let's not forget here, we are starting in many countries, fortunately, from a pretty reliable and a stable system today, but we also have lots of countries, especially where there is a lot of decarbonization to be done, where the power system already today is in the large ramp-up phase. So it's even more challenging, and it's super important here. We always come back to these 2 points. It's technology, using most modern available technologies. Here for the power system, it's mainly power electronics and digital technologies in partnerships with all the stakeholders to go together through the total life cycle, starting from a common planning to a building, to an operating and maintaining the infrastructure, and then also upgrading it in a flexible way. So these are really the key aspects from a power infrastructure perspective.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, the complexities in many ways are mind-boggling, but it's reassuring to hear you talk with such confidence and knowledge of those issues and how we need to think about them. But so maybe that I think brings us really think about what are the barriers and challenges then to the scale up of clean energy to support industries. And so I'm going to turn to Mahendra and Sven, and I think maybe you can bring 2 different perspectives from India and Norway, and perhaps globally from your companies. What do you see as the barriers? Because I mean, after all, it took us years, being told, if you've been in this space for a while, as I have, that renewables only works if it's subsidized. And it is quite nice now that in many countries, I think the reverse is now true, particularly of coal, that coal quite often in many jurisdictions now can only compete if it is subsidized. But you would expect now that much of the clean energy is cost competitive, if not cheaper, it would be rolling out at scale. There would not be a problem, but that is not happening in many places, and still more expensive fossil fuel options are still being built, which tells us that there are some barriers and resistance out there to this massive scale up. Perhaps you could each give your perspectives on what you think those barriers are and how we could address them. If we start with Mahendra.
First, I would say I've been able to get few solutions from Melanie, Tariq, and Gerhard, and maybe let us see that whatever ideas have been given, how they are taken forward, and how we can create one alliance in which we can demonstrate that how government, the power system supplier, the industry consumer can take it forward and show as a demonstration that this is how it can be done. Now, from barrier point of view, and particularly from Indian point of view, I would say one of the barrier is, since 24 was continuous power is required by the industry, we would need a hybrid system, which will be of solar and wind and maybe hydro also. So that would need a very high capital investment. So one of the barrier is the climate finance, maybe from Green Climate Fund or any other fund. So that is one barrier in emerging economy. Second barrier which can be taken care by the government is to ease the regulations for transferring power from one state to other, so that it becomes affordable power. You know, today what's happening in industry is that this thermal power is getting generated in the industry itself, same place, whereas solar power needs very large quantum of land. So you have to put up solar plants where the land is or where the sun is shining more. So for that, some policies would be required. And third, I would say it needs huge quantum of land. You know, like 450 gigawatt solar power, which and this wind energy, which your government has to put up. It would need about 2% or so of the total India's land. So now what more can be done? Though Indian government is working on that, how the wasteland, which is like maybe more than 26 million hectare wasteland, which is available. Now, how that can also be given for the industry, and how transmission line, etc., can be put up so that the power which gets generated that comes to the industry. And thirdly, like what Mr. Gerhard has said, that direct electrification in the industry would go a long way to take away the fossil fuel usage or the thermal power usage. Now, for that, definitely, particularly in India, that technology is not available. So maybe Hitachi, ABB, and few others, with the support of Vienna Energy, this type of project can be taken up, and we can offer, Dalmia Cement can offer its plant for that experiment.
Mahendra, thank you. And I was just thinking, it's taken us 100 years to build the sort of maritime supply chains to move carbon molecules around the world. We need to build the global supply chains to move electrons around the world much faster than we did with those. Sven, it would be wonderful to have your perspectives on these barriers as you see them.
Yeah, I also think that key to get this done is electrification of the now need to abate industries. And to get that done, we need large amounts of renewable power, which not only do we need large amounts, but it needs to be stable as well. And that's one of the reasons that we're first looking into doing this in Norway, where we have almost 100% renewable electricity, and since it's hydropower, it's also possible to regulate it, so you have that stability in supply. But that varies across the world, but as we build up more renewable energy capacity, this will be doable. But then we need policy to support that. We need grids, has already been touched upon, to get that power to the producers. And then I think key here is also to incentivize to get these things done right now. And I was thinking about what you mentioned, Anthony, in terms of having exclusivity. I don't think we can do that now because of the urgency that these are technologies that need to be shared at large scale in order to meet the necessary targets to stay within 1.5 degrees. So I see it more as a joint effort between public and private businesses to get this done. And then we're back to trust. And I see too much old-fashioned thinking on the way that business behaves, that it's about trying to get as much subsidies as possible to have that eternal cash flow to support something that doesn't have an underlying business case. I don't think that's the reality anymore. I think all businesses and all boards are looking into this as the underlying business case has to be sound, but that there needs to be a support in the first stage to drive scale and technology to get this done. And we see that whether it's from the Edelman trust parameter and how business has behaved now in this period, the very special period we've been through in the last 18 months, that business has really stepped up, has come with solutions. And we need to think similarly around this as well, that business can bring scale and bring solutions. And we do that together with the governments in order to drive it through. But at the end of the day, it's about collaboration, breaking down the silos, getting away from old-fashioned procurement and where price is the only thing, and there needs to be a value to fossil-free alternatives. Today, if we're producing green hydrogen, turning that into green ammonia, or turning it into then green fertilizer, it competes with fossil produced alternatives. And today that is cheaper because there isn't a cost for the emission, or that isn't appreciated in the end price. So we need to have that across. And if you could do, like, I mean, if you take a food item off the shelf in the supermarket today, you can very easily see standardized how many calories, what are the nutrients, and so on. There's no standard for measuring the carbon footprint of what you're consuming. So also to create that clarity, you create a demand.
That's a good point. The transparency piece, I think, is really, really important. If I could again turn to Melanie and Tarek, maybe looking at this issue of barriers from the other side of the fence, the sort of government side. Did you see it differently, or do you see it in a very similar fashion to that we've heard articulated from Mahendra and Sven?
Sure. So thank you. I thought I would just go through a sort of a bit of a case study, or a drill down a bit about what this means in practice. Because I think in terms of the barriers, as I mentioned, there really is a partnership between government saying the right policy signals, but then that signal actually being received on the other side. Rather than it sort of either, being ships passing in the night or crossing wires in a way that it doesn't actually absorb what we're saying and doesn't have the impact that we're intending it to have. And so one example, because it's so recent here in the U.S., and I think it's such an interesting sector, would be the aviation sector and sustainable aviation fuels. Mm-hmm. And so just last week, the president released, what I think is a really it's a very good example of how we're approaching these need to abate sectors. So aviation, shipping, cement, steel, these are all in that same category. And what can governments do working in partnership with others, and what does that actually look like in practice? And so last week, the president announced several areas of concrete action and leadership across both innovation and procurement between the federal government, aircraft manufacturers, airlines, fuel producers, airports, non-governmental organizations, to basically target a sustainable aviation sector, both in America, but then also for the world. The steps that were being announced that are taking were all for the aim of producing 3 billion gallons of sustainable aviation fuel annually by 2030. It would reduce aviation emissions by 20% by 2030 and create enormous amount of good paying jobs. And so part of that, I'll just lay out what was sort of in that, in those steps. I think it's a good example of where governments can come into play, working collectively and holistically with a range of stakeholders to actually try to pursue these scalable targets in the need to abate sector. So part of what this included was a proposed tax credit of requiring at least 50% reduction in the life cycle greenhouse gas emissions, and offers increased incentives for even greater reduction. So it's a signal to both the developers and the procurers about where we want to see emissions go in this sector. The announcement last week built on that proposal of that tax credit by announcing a new sustainable aviation fuel grand challenge to inspire the dramatic increase in the production of sustainable aviation fuels to hit that 3 billion target, again, in less than a decade. It also provided new and ongoing funding opportunities, again, going to Mahindra's point about where the funding, where do government funding come into play, up to about $4.3 billion to support sustainable aviation fuel projects and fuel producers. It also increased R&D activities to demonstrate that the new technologies that can achieve at least a 30% improvement in aircraft fuel efficiency, and then explored efforts to, and it also included efforts to improve air traffic and airport efficiency, to reduce fuel use, eliminate lead exposure, and ensure cleaner air around the airport itself and the environmental justice perspective. And so our work around the aviation space, again, we're going to try to do this sector by sector. It's part of what is built up to our 50% reduction target by 2030, our NDC. But I think the sector by sector approach, taking on ones where you have companies like the ones here, Dami and others, raising their hands saying, we're already moving. We can move faster, working in partnership with you. If governments were to, if we were to set partnerships to procure more of this type of technology, partnerships to incentivize the R&D and what's going to be needed post 2030, and frankly, signals that say, several countries will come together to all put on the table the same kind of standard or regulatory certainty that we can sell into. A good example of this is the Build Back Better World initiative, which is really focused around standards among those that are part of that infrastructure development initiative around the world. But those are areas where governments ideally are making it hopefully easier. We're smoothing out the bumps in the road when it comes to adoption of technologies on a country by country basis. And ideally, it's helping to create a more cohesive demand signal from multiple regions and markets, knowing that if we're going to actually address the climate crisis with the urgency it desires and it needs, we actually need several countries all collectively setting the same regulatory and policy certainty for specific technologies. If we're relying on technology to only be adopted market by market or be bespoke market by market, we're just not going to move fast enough. And to be able to take something like the ammonia perspective or on shipping, and if we had several ports talking about setting the same demand signal for the type of clean bunkering that they need, Maersk and other businesses will be able to have an easier time going from port to port because they're not going to have to negotiate bespoke technologies or policies at each of those levels. And so again, where can the federal government, working with other governments, both at the national and frankly subnational level, demonstrate there is a cohesive conversation, there is a smoothness of both up and down the government system, but then across governments. And it's a challenge, but I'm happy to say there are several different entities that are pulling us all together in the same room. We're having many of these multi-stakeholder consultations and conversations. I continue to have an open door for anyone who wants to reach out and talk about what else we can be doing. But this president and this administration has really made a mark around wanting to engage internationally, be a partner to other countries, and work collaboratively. Through the G7 and other mechanisms, you're seeing the U.S. joining rather than walking away from these coalition discussions around how to set the right policy signals. So Tarek and I think Irina as well have been so instrumental in helping us understand what are those, what are the policy certainty, what does that mean to the industries that will then have to be selling into that policy certainty in that market. Thank you.
Apologies, I muted myself. Melanie, thank you. That was really helpful. I think the case study is incredibly helpful, and that offer of an open door, I think, to those of us working in the space, and particularly the companies, I'm sure is really welcomed. Tarek, if we could just quickly, because we're running a little bit short on time, for which I apologise, but Tarek, if we could just quickly have a perspective, and then I'd like to move to Gerhard to hear about the sort of challenges that are faced on the engineering and scaling side. And then we're going to, if time, we'll have a real, like literally one sentence quick fire from all of you at the end.
No, thank you. I mean, I think Melanie said it all. I mean, I totally concur with her views. We cannot do it country by country. We need to get all the countries, or as many countries as possible. And that's where actually we have been also working with the group of countries under the Clean Energy Ministerial, which bring about 81% of energy consumers in the industrial sector, to look at exactly these kind of questions, pushing green public procurement standards, getting them to converge, but also what Svein referred to is the disclosure, the transparency and disclosure on the carbon footprint. This is an effort ongoing, and we invite and we would like to use our open, transparent platform as a UN agency to bring as many, both the public and the private sector, on getting towards a really comparable standards and coherence. I think maybe from that perspective, I think one message that I would like to say: the policy tools are not novel in a sense. As Melanie mentioned, there's a broad range of policy tools. What is required is a mind shift in the framing of public policy, from being sort of focused on the short term to a shift of public policy towards sustainable, and that perspective also industrial policy toward long-term sustainability, resilience, and probably also global public goods. I think that mind shift is where we need to see the change.
Yeah. Well, exactly. And I mean, as I'm thinking about Glasgow and having to get there from my house near London, I need a map. If you're my age, you need a sort of, you think about a paper map or a sat nav, but in any way, it gets you from A to B. And if we're going to get from where we are now to net zero, we need those forward-looking roadmaps. And there's probably different directions and different routes we can take and different modes of transport. But ultimately, we need to decide on which route and then work together, I think, to get there. And I think that collaboration on the supply side, the buy side, with governments and with finance is going to be critical. So Gerhard, that brings us to yourself, maybe to think about these challenges. As you see, we haven't got long left. So if you could sort of hit a few key points, and then we'll have a quick fire if we have time.
Yes, thank you. I think I can crystallize it around three key points. The first one is the speed of execution for infrastructure projects. In most of the countries and regions of this world, we need to become much faster here in order to enable what we need for the energy transition. That's the point one. The point two is, and it was briefly touched by one of the panelists before, we need to interconnect countries, regions across time zones and climatic zones to exchange electric energy, and here to make the system as efficient as possible, but also as reliable as possible. So that's the second point, really. And technology-wise, this is possible. We have installations done ourselves with lengths of thousands of kilometers, with power ranges of a full country over one system up to 12 gigawatt. It's possible, but it needs this trust and collaboration in between the partners here, in between countries. It needs the regulatory bodies to work together. The grid codes need to be aligned, and it needs, of course, the investments. And that leads me to the third point, which is the incentives. And it was mentioned for the industries, but for all the players. The good news here is really that the electricity generation from renewable power is not expensive any longer. That's not the bottleneck. But we see in many countries and regions of the world that then there is sometimes taxation, sometimes subsidies, sometimes whatsoever in the one or the other direction, which is then changing the picture in a way which is not necessarily the best future-oriented setup in terms of decarbonization. So I think if we are able together to really move those elements forward, then we can go full speed ahead.
Wonderful. And thank you for being so succinct and to the point, which I think gives us all time for a final quick fire session. I'm very happy to forego my moderator closing because we're such an excellent panel. I'd much rather hear what each of you has to say. And maybe we'll quickly, we'll go in reverse. So we have this little thing coming up, I think, as we all alluded to, in Glasgow, COP26, the 26th Conference of the Parties of the climate negotiations. It's been going on for 26 years. So what's different this time? And in my mind, I think what's so exciting, and we're certainly seeing this within the World Economic Forum Mission Possible, is the scale of business engagement in the COP. I think at a level that's unprecedented. I mean, we did see quite a big uptick in Paris, but it really feels like business engagement right at the top level, CEO level, C-suite level in Glasgow is going to be incredibly high. And in many ways, I think that aligns with the presidency and what others hope, which is that this is the first of a new kind of COP that is not just about, governments talking to each other. It's about that public-private piece we've talked about, the first public-private conference of the parties. So I used to be a lawyer, and I'd probably get told off for this in court. I'm kind of leading the witnesses here a little bit. But in that sort of context of public-private collaboration and this idea of that COP as the first of a new type, and there's much talk about this, a post-Glasgow architecture that incorporates that public-private piece. That's something we're talking a lot about within the World Economic Forum, how we can help and support that. How Gerhard, what would be the one ask or one thing you think could be achieved in Glasgow, but by governments and business working together in this new type of public-private collaboration?
Yes, create an environment where infrastructure investments can be made faster in a way of partnerships across all the stakeholders, which then enables really in a future-oriented outlook to collaborate together and find the required specific needs for each of the segments. And then technology-wise, we can start today.
Perfect. And Sven, the one thing you think could be achieved by governments and business working together at COP?
Well, I think there was already in Paris quite good involvement from the business sectors. That was encouraging. And as you said, we moved a long way since then, both from the businesses, but also from investors and from the money managers. So if there's one thing, it's to acknowledge that we have enough technologies today to make a huge difference. Let's focus on actions now and get that going and demonstrate the doable.
With 3 minutes to go, we're racing the clock. Mahendra, the one thing that you would like to see in COP by governments and business working together?
I would like to have the commitment of the developed world to provide finance to the developing world, which can also come to the industry. That is one. And second, how we start working for one sun, one globe, one grid. So, and lastly, third one, how we can create alliance like what we are today on the screen. Thank you.
Wonderful. And Melanie, from the other side of the fence. Sorry, you're on mute.
There you go. The one thing for governments and for it to come out of COP, well, as you know, being a government person, we have several things we want to accomplish out of COP. But in terms of working with the private sector, I'd say the one thing is to collectively agree to what types of sectoral and concrete actions we're going to do together in this next decade, looking at the need to abate sectors in particular and the ones that are early movers in this in this space, because I think there's a real opportunity among these early movers that we can demonstrate our success, as Sven said, show that we can actually take actions and concrete steps and deliver real successful results, so that we roll into the 2030s with just a full bag of successes behind us to give us some tailwinds.
Wonderful. And Tarek, same thing. The one thing you would
Absolutely,
see.
and we are working on it. We want exactly to work with government and industry to commit to clear targets, sector by sector, cement, steel, chemicals, transport. So we want to see the targets for 2030, 2035, 2040 committed publicly at COP26. This is, I think, where we can see action happening when we have targets publicly committed.
Good. The adrenaline's pumping. We're racing the clock. 1 minute to go or less. That's really exciting, because absolutely, with the Mission Possible partnership across our 7 sectors, what we're hoping to deliver are not just commitments. Yes, absolutely commitments in the short term, 2030 milestones, but those are backed up by clear work plans, metrics benchmarked against the roadmaps, resourcing and funding, and critically, that CEO level endorsement of those plans. It's not just the commitments we've seen in the past, but commitments with substance, commitments with work plans, resources and metrics, and CEO level commitment. So with that, thank you so much to our excellent panel, and I think probably everyone will agree this has been a great conversation, more I think than we could have hoped for. I'm filled with hope and optimism when I hear what everyone has to say, and that desire to get there and to collaborate. Thank you, Mahendra. Thank you, Gerhard. Thank you, Sven. Thank you, Melanie. Thank you, Tarek. Thank you, Irina, and the World Economic Forum and the Mission Possible Partnership. We'll close now.
Thanks, everyone.
Welcome, everybody, and I'm delighted to welcome both our panelists and everybody joining us to this event. I'm Andy Deacon, Acting Managing Director of the Global Covenant of Mayors Secretariat team based in Brussels, and I'll say a few more words about our work in a moment. This session is part of Energy Action Days, and we would like to thank the overall host for the day, Denmark, the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP, and the World Economic Forum, who are hosting the day. This session on the role of cities in delivering a net zero energy system is being organized by UNEP, the World Economic Forum, the Global Covenant of Mayors, and others, with potential participation of the European Commission through Mission Innovation to align and build synergies across initiatives and to provide a joined-up approach to support cities on energy and innovation. And REN 21 are also a partner in that Urban Energy Coalition. I'll say a little bit more about next steps on that at the end of this discussion, but would first of all like to welcome our series of panelists. So with us today, we have Durgashankar Mishra, Secretary in the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs of India. Secretary Mishra has been a Secretary to the Government of India in the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs since June of 2017. Welcome. Next, I'd like to introduce Anna Koenig-Jömer, Mayor of Stockholm, Sweden. Mayor Yermil was elected as Mayor of Stockholm in 2018. She is currently co-chair of C40 Steering Committee and lead on business collaboration, a member of the Friends of Europe's Board of Trustees, and a member of the World Economic Forum's Supervisory Board of the Net Zero Cities Initiative. Welcome. We'll hear by video from Mayor Irachi Hasler-Jacob, Mayor of Santiago in Chile. Mayor Jacob was elected in 2021 and has previously served as a municipal councillor in the city. So we'll hear from them during the course of this event. Next up, I'd like to welcome Cécile Prévieux, Executive Vice President of Engie. Cécile joined Engie in 2010, where she held positions of responsibility in the group's infrastructure division before being appointed Director of Asset Management at Store Energy. Since 2015, she's been Managing Director of Store Energy. Welcome. And then our final panelist, Matthew Baldwin, is Deputy Director General in DG Move, the Directorate General for Mobility and Transport of the European Commission. Matthew is a European Commission official and has been in DG Move since July of 2016. Among his principal professional activities, he is manager of the Commission's mission for 100 climate neutral cities by 2030. So I hope you'll agree, an excellent selection of panelists, and we very much look forward to hearing from each of them during the course of this discussion. And the session today will discuss the crucial role of cities in delivering a net zero energy transition and really explore how the support of national governments, the private sector, finance and international cooperation can help cities take this lead, including through innovation and investment roadmaps. The session marks the launch of this new coalition on urban energy, and we'll be saying a little more about support programs available to both cities and national governments in pursuit of low and zero carbon energy goals. It's very clear that the global energy transition has really entered a pivotal moment. Cities are leading the way on climate action worldwide, including the now 11,000 cities committed to the Global Covenant of Mayors, now covering a population of more than 1 billion. However, cities alone can only do so much to ensure a net zero future. It will take a collective effort in partnership with cities to put an end to fossil fuel production, to invest in renewable solutions, and to put us on a path to win the race to zero. The Global Covenant of Mayors stands ready to partner with all of the organizations here today to do and to help facilitate just that. The Global Covenant is co-chaired by European Commission Executive Vice President Frans Timmermans, who champions clean energy strategies to achieve the European Green Deal, and the UN Secretary General's Special Envoy, Mike Bloomberg, who through his philanthropy is accelerating innovation to ensure better, longer lives for people around the globe, including his recently kicked off effort to turbocharge climate progress through Climate Action a Day in the lead up to COP26. And really just to close out these opening remarks, rapid urbanization, real estate growth and urban regeneration present us with an immense opportunity to develop and plan a future-proof energy system that ensures the resilience of cities in light of challenges such as rising cooling demand, the electrification of transport, the delivery of quality housing, and in the face of more extreme weather events. And we look forward to unpicking those challenges and more in discussion with our panelists. Cities can and must play a role in the transition from a linear, centralized fossil fuel energy system to a hybrid model of both centralized and decentralized, renewable, smarter, and integrated energy systems. So to turn to our panelists, we first of all asked the following question of the Mayor of Santiago. So the question was that you're mayor of one of the largest cities in Latin America, and Chile has a new net zero target. With energy one of the largest sources of emissions, how is Santiago responding to this challenge? And we'll hear a recorded intervention from Mayor Jacob. Please play the video.
Good morning to everyone, and thank you very much for the invitation to this important session that highlights the role of cities in the energy transition in this context of climate crisis that we're all facing. We know that cities are responsible of 70% of energy-related global carbon emissions. We are where the problem is, but are also part of the solution. We strongly believe that cities are the ones that can guarantee meeting the Paris Agreement in this important context. As capital city of Chile, we have committed to energy efficiency. It is for this that we developed a climate change plan that is currently being reviewed with the local community. It is also for this reason that we welcome very much this important coalition on urban energy that is being launched today, because we know that it is through a stronger collaboration and exchange of experiences among the different organizations and the cities that we are going to be able to deepen our work and develop an integrated local energy policy for Santiago. We have committed to make important reductions of emissions in 2030 with the goal of being carbon neutral by 2050. For this, we need decisions and policies that allow for a deep transformation of our model. We are a city that collects waste every day. We want to stop talking about waste collection and start talking about waste management, recycling, reusing, organic waste composting, which are key elements of our strategy. I would also like to highlight the important role of our public parks as green lungs of the Commune of Santiago and the whole metropolitan region. Receive my greetings from Santiago. I hope that we can work together in this huge challenge where communes and cities play a major role. We need to continue working together to address the climate challenge and be able to have a city, a country, and a world where future generations can enjoy nature and clean cities.
Thank you for that, and thank you to the Mayor and the team from Santiago for that intervention. I then like to turn to Secretary Mishra. Welcome. Your ministry is supporting one of the world's largest and fastest growing urban populations to access essential services and build a smarter, resilient and sustainable future. How does sustainable energy fit into this vast program of support, and how do you see cities' role in delivering on the energy transition?
Well, thanks a lot for including me in this discussion today. A very important subject of the role of cities in delivering a net zero energy systems. So my thanks to organizers of the Energy Action Day and the UN Energy Program. Well, India is organizing in a very fast manner. Our population today is expected to be around 470 millions in the urban areas. And this is going to grow to almost like 880 million by 2051. That is another 3 decades. We are constructing 700 to 900 million square meters of constructed area. I mean, that's the size of the mini cities every year. And that is causing so much of, I mean, this may cause danger to the environment. And that is why, with our commitment to the COP21 Paris Accord and various other international forums, the country has been following the Sustainable Development Goals, and their energy being very, very important component. There are a lot of activities have been weaved around in ensuring that there is energy efficient uses of energy is more efficient. There is a less use of the fossil fuel. There is more uses of the renewable energy. So the various kinds of action have been taken. Let me enumerate. Number one, on the building construction is one major activity which causes energy. It also damages environment. So making the best use of energy in construction of the buildings or the resource efficiency, we have introduced the new technologies. The technology which uses the minimum energy, and after the construction it uses the least energy. We have grounded projects through the Global Housing Technology Challenge at 6 places in the country, and that is bringing such kind of resource efficiency, and that is becoming the order for the construction for the future. Also, our building bylaws are mandating that the rooftop in all public buildings have to be used for the solar energy. And today, whether in our public buildings, for the office complexes, for various other purposes, we are, the country's goal is huge, and lot of contribution is coming through these constructions by the ministry through the rooftop solar panels. About the transport, we are leading to, there is a focus on the large cities are adding to the metro. We already have around 730 plus kilometers of the metro operational, and work is going on almost like 1060 kilometers in 27 cities. And this is a good mode of transport which reduces the use of energy. It's a better use of energy in the transport system. We are also promoting the public transport, the shared transport, the non-motorized transport. In fact, during the COVID-19, when the world was facing the challenges, we issued couple of challenges promoting these transport system, like cycle for change in all smart cities and the cities whose population were more than 500,000. Streets for people to improve the pedestrian pathways so that the people we can make our cities more walkable. Transport for all using the IT and the digital system so that there is a seamless connectivity through the different modes of transport. People can move from one to another, and that again cuts down on the energy. The third mode is the weather use of water, promotion of water efficient pumps for the water or for the wastewater treatment. This has been a major focus on all our streets. The total number of the street lights was around 10.1 million, and out of that nearly 9 million lights have been converted into the LED lights, making a huge saving in energy. The country embarked on the solid waste Clean India mission on 2nd of October 2014, and solid waste management, converting the CND waste into the various kind of useful products, converting the biodegradable waste into the various kinds of waste to wealth, using getting that fertilizer or gas or various other products. This has led to, it's a nationwide movement, and that nationwide movement has led to a lot of saving in energy or also producing the renewable source of energy. In fact, in 2019, we started through the Smart City Mission a climate smart cities assessment framework. And this framework, based on that, all the smart cities, 100 smart cities, let me just, for the purpose of the international audience, in the year 2015, June 2015, with the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, we went for a challenge process and selected 100 cities through a 2-level of challenge, one at the state level and the second at the national level. And these cities to become lighthouses for the future urbanization of the country, they had to develop systems which are more sustainable, which are going to improve the livability, that is the quality of life, and which are going to improve the economic abilities of the city. And these cities have done a lot of work in the last 6 years. And these things like whether it is a smart road, a smart water, a smart solar, a smart wastewater, a smart energy, smart health, all these things everywhere to get more from less uses, cutting down the energy uses, improving, making use of the digital technology in a big way, a layer above the normal infrastructure so that we are able to get more from less. With that experience, the Smart City Mission launched a Climate Smart City Assessment Framework in 2019. In 2020, all these smart cities were assessed and they were kind of made aware of where they lie in terms of different aspects leading to the energy usage of the climate changes, like use of the green buildings, reducing the usage of energy in the buildings, then the urban planning and through the green cover, increasing the green cover of the cities, then improving the mobility, going for the public mobility or going for the shared mobility, going for the non-motorized transport and using integrated transport management system, ITMS, so that the different modes of transport are integrated and there is less usage of energy and the less pollution to the air. Then water resource management in a manner so that there is a conservation of water, there is a dual piping system, water, every drop of water is captured, and so that we don't have to use so much of energy, or we are able to conserve water in a big way. And the wastewater management, that is treatment of water and then reusing, promoting reuse, recycle. And so this kind of uses for improving the climate and making the cities climate smart. So this framework, I'm very happy to share with you that many cities, out of the 126 cities, 65 cities have improved their green cover. 10 cities have, they have got more than 15% of renewable energy. In fact, as a smart city mission, the minimum benchmark was that minimum 10% of total energy uses has to come from the solar power. And that has led to today almost like 45 megawatt of power is coming, it is being generated in the different smart cities. The 21 cities have, they are following the different benchmarks on the transport system. 44 cities, they have initiated various actions related to the water stagnation, various risk management, etc. So a lot of development has taken place. And recently in June 2021, we have launched this Climate Smart Cities Assessment Framework 2.0. And we have assessed various cities, we have granted them star rating, 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, 4 star. None of the cities have got 5 star. And this kind of a star rating develops a kind of a healthy competition among the cities, so that learning from each other, we want to create a network of cities saving energy, improving climate through the mitigation, through the adaptation system, so that learning from one to other, we can have a more sustainable and energy efficient, more resilient cities to come. So now the Smart City Mission, which was started just in 100 cities, has now been converted into a movement. From the mission to movement, more and more cities are adopting that norms. We start with cities whose population is more than 500,000, or cities which are declared as the municipal corporations. So they have got a corporation, they have got a mayor. We were hearing the mayor of Santiago. So such cities are adopting these smart changes. And I'm sure with these measures, definitely the usage of energy is going to come down. This is definitely going to impact the climate in a big way. And we welcome all kinds of learning from different parts of the world, which can make our cities sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And very interested in that climate smart city assessment framework, and would be very interested to follow up with you also on behalf of the Global Covenant of Mayors, just to see also how we might engage both to support cities in India, including through this new coalition, bringing partners together to provide support, but as you say, also to grow towards an ever stronger movement. Thank you very much for those remarks. I'd like to come next to you, Anna. You've just heard from Secretary Mishra how cities in India will need to take significant action on sustainable energy. Stockholm has for decades taken significant action on sustainable energy. What solutions for decarbonizing energy have been key to your success? And what steps are you taking to share this expertise globally to help build this growing movement?
Thank you, Andy. And as a mayor of Stockholm, I'm very pleased to join this important conversation on the role of the city and how we can deliver a net zero energy system. And the city of Stockholm, our work on sustainable urban development aims to reduce climate impact, of course, streamline energy use, and increase use of renewable energy. And our ambition is to be fossil fuel free and climate positive by 2040. And citywide heating and smart urban solutions are key components to this pioneering ambition. And as I look at the role of the energy system in a city, I believe clean electrification, energy efficiency, and smart infrastructure will be the key drivers to deliver decarbonization. The solutions and technologies to deliver decarbonization already exist. We don't need to wait for new innovations to get started. And I'm serving on the board of a multi-stakeholder effort called the Net Zero Carbon City Program at the World Economic Forum, which is focused on reducing global emissions through actions in the urban environment. And I want to use this opportunity to share what the World Economic Forum, in collaboration with Accenture, has just launched a new toolbox of solutions for urban transformation. And this toolbox has over 200 examples of best practices, policies, and case studies for decarbonization. And there are ideas for all types of cities, from Copenhagen in Denmark to Freetown in Sierra Leone. And this is really going to be a game changer for cities and businesses. Access to this range of ideas is hugely valuable. And I would like you to give an example from the city of Stockholm, and that's also included in the toolbox. And I'm really proud of that because, of course, it's just one example of many that cities contribute with. And the example from Stockholm is our innovative district heating network, connected to almost 90% of the city's buildings. We utilize excess heat from multiple data centers in the district heating network, and eventually we hope to supply 10% of the city heating needs with recovered heat from data centers. And on top of that, the system also offers open district heating, ODH. And this is an open trading platform with transparent pricing for excess heat, making it easier for other external operations to use the system. And that makes the heat recovery in Stockholm the world's most comprehensive waste heat capture and reuse for heating of households and offices, based on a complete commercial, technical, and legal model for trading excess heat. And examples of key suppliers of waste heat are Ericsson, H&M, and Interaction. Another corporation that uses the ODH in an innovative way is the data parks of Stockholm. Through the project, the local IT businesses can turn cost into revenues when the excess heat becomes part of Stockholm's innovative district heating. So with the Net Carbon Cities Program toolbox, other cities can take a look at our approach or countless others and take inspiration and insights to address their own unique challenges. And part of next stage, a city sprint process will accompany the toolbox. This is a flexible process through which city leaders and wider stakeholders come together to evaluate and shortlist various net zero solutions to target local priorities that can also contribute their solutions to the toolbox, so more can contribute to this fantastic tool. And I think that was a good idea to like every day before Glasgow we should have missions of actions that gives impact. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those remarks and for the example from Stockholm, as well as highlighting the work of the World Economic Forum. The Global Covenant team have also enjoyed interacting with them and also helping to contribute to the development of that work and look forward to promoting it throughout our network as, again, we continue to build this movement. So thank you for raising awareness of those. Next to come to you, Matthew, then the European Union is a global leader in the energy transition and in promoting an integrated and decentralized approach in which cities play a central role. What is the gap that you see in helping cities to accelerate the transition, and how can we bridge that gap?
Hi, Andy. Thank you very much. Pleasure to be with you and this very distinguished panel. And congratulations to you and everyone in the Global Governance of Mayors for the great work you're doing. And thanks for inviting me. And also thanks for the compliment implied in your question, which I take on behalf of all the people who are doing all the work. Yes, we are very proud to be pushing hard on this existential question. As you all know, I'm sure the EU has set very ambitious goals under the European Green Deal to become the world's first climate neutral continent by 2050. With a strong intermediate step of reducing our greenhouse gas emissions by 55% by 2030, with a detailed package of proposals tabled just last July. Why? Again, I think the other speakers have already touched this very well. Energy production and consumption account for 75% of our total greenhouse gas emissions. The same ongoing efficiencies in terms of losses in waste heat and in low energy efficiency, as Anna was saying. So if we're going to get to climate neutrality, we've got to get the energy transition right, including in its linkages across different sectors and across different technologies. And here, another piece of publicity advertisement. In June 2020, we set out a strategy for energy system integration with the goal of linking these different energy carriers, if you will, electricity and heat, coal, gas, solid and liquid fuels, linking them up together and with the end use sectors, such as buildings and transport and industry, and always with this strong digital or smart component. So specifically, Andy, as to how we bridge this gap, I mean, in reality, it's a combination of gaps, isn't it? Cities, and I do not need to convince anyone on this panel, least of all you, cities are where policies and politicians most directly meet the people. City regulations and actions most directly affect their voters, whether it's in building renovations or in energy system integration, sustainable urban mobility, which is something I've done a lot of, waste and water management, as the secretary was saying. And the impact in terms of not just reducing the climate emissions, but in terms of the co-benefits, lower energy bills, better air quality, less congestion, fewer road deaths, less noise. That's what the citizens grab hold of and will really appreciate. So if cities are going to be climate neutral, it's tough. They have to tackle all of these issues. 2 words, if I may, on what we're doing in the EU on that, and then briefly on the international dimension. It must start with ambition. A number of cities are committed to the energy transition and climate, often with a very strong percentage reduction against baseline, including in great programs like the Global Covenant of Mayors, but relatively few have committed all the way, 100%, to climate neutrality. Why is interesting? I mean, it's expensive. Cities face a lot of obstacles, barriers in terms of getting funding and finance, different levels of operational capacity and capability, the challenge of building political support with voters, and of course also sometimes with national or regional administrations. You've got organizational complexity in larger cities, and smaller cities may struggle to get, for example, credit ratings or put together the necessary projects to get finance. And all cities have got to deal with an integrated, citizen-centric, if I can use that horrible phrase, approach that will actually deliver sustainable policies. We've already got a great range of programs, such as the Covenant of Mayors. We want to go further, we want to build on that, and that's why we're launching later this month, I hope, or early next month, a mission on 100 climate neutral and smart cities. We want to deliver at least 100 climate neutral cities, climate neutral and smart cities by 2030. And secondly, to ensure that they act effectively as experimentation and innovation hubs so that all European cities are in a position to be climate neutral by 2050. We'll be launching a call for expression of interest later this year. And then next year, we'll begin the tough work of co-creating what we're calling climate city contracts, these non-binding but politically binding detailed plans, including investment plans. Very briefly on the international side, we want to get out there and work with you on this. We want to share the world with the world the lessons we've learned, often from our mistakes, not from the things we've succeeded in. We're also keen to ensure that our cities are the first movers from amongst all regions of the world, which is why, in the context of what we're calling mission innovation, we're partnering with you and with several countries across the world to set up this global mission on innovation-driven urban transitions. I'm not sure what the acronym is going to be like, but it's going to be short. It's still a preparatory work. As you know, Andy, the global mission intends to bring together a cohort of pilot cities to deliver integrated demonstration testbeds. I'm keen to get our mission underway so that we can show that we're not trying to run internationally before we can walk at the European level. But it is absolutely essential that we can show that urban environments can be powered by 100% sustainable energy by 2030. That can is a vital stepping stone on the road to will, because we'll use the demonstrators to develop replicable and scalable roadmaps for all cities. So to summarize, Andy, I'm sorry for being a bit long. We've got to make serious progress on all of these fields, including energy transition, by 2030, but we also have to get ready for all cities to be climate neutral, including energy transition, as soon as possible and at any rate by 2050. A lot of work ahead.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for those remarks. And no problem with going slightly long. You've actually saved me a bit of work from my closing remarks. So we've won a few minutes back from later on. Thank you for saying a little about the way in which that work through mission innovation is developing, and fingers crossed that continues to develop successfully in the right direction. And again, it enables us both to build on the successes and also the more painful experiences of some of those early movers.
Well, I'm sorry if I preempted you, or I'm
no,
proud
perfect.
Delighted to have preempted you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Then next to come to you, Cécile. ENGIE are one of the world's largest energy companies and are working closely with cities across the EU and globally to deliver on their energy ambitions. Are you seeing increased engagement and ambition from cities? And how are you shifting approach as cities' climate targets become ever stronger?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Definitely, cities increase their engagement to fight climate change, even more those which suffer for disasters such as hurricane, flood, or wildfire. So cities understand how the renewal of infrastructures is important and want to increase the territorial resilience, mobilizing their resources. But what we see today is that the pace of release we can have on the request for proposal remains slow, and they are still siloed, whereas they should be global and multi-sectorial. The business model slowly shifts also to partnership models, and this is a good thing, we think, to accelerate the move. To make this transition happen, as you said, as a global energy company, ENGIE, what can we do in ENGIE with the trust we have created since decades with cities? So first, promote an integrated and global approach to reduce energy consumption first and decarbonize the usage. Second, invest in infrastructures for the cities. It's very key through public-private partnership for heating, for cooling, lighting, low carbon mobility, decentralized renewable energy production, and even for energy efficiency for the buildings. Third, we propose to use as much as possible local resources to establish circular economy, but because it is a much reliable model you can have for cities. And finally, propose, of course, always innovative solutions to go further to reach the net zero. So digital tools, we spoke about smart cities. Clearly, smart cities, it's a nice way to go further. You have also hydrogen or storage, energy storage. So all these new technology can help, of course, to reach ambitious goals. So the future of the energy transition lies in cities because of more and more people will live in the coming years in cities. And cities are the owners and managers of infrastructures. But we need also political engagement, committed mayors, and we have a lot, as you see in this panel. But we see gaps in capacity of some local governments in energy planning, in project preparation, in stakeholder management to enforce the project and to realize the project. So, for example, NG has contributed knowledge and case studies for the Cool Coalitions. So, Urban Cooling Handbook will be launched soon as a guide for cities to tackle extreme heat weather conditions and drive forward integrating solutions for sustainable cooling. Of course, we stand ready to support the cities, which are key to unlock the integration and accelerate the transition. Very ambitious cities, Stockholm, of course, Helsinki with net zero climate targets. But we need to replicate the solutions to scale up and to have a global view to be able to industrialize the solutions. That's why we submitted a compact to United Nations Energy that highlights the key role of cities. And that's why we are keen to join the coalition launched here today on urban energy, where we can work together with partners to transfer best practices on energy planning and innovative business model globally. So we are proactive with cities and with key partners of territories. And we need to push concrete action to the mayors to materialize this transition toward carbon neutrality.
Thank you very much. And I'll say a few more remarks in a moment about that urban cooling handbook guide. So thank you very much for that, indeed, for contributions to that work, then for submitting the compact, and for work, it sounds like, alongside this Urban Energy Coalition. Very much welcome that, and thank you very much for those remarks. Just to start to draw things to a close, we only have just a few minutes remaining. Then there's been a group that's come together. So the UN Environment Programme, UNEP, Rocky Mountain Institute, the Global Covenant of Mayors, and the Clean Cooling Collaborative, and then linked to Mission Innovation to complete a sustainable urban cooling guide for heat-stressed cities that's been developed in collaboration between all of those organizations and drawing on experience from others. This comprehensive guide, as Cécile noted, is due to be published very shortly in September or October, and will support cities to act on sustainable cooling and to achieve thermal comfort for all through urban planning and design, any energy efficient building design, efficient cooling technologies and practices, and sustainable refrigerants that can help cities lower emissions and meet net zero goals cost effectively and drive greater access and equity than business as usual cooling approaches. We are entering into a phase of working with city governments who have an interest in being an early mover in the development of an urban cooling action plan, and to utilize the steps and the structure that will be set out within that guide. If you're interested in further information, then do please get in touch either with us. There's information on the Global Covenant of Mayors website, or with any of the partners that I've mentioned there, including UNEP and others. Also, if you're interested to get engaged with or to join this Urban Energy Coalition alongside UNEP, ourselves, the Global Covenant of Mayors, the World Economic Forum, REN 21, and ongoing discussions about potentially linking through mission innovation with the European Commission, to then align and build the synergies across the initiatives that have been mentioned, and to develop and provide this joined up approach to support cities on energy and innovation work, then again, we'll be in touch after the event with details on how to do so, but there is further information that's being made available through Energy Days and through other linked events on the programme. So do please make the most of the opportunity that's there. Just in closing, I'd very much like to thank all of our panelists for their time today, for those very valuable and insightful contributions towards this debate, and for setting out so clearly and coherently the way in which both cities are taking action but can be supported to be more ambitious and to go further. And we look forward to partnering with all of them and all of you in helping to build a growing movement to support a clean energy transition within cities. Thank you very much for joining, and please get in touch then with next steps. Thank you to all of the panelists, and good day.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to today's session on the Solutions Movement at Energy Action Day. I'm Meredith Adler, and I'm the Executive Director of Student Energy Global. We're an organization working to empower 50,000 young people in over 120 different countries to be the next generation of energy leaders who will steward our transition to a sustainable energy future. I'm joining you today from unceded Squamish territory in British Columbia, Canada, and I'm so excited to be joined by so many amazing young leaders and mentors who are helping to move this movement forward. Today, we're really going to be focusing on how do we mobilize young people and the actors who can support them and collaborate with them to be leaders of SDG 7 and ensure that we're not just addressing the challenges that are ahead of us today, this year, but that we're really playing the long game and making sure that, above all else, we're able to future-proof our climate and our energy system for what everyone needs for both global equity and sustainability. So today, I'm so excited to be joined by an amazing panel who's going to help me unpack what it is that we can do and why it's so important that we do this work. So first of all, I would love to invite our panelists to introduce themselves and tell you a little bit about their background and why they're here today. We'll go ahead and start with Jordan.
Okay, thank you, Meredith, and good morning. Good morning where I am, maybe not the same for others. I am calling in from Canada. I am in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan on Treaty 6 territory. I'm actually from Treaty 10 territory in northern Saskatchewan, from a small remote community, small Métis community. My background, I am First Nations from Black Lake First Nation and also in northern Saskatchewan in Treaty 10 territory. And I guess my work connects very closely with student energy. I'm co-chair of 7Gen, so it's an Indigenous Youth Energy Council. And we have a few different programs which you will hear a little bit about today. And I'm also advisor to Vice President of the Métis Nation of Saskatchewan and a consultant for medicinal strategies. So I do a little bit of different work and mainly in the realm of environment and clean energy. So thank you, and I'm looking forward to the discussion today.
Wonderful, thank you, Jordan. Chibuna, would you like to introduce yourself?
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Chibuna Obuna. I'm joining from Hamburg, Germany today, and my work is focused on sustainable energy. I'm currently the co-founder at Kiru Energy, and I also work with Student Energy on the Global Youth Energy Outlook as the regional coordinator for Sub-Saharan Africa on the Global Youth Energy Outlook project. And I'm very pleased to be here because I'm also an IRENA youth. I was among the first young people to represent and to be at IRENA Youth Forum in 2020. And also I'm a European Development Days Young Leader and also currently a fellow at the International Sustainability Academy in Hamburg, Germany. I'm very pleased to be here because energy is really something that I'm very passionate about, and I've dedicated my career to working in this sector to improve it and to make the sustainable energy transition possible in Africa, and I'm very happy to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nadia.
Thank you so much, Meredith, and good morning and good evening to everyone. So as you said, my name is Nadia and I'm joining from Copenhagen, Denmark, and I'm really pleased to be here today. So I am a Danish youth delegate to UN for Climate and Environment, and this means that I'm representing the Danish youth at UN meetings such as COP26. And then in addition to that, I'm in the Danish Youth Climate Council, where I just started, and I've always been focusing a lot on energy in my work as a youth delegate. So I'm really pleased to be here today, and I'm looking so much forward to the debate. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Goche.
Thank you, Meredith. I am Gökçe Mete. I'm a research fellow at the Stockholm Environment Institute. I'm also head of secretariat of the Leadership Group for Industry Transition, an initiative launched under the UN Climate Action Team in 2019 to foster industrial decarbonization around the world. And we have a very close cooperation with Student Energy since the beginning of the initiative. I also lead research at SCI on oil and gas transition and just transition with a particular focus on the North Sea area.
Wonderful, thank you. And Deetlef will be joining us for an armchair discussion later, but maybe you'd like to introduce yourself now.
Thank you, Meredith, and hello everyone. My name is Deetlef Engel. I am joining from Denmark. I work for DNV, where we are 12,000 people working globally on tackling global transformations. Our purpose is to safeguard life, property, and the environment. I'm heading up our energy system division, where we are 4,000 people working on everything within the energy transition, and we have a lot to do. I would also say that my passion from this comes from 16 years ago, where I joined the renewable industry and really started to look at what the consequences are if we do not act fast enough on this agenda. So I'm very happy that the theme is action, because this is what is really required. And I'm also feeling very privileged to be part of a youth discussion. That doesn't happen that often. So thank you very much for that. And I say we need all the young people joining this forces. So really pleasure to be here.
Wonderful. Thank you. All right. So to get into the meat of it, we'll be focusing on a conversation with Goche, Jordan, Chibuna, and Nadia around how do we engage youth in really working to lead the energy transition, but also in how to make sure that they're well supported and have the tools that they need to make things happen. So my first question to each of you is, in your experience working on climate and energy solutions, what are examples of systems change that have stayed with you and motivated you to keep working on this challenge? What do you think that we can learn from these examples as a collective or at institutional levels as well? And whoever would like to go first, me.
So I would of course love to join. And sorry. So an example that I have experienced as a youth delegate in regards to the system change is that I experienced that we as young people are involved in a more structured way. And in addition to that, we are also often involved in a much earlier state. So an example of this is that when I started as a youth delegate, I experienced that far too often we as young people were invited like very last minute at a debate where we were only like supposed to say, like one word and something like that. And then currently I'm experiencing that I have the opportunity to be engaged in a much more structured way, and where we are also able to actually set the agenda and set the scene, just as Student Energy has today set the agenda and the scene. And for me, currently, I'm planning an event at COP26 where we're focusing on how to deploy even more renewable energy without hurting biodiversity, because that is a topic that I find interesting. And I think that it's so, amazing that young people can set the agenda themselves, and that they are also able to be involved in topics which are not only related to youth engagement, but young people are now also able to be involved in topics on green energy transition, stuff like that, where it's not only about young people. So I think that that is so amazing and so important, and something that I want to contribute to even more and be engaged in. Thank you.
Go for it.
Okay, I would like to go because I was raising my hand. So for me, my journey in the sustainable energy world started from my young days in the university. After graduating from high school, I knew that I did not want to work in an industry that will hurt the earth or hurt people. And the only option I saw that was very viable and also in my interest was in the sustainable energy industry. So I started developing myself, attending conferences, attending seminars and a lot of programs to gain more knowledge, because I was studying chemical engineering, which was a bit abstract from renewable energy. But I was so interested in renewable energy that I sometimes had to travel out of my state, my university, to attend these conferences. And this helped me to as I continue to learn more, I discovered that sustainable energy was very critical even to all the sectors, that every other sector revolves around the sustainable energy sector or the energy industry. In terms of food processing, in terms of agriculture, in terms of communication, we need energy to power all these sectors. And for any transformational change to happen, it has to start from the energy sector. And that's why I'm motivated to work in this sector, because once we can capture and transform the energy sector, then we can transform other sectors as well.
Fantastic. I think that's such a good call to action. Jordan, did you want to share?
Sure. Yeah, I think in terms of systems change and my experience, I started in this industry not, being too connected and having all of the answers for everything, and I still don't. But I think one of the most interesting pieces that allowed us and myself to really, do the work and be able to evolve in this industry was the opportunity to change the conversation around youth engagement. And so where that kind of started was actually at 7Gen, the initial 7Gen with student energy. And the much to like Nadia's point about, youth are only involved in certain sections of summits or parts of conversations, or, there's separate tables or designated seats. And I think that's one of the things that we really challenged was, why is it so? And what is the appropriate way moving forward to actually meaningfully involve people in these conversations? And I think this goes hand in hand, being an Indigenous woman, far too often those roles are tokenized. And so, post 7Gen and years after, and here we are, I was able to see some of that change happen, and a lot of that input that we were able to give in terms of what appropriate and effective engagement looks like. They were actually taken into account at a federal level, and it changed a lot of programs that reduce barriers for young people to get involved in the energy industry. So that was something that I was very proud to be a part of. And I think we're still seeing those changes, and organizations like Student Energy kind of help to make that happen. So that was a really exciting piece. And then I also sit on the board with Indigenous Clean Energy, and having opportunities like that where Indigenous organizations and Indigenous communities have the opportunity to really lead in the energy industry. That's all a part of systems change, right? At the foundation of systems lies, a colonial structure that was meant to oppress. And so making an equitable opportunity for people to change that's where real system change happens. Thank you.
Thanks. Goche, would you like to share as well?
Very happy to do so. For me, from my experience, especially in recent years, is that public-private partnership is really crucial for systems change. We have seen this within Leadership Group for Industrial Transition brings together private and public sector participants and leaders from around the world in heavy industries. And I mentioned that because this piece is really important for fostering innovation. And innovation is crucial for transition skills and making sure that the jobs that youth want are there. An example is from the Hybrid project. It's perhaps you've heard of it. It's now the famous green steel project in north of Sweden. Now this project is a true public-private cooperation. Has been made possible through great support from the Swedish government, through road mapping with Fossil Free Sweden, and of course private sector coming together from mining, from energy. So 3 companies putting their resources together. Now, I mentioned that because this was a region where nobody wanted to live. It's north of Sweden, cold and dark, and nobody wanted to work in old mining industry. But with innovation, with this green steel projects emerging in that part of Sweden, best engineers of Swedish universities, the recent graduates, everybody is applying for jobs. Suddenly, this old mining company became a great, innovative place to work. So now it's the time actually to foster this and take it forward with investing in skills, transition skills, and making sure that these jobs that young people want to work because they want to change the world and they want to make an impact. So we should think about that, how public-private partnership can ensure innovative employment.
And I think that's an amazing transition actually to our next point, because a lot of this is all about partnerships. I think often I feel that I have to correct the misunderstanding that, oh, youth are so motivated and they're out in the street, so they're going to solve this problem. And my favorite phrase lately is like, no, they're not going to solve it on their own. The youth don't got it on their own. They don't have the money or the know-how around how to make all this happen. And so how do we focus on those partnerships that allow for the ambition of this generation to tackle our energy challenges, to actually work together with those who have been in the industry for 30 years, who do have the resources and know how policy, government, industry work to make these partnerships happen and make these solutions a reality. So I'd love to focus on that next. What are, let's dive first into what do you think maybe the biggest barrier is in terms of being able to reach the ambition that young people have for the energy transition? Clearly, each of you working between Nadia's work at the UN and Shibuna as an entrepreneur, Jordan working on community engagement and entrepreneurship. You know, each of you have a lot of experience within this, but each of you have faced different challenges. So what would be, you know, a core challenge that you see standing between where you think we can go and how you've recognized the importance of energy in your own life and in your own future? So where are those barriers? And then let's dive into what could we do about them. Jordan, do you want to go first?
Sure. So some of those barriers, and I think you highlighted it perfectly, Meredith. I think it comes down to accessibility to funds, accessible funds for to make this work happen, and then the appropriate mentorship. So building capacity to be able to execute whatever those ambitious goals may be. Right. And so that's what we're doing with 7Gen. We've just launched a new program called Imagination. And so it's providing 10 youth the opportunity to build an energy project. And then they're awarded $10,000 to start. And so what we wanted to do was, you know, really reduce all the barriers we could with funding, but then partner them with mentors, right? People that have been in the game, people that understand how to project manage, how to develop projects, and how to execute them successfully. And I think, you know, through this is just another way that youth organizations can now prove that, you know, the want and the need is there to have youth involvement in the energy sector. And yeah, we're excited for the outcome. But I think, yeah, the biggest things is being able to access funds, to have that trust and that rapport with public, private, and government and business sectors to trust us to be able to, you know, spread our wings and be able to do those projects effectively.
That's a great piece. And Gautier, I'm wondering if you might be able to comment on, in the partnership that you mentioned or others, where do you see people able to build that trust and build those relationships across silos they may not have worked with before?
You know, as I mentioned, we did have a cooperation, or we have an ongoing cooperation with Student Energy. And one of the things was that we wrote a report last year, and we did interviews across student energy regions. And one thing we have identified was that, you know, youth are not involved in the policy making. So they are not involved in the decision making by any means in the energy sector. So I have this wild idea that, you know, some of you might be familiar with environmental impact assessments. So maybe we need to do youth impact assessment before the government says yes or gives licenses to mega projects like nuclear or other projects or oil and gas licensing. Maybe we need to get an approval from youth on whether this will create jobs for them. So that's my wild idea. But what I wanted to also say that in sort of public-private partnership, or let's say partnership sense, what we are doing is that I'm also co-founder of Women in Green Hydrogen Network. So within that network, it really started with 6 women thinking that there's not enough women in the green hydrogen, you know, public platforms. And from that, we became this huge network. Within 1 week, we were 500 women. But then we thought this is not enough. We have to do something about youth. So we started a mentorship program so that, you know, young people can also learn from you know, mid or senior level females. And then what I also noticed, I just came back from South Korea. I was there for some engagements, but I've noticed that there's a lack of sort of climate, let's say, awareness in some countries still. So we still need to tackle the education challenge, right? So that youth can ask and demand to be part of the policy action. So I suppose then my call is for the UN to be more active in transforming our, you know, high school, middle school, from the start, our education, so that we can prepare and we can have more actors like yours all around the world. And they'll be the future of our society. So I'll stop there.
Absolutely. And Nadia, maybe you can comment on that as well. I know you're very involved in the policy space. I love this idea of a youth impact assessment, wondering what you think. And you did get engaged quite young. What difference do you think that made?
Yeah, so that has of course been amazing, and for me, I have been really privileged to be, able to be engaged. And I think that beside the fact that that is of course amazing for me and for a lot of other young privileged people that they have had the opportunity to be engaged, but as you also mentioned earlier, there is really barriers for young people to be engaged, and I really agree with what Jordan said earlier. And I think, and she talked about like the impact of funding, and I think it's so important to mention that, because if we want more young people to be engaged and to get the same opportunities as I've had, then we need to break down those economic barriers, because it is expensive to travel to clean energy ministerials, to COP26 or something like that. And when we have this economic barrier, then only privileged young people who have the Danish government to pay for their travel expenses, or has other governments to enable them to be that. And I think it is of course amazing that we are involved, but there's so many young people who's maybe not studying at university and who's maybe not from northern countries, who is not involved. And I think that we need to pay a specific focus on them, because I really see that we are not engaging that many young people from VT backgrounds and non-university backgrounds. And these kind of young people are so important in the green energy transition, because we need wind technicians, and we need so many people to work on energy efficiency where they don't have to have a university background. And those young people, they are needed, and they often don't have the access to the funding. So that is why it is important. And then, a second theme that I think is so important for young people to be engaged in these partnerships and to be engaged in policymaking is that they have to understand the language which are spoken. And a lot of us are not English speakers, so it can be difficult to, understand all the technical language. And of course, energy transition and hydrogen and energy system, there is just a lot of difficult words. But far too often, I see that we are using abbreviations so often, like UNFCCC, COP26 and stuff like that. And there is a language barrier for young people who are not native speakers and who are not grown up with these abbreviations. So I really would love to see that we kind of change the language. And I think that student energy is amazing in speaking a language which is understandable for people. But I think that a lot of people within the UN need to think one more time and to just think, is there a common word that I can use instead of this really fancy word? And if we are able to speak in a language which is understandable, then I think that it will be possible for more young people to be engaged in the policy-making process.
Absolutely, that's a great point. It's not just about English being the dominant language, it's also about the 2.0 of how do you understand all of these different terms and acronyms that are foreign to anybody, regardless of their first language. Amazing. Chibuna, do you want to comment on this, especially from your background as a young entrepreneur?
Yes, I'm very happy to comment on this, and thank you, Nadia, for all the points you highlighted, especially on the communication and education of young people, especially those ones who do not have, who must not have a university degree in order to participate in the energy transition. From my own background as an entrepreneur, I'm very privileged to have been able to identify what I really wanted to do from an early time. And that is something that most young people are lacking. A lot of young people, even back home in Nigeria, are still, most of them are studying degrees that they are not passionate about or have idea of what they will use the degree to do when they graduate. So being able to identify exactly where to work or where to play a role or which industry to play a role is something that is critical. And I think Student Energy is doing a great job in helping young people to understand how they can participate in the energy transition. And also access to opportunities is something, again, that I'm also privileged to have come across as an entrepreneur myself. Being able to have access to very high-level networks, it has really helped me to be where I am today. And it's something that young people are lacking. A lot of people lack access to these opportunities. And because opportunities don't just exist, they don't just come to you on your to you by just like that. They have to come through networks. And having access to networks like Student Energy Arena Youth, and all these other youth platforms is really, really important for young people in order for them to even have access to information about the climate, access to information about the industry terms that Nadia talked about, and also how they can play a role in the policy making. And the Global Energy Outlook project was a very significant milestone in bridging this gap between young people, the industry, policymakers, private sector, NGOs, and civil society. And I'm very happy and very proud of the work we did at the Global Energy Outlook last year. And yeah, those are some of the barriers that I've experienced as an entrepreneur: lack of access to opportunities and lack of access to networks that are very beneficial. So if we can do more to help young people to access networks that will be beneficial to them, especially in entrepreneurship. A lot of young people have ideas, but how to execute these ideas is really the issue, and they need mentorship, they need funding as well. And most energy projects, okay, for me, myself, I started Lighting Up Nigeria initiative last year as a result of the COVID-19. My company decided to install solar panels for healthcare facilities, local healthcare facilities, so that they can have access to energy for storage of vaccine and to light up the healthcare during at night. But the funding was not available to do so. We had to contribute personal funds, and still it was not enough because solar assets are very, very expensive here in Nigeria. So that's why young people need access to not just funding, but how to utilize these funds to execute this project. And also technical support partnerships are very, very important. And as well as the right knowledge about entrepreneurship, because you can go into entrepreneurship without understanding exactly how to attract the customers, establish a business case, and create a product that users will use and users will buy. So it is very important that beyond just having brilliant ideas, young people need to learn how to create business cases that will really sell. So that is also an area where I think the UN and other organizations can come to support young people to get access to entrepreneurship accelerators and also funding opportunities to grow their knowledge and also fund their projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we'll be moving on to the last round of questions for this this portion of the session, and then we'll be moving on to our conversation with Ditlev as well. So just in a final opening for this, one key thing that seems to be arising for each of you is the idea of it's more than one factor. It's not just funding, it's not just mentorship, it's about being able to find this package idea. But I know that, and as we look forward to COP26 and other events, there is a lot of chat around what does it mean to have meaningful youth engagement, and what does it mean to be tokenistic about how we engage the next generation. And so I would love for each of you to comment on, what do you see as meaningful engagement? And also, why is it important to be able to offer all of these supports at once rather than just, one speaking opportunity here, one mentor conversation there? What does it mean to really accelerate the process and allow for young people to get what they need? And what do you think we could do if we were able to make those systems happen faster? Maybe we'll start with Nadia first this time.
Thank you so much for the good question, and so long, I could speak for hours on that one. But I think that there is so many problems with tokenism, and far too often I also myself experience that, you're invited to an event, say like, 1 or 2 sentences, and then, policymakers would, tick the box with like youth involvement. And youth involvement is not just, giving young people, a few minutes to say something. Youth involvement is also, what happens between those meetings. And for example, in regards to COP26, maybe you're inviting young people to COP26, but COP is only once a year. What about the rest of the time? And then you get to discuss what has already been made, but young people should also have an influence in what are we discussing. And in regards to setting the scene. So I think that that is really important. And then also, we all know that talking is not enough. We need to walk the talk. And I also think that we need to, enable young people to actually walk the talk in collaboration with older generations and together with companies and stuff like that. And that is also why I think that it's so important that, student energy is, focusing on funding and, focusing on, enabling young people and giving them the tools to actually walk the talk, because we all know that we are at a point where talk is not needed anymore. It doesn't help that young people are now talking, because talk is not enough. We need to act, and we need to act all. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Jordan?
Yeah, I think I mentioned this at the beginning, but the tokenization of people in the industry is huge, and I'm in Canada, and I see this at a few different levels, from being a woman, being Indigenous, and being a young person, and I think there is a transition starting, though. I think people are starting to see the value in that, and I think that there are more opportunities kind of being built to have people in those positions in an equitable manner, and not with the expectation that all of that experience and whatnot is going to be there. So I think especially somebody mentioned this at the beginning when we were talking about engaging youth, right? It's providing spaces, but also the ability to grow and learn and really take up that space in a good way. And I think I just wanted to touch on a little bit as well, kind of the systemic change, the question of systemic change, and the idea of how we can see some of the bigger changes globally. And I think really it has a lot to do with the foundation of those systems and how they were built, and being able to look at how are we changing that, right? I think, I come from northern Saskatchewan, where uranium mining is the biggest thing. And, globally, it's one of the energy leaders in the world. But then I come from a community where, there's poverty, the mental health, suicide rates are incredible. So it goes right down to a social level where, people are suffering, and resource extraction is very real, and people barely see the benefits of that. And, in the language of economics and, just the world in general, that equates to money. And we see very little of that in communities. And, when you talk about things like treaty, I spoke about, I'm from Treaty 10 territory. A part of treaty is the understanding that, we are mutually responsible for our future together. And, those those treaties are not being upheld. And there's people that are living in very unequal, inequitable positions throughout the world. And I think, when we transition from the idea that, interest in energy projects goes to those with money and goes to those with influence, then we can start seeing real change in the energy industry. But right now, where that focus and where, attention and the funding for a lot of those projects goes to is based on capitalist structures that governments and organizations are able to continue to perpetuate in our society. And I think that needs to change. It's the foundation of these systems. So yes, thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. And I think, that's an amazing point as well, because Indigenous communities have been, leading on sustainability since time immemorial. And there is so much to learn. And at the same time, COP, the Paris Agreement, this is not the first time people have signed very important documents about how we're going to treat each other and treat the planet. And so what can we learn from the processes, and how do we improve upon what has been happened in the past, and not make the same mistakes, or not repeat colonialism or other things that we know have had such detrimental impacts at the community level. So I think that's a crucial thing to bring up. Goche, would you like to comment any further on the panel here?
Yeah, sure. I once again have not a very wild idea it's being used, but I think we need to see more youth in parliaments, and also sort of other decision makings within regional decision making bodies. So, you know, the data is quite clear, like majority of MPs. So I guess in a report in 2020, the global proportion of MPs under the age of 30 was 2.6. So that's still quite a low number. So for impact also on energy and other decision making related to climate and sustainability, we need to see a proliferation of these quotas in the parliament's reserved seats. Some countries have them, but not a lot, and they're not in place for a long time. So that is my suggestion.
I love the practicality of getting right to the brass tacks around how do we look at Parliament. I think that's fantastic. And Shibuna, any final comments to share?
Okay, thank you very much, Meredith. On the issues of tokenization of youth in platforms and engagements, especially, for example, with COP26 coming up fast by November, I believe that it shouldn't be just a ceremonial event, you know, that marks COP26 to COP27, where we come together and make promises to each other and sign agreements and then go back without implementing them. I believe that COP26 should actually be a time that we come together for collective action, for unity. The climate change issues should be something that brings us together rather than what separates us. And though there are various opinions and perspectives on the science behind climate, on how it affects people, on how it affects the environment, and how it affects the economy, we need to use that platform as a way to come together and have a balanced agreement on what to do. So the question now is, how do we take action? It's not just every time coming together at COP26 and spending so much money, coming for a lot of discussions without having concrete action plans. And even with action plans, we need to get involved to taking those actions. And young people are very much available, not just to be at the seats, not just to be observers. We want to be in the game. We want to be in the game. So my last point would be that young people should really take the bold step to start initiatives on their own, even if they don't have any support from their governments, or they don't find support at the initial stage. With perseverance, with tenacity, they can, you know, make a difference, and they'll become noticed. And also through that exposure, I'm sure they will get the support they need. So I just want to say thank you very much for the opportunity to share all these thoughts. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you all for joining. I think I know young people, student energy included, are having a really challenging time accessing the COP26 space between passes, the particularly exorbitant costs of Glasgow as compared to other COPs. You know, all other barriers aside, and I think it's so important to think about, you know, what does it take really to have an inclusive, not just conversation, but as you mentioned, action plan. And I think each of you have been really inspiring to me personally today, and I've had the pleasure of getting to work with many of you over the course of the years around everything from how do we honor Indigenous values and teachings, as well as empower communities to really be part of the energy transition and benefit from the energy transition. Through Nadia, your points on, you know, education isn't going to look like what it looked like in the past, and how many roles there are for people to play, and how important it is to recognize their value. To Bruna, all of your thoughts on both the Global Youth Energy Outlook, which I'll dive into with D-Love in a second, and what it takes to make the plan. I love that point on it's not just about coming together and talking, it's about making a plan and getting this off the ground. And what does that take, and how do we keep people together? And go share your experience around what does public-private partnership look like? How do we build this into the systems that exist and make sure that people are held accountable for all of these ideas and how we make it go forward? So thank you to each of you for joining. I'm going to move over now to our armchair discussion with D-Love. And we'll be diving in a little further. But to add some context here, I think one thing that I've learned over the course of my 6 years of trying to do this work and elevate youth in this space is that you need champions. You need people who know how the system works, who are ready to stand up and say, yes, this is important. And I think D-Love really embodies that for student energy. And that, it was a few years ago that our director of partnerships, Helen Watts, had this idea that there was a really big data gap in terms of what is it that young people want from the energy transition, and how do we work with them to make that happen. And D-Love heard this story and stood up and said, yeah, I'm going to work with you and I'm going to help to make this happen. And so, we've been so thankful for that support. But would love to open up the floor to you now, maybe to react first to what you heard during the panel discussion. And our panelists can feel free to stay on camera or may leave as well if you would like. But D-Love, maybe if you could provide some reactions as to what you heard, and potentially particularly on this idea of a youth impact assessment, given your experience with making large energy projects happen.
Thank you, Meredith, and thank you for having me today, and very inspiring to listen to the conversation you just had. I think the first thing we need to agree on, and that has not just to do with youth, that's for all of us, that we are in a very serious situation, and that what it in essence is about, it's cutting emissions. So, and that's why we need to walk with a strategy on two legs. We, on one hand, have to scale up a lot of new things, and we have to scale down a lot of existing things. And the key issue here is really to cut carbon. That is, in essence, the most important thing when you look in the IPCC and into the climate report. So my first message is really to say, when we talk about energy, we have to remember that it is a transition that we have to tackle, and we have to scale up stuff, and we have to scale down stuff. The key issue really, I think, here is to understand how do we bring that not just on the long term, and you're going into COP26 now. Many countries have zero emission pledges for 2050. But when we look at it, the reality, at least from a DNV perspective, we do not see that at all happening. And the only way that this is going to happen is to insist on plans where you can see year by year how you bring it down. Long-term words won't get us there. Only action, and that's why I said in the opening, action day, and I should maybe say energy action days, weeks, month, years is what this requires. It will require a lot of hard work. It will require a lot of determination, and making probably one of the largest transitions in the world is something that embodies everybody, including the youth and including the old ones for that matter, includes everyone. So I think to have this common understanding is really, really important. And I would like to say that from the conversation you had, don't underestimate what you can do as youth. You have, let's say, the world and the time in front of you. You have tools and understanding of many things that you can put to use, and you should put to use. And therefore, I think that is really what you have to focus on. But you can't solve it all. So I think it's very important for the action you take going forward is to set the right priorities, because it is impossible to solve all of it. It needs to make sure of what are the key essence that we, as the youngsters, can focus on, where we can make a difference. And therefore, I would say, it's really to come up with, there is all the interesting stuff that we would like to scale up, but there is also a very big need to understand what do we support to scale down, because cutting carbon is in essence what it's about, and time is so precious here. We have very, very little time. So I think the urgency is really important as well. And you have a huge voice. So use it would be my advice. I remember 2 years ago at the UN, the Secretary General, there was a panel discussion in New York, and he said, you know, that the youth needs to be even more. And I think he said something like more sort of rebellious in terms of what needs to happen for people to listen and understand the urgency of this. And I think here it's very important to make sure that really that urgency is felt everywhere.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's an excellent point to really focus on this urgency and on making these net zero commitments and targets real, and how do young people do that. Picking up on that point, currently the Global Youth Energy Outlook, which is just in its final stages, has reached over 40,000 young people. But the disconcerting piece of that is that over 50% say that they've never been asked their opinion on the future of energy and climate. And even fewer, and that's by anyone, probably about 20-25% have been asked their opinion by government. What do you think is important about engaging youth and on making sure that youth are kind of built into how things are happening? Because from our perspective, young people can be very loud, but it also can be discouraging if it feels like nothing is moving forward from that. So what did motivate you to get involved in this work? And why do you think it's important to continue engaging young people in these conversations?
So let me say two things. So first, I am not a scientist, but when I 16 years ago started to listen to the scientists, it dawned on me that this is something that needs to be taken serious in a complete different way that's being done at the moment. And so, unfortunately, I would have to say, looking at all the things that have happened over the last 16 years, the scientists have been very right, unfortunately, in what they have projecting. So I think also that the evidence, unfortunately, is pretty clear that we really have a serious issue at hand. So I think this is not, I think it's being recognized and is also mentioned in the IPCC report. Now, one of the reasons why, as you mentioned in introduction 2 years ago, actually at the same UN meeting when I listened to the presentation from Helen from Student Energy on the first time, my view is that we need to get everybody involved. And as I said, you have, I think 80% of all Fortune 500 companies were founded by people below 25. So all the largest corporations in the world are funded by young people who had a passion, who had an idea, who had something, whatever it was, that they wanted to do. And I don't have any illusions that everybody will be the new founder of Microsoft. But I have also no idea that the best solutions comes when you bring people together from all different perspectives and backgrounds. So this is why it's so important to find the new solutions of how to solve this carbon cutting challenge, of really understanding that everything that is being done, does it contribute to that or not? And how fast does it contribute to it? So bringing young people together, working in their sciences communities, in their universities, or wherever they are at the moment, trying to reach out and find networks of things that you can do that actually has a direct impact. Not just on the policy that you mentioned, but actually on action, because this is what we need more than anything. Actionable points that can be used. And I'm sure that when you talk about the access to capital, that right now, I can tell you in my daily work, it is money chasing good projects. If you have a good project, if you have a good idea, money is no longer the obstacle. The problem actually is there are too few good projects for money to invest in. So if you have the right idea, if you have even a crazy idea, my view, and we'll be happy if we can do anything in DNV to support that, to get the right connections to people who provide the funds. So I would say, if you can, through Student Energy, just thinking loud here, create more connection with the capital that is available for deploying into scaling new ideas that will contribute to this agenda, I think that will be very, very important and something that that can really help drive this. Because, and I think this is important, at least you see the world sort of from where you are standing and also from an age perspective. And the digitalization of the world is absolutely critical to meet this challenge. And I have to say, and I'm fully aware of that, there are young people who understand the possibilities in digitalization much better than I do. So bringing the young people in with their ideas and perspective of how to use digitalization in solving some of these challenges, I think just is one area of where this can be done. And there I would just like to say again, please remember, it's about scaling up, but it's also about finding solutions of how to scale down. Both of them are actually very important of making sure of carbon avoidance and carbon cutting.
And I think those are crucial points. I think to dig in a little bit further and going a little bit off script, apologies, but
no problem.
You know, we hear this all the time that, you know, venture capital into clean energy is huge. You know, climate is everything. Everybody's spending money on ESG. And then young people are incredibly motivated to make those things happen. But at the end of the day, often from my perspective, it's the validation element that is missing. It's, can we trust young people to join our team and be effective? Or should we hire somebody without a master's degree? Or, you know, oh, that's $20,000. That might be a lot of money for a young person to manage, even though from your perspective, $20,000 probably seems like a very small amount of money. How do we go about bridging this divide and building that level of trust to say, look, there's this generation of people who are super motivated. They're ready to go. We just need to work with them. And where do we go to start to bridge that divide and build that trust and form real partnerships on deployment of these projects?
It's very difficult to start up new companies and go through that process, absolutely certain. But I think it's also important to say that the interest of this agenda is just increasing. So it's also about timing. And I would say the timing from going forward, I think this agenda will only increase. And then at least my experience is that when people are looking into this, they look as much into the people as they look into the idea. So we are having a DNV, we are running competition with young people, which we call start-ins, where we get some of our young people in DNV to compete for ideas that we then fund for scaling for new projects, both for us to be better as a company, but also making sure that we try to get our own young colleagues to make this happen. And so this is just one example. And I'm sure that there are many big companies that will be looking into that. So what you're always looking for is the passion in people's eyes, that they really, you know, will go through everything to try to make it happen. And secondly, obviously that the idea has some merit to it and that you're ready to pivot. And that's why I think, you know, bringing ideas together and having some concept of how this could be done is critically important. And then finding the right connections. And I would say, at least I'm involved in, and if we can connect any of you to somebody, we'll be happy to do so, because there are a lot of money available for scaling these ideas. And I think that's really where it has to be, where it has to happen, because we need to find new solutions in making this happen. And I think that's so critically important for the success of this. But it has to start with the urgency, and it has to look at how does it address the problem. We have wind, we have solar. What are the new things that you could do about thinking around this to cut carbon? Because in essence, this is really what it is. And don't underestimate at the moment that more and more companies now are seeing that they need to disclose their carbon footprint. So for instance, ideas of how do you do that in a smart way to make sure that people understand how to work on bringing down the carbon footprint, because that is really what we need to see happening.
Absolutely. And I think that's a great point. We know also from our research and others that, you know, 75% of climate engaged youth are looking for their next opportunity to get engaged apart from political involvement. So the political involvement has been really important. It has obviously moved the conversation, but they are looking for their next challenge. And I think from my perspective, one thing that young people are really good at is identifying the challenges around them, because the challenges you face in Denmark and the challenges Tribuna faces in Nigeria are completely different. But young people are often great at taking hold of that technology and then translating that to their local context, whatever that may be. But from your perspective, if you were a young person trying to decide what to do next, where do you think you would look in terms of these challenges?
So I think, the very important thing here is that this is not just an energy transition, this is also an industry revolution. So this will, and we have had industry revolutions in the past as well, and I think this will be the next one. So obviously the job element is extremely important. So I think I will answer your question from two perspectives. First and foremost, when it comes to the impact from climate change, wherever we are on the planet, cutting down carbon emissions is absolutely critical and probably the biggest and most important topic, even despite the fact that we have COVID-19 to address at the same time. So anything that you can find ways of working towards reduction of carbon is absolutely critical, and you can do that in many different ways on a global scale. Obviously, I fully agree with you, whether you are in North Europe or whether you are in the US or in Africa, wherever you are, the challenges are different. But the need for finding a way forward is there. So just to give you an example, one of the problems that people tend to forget is that if it doesn't scale enough, and at least my experience, for instance, working in Africa, has nothing to do with the fact of whether there's not enough sun or enough wind. It's about that there is regulatory uncertainty in providing the necessary capital. So the UN is working on some of these aspects, I know, and that is to say, could we create another business model? Because the current business model doesn't make it, so we need to develop a new business model. And one of the things this transformation needs the most are new business models. So we keep talking about the technology, but quite honestly, I'm very technology optimistic, but I'm somewhat more regulatory pessimistic. And therefore, finding new business models can be as important going forward in a smart way that this can be done, so it can hang together from a scaling perspective. So that is something to be very mindful of when we think about innovation, that innovation and business model is as important.
Wonderful. Thank you for that comment. And I think that is a crucial piece around where is there room for innovation and how can we leverage young people globally as deployers. And so thank you for all of your comments, Dilev, and to the entire panel for joining us here today. We do have to wrap up. And one thing I'll mention is Student Energy is working to launch the solutions movement. We're very lucky to have Denmark as a lead partner and supporter of this movement, as well as the collaboration of UN Energy and others. It's a crucial time to be providing both this type of insight to young people, be leveraging their research, and also be sure to provide those wraparound supports of mentorship, capacity building, and funding. And that's exactly what we're working to do in collaboration with young people from over 120 different countries. And so if you would like to get involved, I highly encourage you to get in touch. We're very much pushing this forward on the road to COP26 to try to launch 10,000 youth energy projects this decade to do exactly what the folks on this panel were talking about: engage communities, make sure that young people are able to build their skills, and then also ensure that we are getting enough innovators out into the world, not just as entrepreneurs, but also within companies, and have enough people really exploring those different business models, regulatory opportunities. And my final call to action for all of you would be to say, if you're a young person, please reach out, please get engaged. There's definitely space for you, whatever you want to do within this transition. If you happen to be a more established professional, maybe we can take a note from Goche's book and audit your day-to-day. Do you work with young people? How much time are you spending on mentorship? Do you know young people in this space, or people who are from outside of your country or typical group? This level of collaboration does need to increase, but it needs to increase, as Tribuna mentioned, with a plan. And so we'd love to encourage all of you to think about that and reach out if you're interested in creating a plan. So With that, we will sign off. Thank you all for joining. Thank you to the organizers of Energy Action Day. This is such a crucial time to really put the emphasis on action throughout the year and throughout the decade. Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. All the best. Bye.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining us in this session on upscaling renewable energy with a special focus on offshore wind and green hydrogen. My name is Elizabeth Press, and I'm the Director of Planning and Program Support at IRENA. It is my immense pleasure to welcome you here. I know that some of you watched the Energy Day for the last few sessions, and I hope you enjoyed it. I promise you a very exciting conversation in this particular session. And also we're going to be making some interesting announcements that you might wish to wait for in the short time. So now, we're going to talk about renewables, obviously, and when people talk about renewables, we always think about electricity, and we always think about how much has happened in the last 10 years, in the last decade. And what we're going to do today, we're going to move ourselves outside of that frame. So one, we're going to have the speakers who actually have been deeply engaged in these issues for a long time and have a great experience and can give us insights on what they see, where we are going, but also stretch the boundaries on it all and see how we can move beyond electricity and really start tackling the end use, the sectors that like transport, like buildings, like industry, like shipping, which are really the next frontier in the decarbonization agenda. So, I was reading the biographies of our speakers, and I was really stunned to see that many of them have been in this sector for like 20 years. And to full disclosure, I started working in renewables 10 years ago, and I thought I was a pioneer. And so I really am humbled to have this incredible asset with us today. And I will introduce them in order of speaking, and I will start with Mr. Ben Backwell, who is a very good friend of our institution as well and a close collaborator for quite a few years now. He is the Chief Executive Officer of the Global Wind Energy Council and has been working in the sector for a very long time in different functions. And that his strengths are really to work with renewable energy companies on strategy, financial, and corporate aspects from all angles. So we have Mr. Alvaro Martinez Palacios, who is a director of global offshore business of Iberdrola. Again, a great expert on wind, and he has worked on these issues before it was popular. Now everybody is getting very excited about offshore wind, but Alvaro has been working on this and like 2007 or something, a very, very long time. So Alvaro is in charge of the global offshore wind business in Iberdrola, leading the growth strategy and looking to maximize asset profitability. So we will be very keen to hear how do you advance this clean agenda and make money in the process. We have with us Johanna Christensen, who is coming from a little bit of a different angle. She is the Chief Executive Officer of the Global Maritime Forum. And she did it as an international non-for-profit organization committed to shaping the future of global seaborne trade to include sustainable long-term economic development and human well-being. And Johanna will bring this interesting angle from the sectoral perspective and share with us some of the developments in that space. We also have Dr. Jürgen Sattler with us. He will be a few minutes late, as all of us. We have these back-to-back meetings, and he's just running a little bit late. He is the Director General for International Development Policy in the German Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. He also covers issues related to 2030 agenda, climate and ministry, and has a long experience with the World Bank, IMF, WTO, and other international entities. So we will also have a couple of video messages, including from the Chilean minister and the CEO of the Chief Executive Officer of SNAM, but I will talk about that later on. So let me just go straight into this discussion and ask Ben. Ben, I will ask all of you the same question, really. So looking ahead, like just 2 years, we often talk about 2050, but let us kind of shrink it down to 2 years. What will have been the most consequential impact of your current strategy, of your current focus in your agenda? Ben.
Well, thanks very much, Elizabeth, and good afternoon to everyone. I mean, I think we have to start with COP26 and really establishing the Paris compliant nationally determined contributions, and really kind of establishing a global kind of baseline for where countries are heading. And if COP goes the way that it needs to, and the world kind of expects it to, I think that establishes a kind of a new baseline, which is then establishes kind of how do we do this. And as you've seen, I mean, the IRENA World Energy Transitions Outlook and also the IEA Net Zero report, both of them establish that there needs to be an extremely rapid scale up of renewables, both to replace existing power generation capacity from fossil, but also something like a doubling of electricity production to meet new demand through electrification as well. And that needs to ramp up very, very quickly. So, I mean, we would like to see a situation where really for the next 2 or 3 years, policy environments kind of ramp up to that new scenario, and are very much based around making progress by 2030 and not by 2050. Now, for us, that implies something like a 3 to 4 times increase in annual additions by the wind industry every year, in order to get to this kind of 8 terawatts of power that the reports anticipate. There's huge challenges ahead to do that, not least from planning regimes, lack of grid, market design, and all these things. But we're quite confident that we can do this as more countries adopt wind and newer technologies like offshore wind and floating offshore start to globalize and scale up exponentially. And I wanted to mention as an example the Offshore Wind Energy Compact, which has been signed by IRENA and the Global Wind Energy Council and was submitted to the UN High-Level Dialogue on Energy. And that sets out targets to scale up offshore wind from the current 35 gigawatts to something like 380 gigawatts by 2030, and then to 2,000 gigawatts by 2050. And we think this is doable, but we would certainly expect over the next 2 years to see the kind of frameworks and the ambitions really set out more clearly. So I think, for us, it's kind of establishing the baseline and saying, okay, this is the task ahead of us, getting everyone on the same page, and then saying, let's go for this. So I think I'll just end there, but I think it's about establishing the challenge and everyone being on the same page about the challenge, first of all.
Yeah, thank you, Ben. And then this is like a perfect setting to get Alvaro into this conversation, because Alvaro, this is what your daily bread. I mean, you actually have to do what we're talking about. So can you reflect on what is it that you're going to be doing in the next couple of years to bring this to fruition?
Yeah, thank you very much, Elizabeth. Hello, everyone. So I think just to put into background what has happened in the last years in the energy and renewable sector has been amazing. Yeah. So we have been consolidating efficient renewables technology as alternative to traditional generation, and wind and solar have experienced a huge technological development with a dramatic increase in efficiency, reducing the levelized cost of energy. So in the last years, what we have seen is that these technologies have moved from markets with relatively high feed-in tariff schemes, and they are now moving towards zero subsidy regimes, which with most of the capacity being awarded through competitive auctions. That's showing how competitive these technologies are becoming. Yeah? And talking specifically about offshore wind, it has stepped as one of the most efficient technologies and has become instrumental to many countries, for example, to UK, Germany, and other countries to achieve the renewables objectives. So in terms of what we are doing in Iberdrola and we are doing in the next years, we have set a quite ambitious strategic plan. So our plan is to double our installed capacity in renewables in the next 5 years. So we are moving from 30 gigawatts to 60 gigawatts. And we are planning to end up 2030 with more than 90 gigawatts. So it's a quite ambitious plan that we are delivering. And in the next 2 years, we will start delivering the first part of this plan and setting the basis to complete the plan beyond 2025 towards 2030. So specifically, things that we'll see in the next years and what is quite recent, we are going to build the first large-scale commercial offshore wind farm in the States, which is Vineyard Wind. It's a huge milestone for the US market in offshore wind, which is going to be where we are going to have a huge potential of development. We are going to build our first hydrogen plant, 20 megawatts in Spain. And of course, we are going to consolidate a huge pipeline in offshore wind to deliver our targets. So plenty of things going and many things happening in the next 2 years in Iberdrola and in the offshore business.
Yeah, wonderful. So I'm going to go to Johanna, but I just want to place a question for both of you. So both of you talked about how many gigawatts. I mean, Ben set the target for 2030 and Alvaro spoke about what they're doing. But for some, I mean, for gigawatts really don't speak anything to people who are not experts on technology. So can you think about how we can contextualize it a little bit more? What it means in practical terms? You know, what is the gigawatt and how we translate to people who don't understand what it means? And second thing, which was also me until recently, and the second thing, if you can reflect a little bit of what. How can we actually make this a global endeavor rather than just limited to few pockets of countries that we see progressive right now? So Johanna, let me go to you because you come from the sectoral perspective, which is a totally different way of looking at these things because for you it's a super big challenge. So can you reflect on what is it that you're seeing in transport, but also in the broader end use?
Yeah, sure. And maybe I can give a tiny little bit of background on shipping and why it matters in this context. So I come from the Global Maritime Forum, and so that's obviously my angle is on the shipping sector primarily. And shipping for a long time as a sector was seen as a dirty and hard to abate sector. But I think that over the past few years, that's beginning to change, and that's for good reason. So in 2018, the international regulatory body for the shipping sector, the IMO, adopted its initial greenhouse gas strategy. And that sets a target for the reductions of the absolute reduction of emissions from shipping at about 50% by 2050. And of course, compared to other sectors, and especially to the discussions leading up to COP26, that might not sound very ambitious, but at the time it was really a game changer. In 2019, almost 2 years ago to the date, we worked with a group of leading companies from across the maritime value chain to launch something called the Getting to Zero Coalition. It's an industry-led global alliance that we founded together with the World Economic Forum, who are a partner on today's session, and Friends of Ocean Action. And the ambition of the Getting to Zero Coalition is to have zero-emission vessels operating on the deep seas by 2030. And for zero-emission ships to be the dominant competitive choice within this decade, so by 2030. So so what does that mean for renewable energy and for this discussion here today? Well, this will obviously require the deployment of a significant number of ships capable of running on zero emission fuels. And earlier in this year, we had a study done, an analysis that suggested that zero emission fuels need to make up about 5% of international shipping fuel mix by 2030 to enable a decarbonization in line with the Paris goals. To achieve this 5% goal, and I'm going to give you a few numbers, but that's just to get to that end conclusion. We would need to replace about 60 million tons of the marine fuel oil that is used today with hydrogen-derived fuels. And so in most studies for shipping, ammonia comes out as the most cost-competitive hydrogen-based fuel. But sustainable biofuels and synthetic methanol and other fuels could potentially make up a part of that mix, but the vast majority would likely be a hydrogen-derived fuel. So assuming this hydrogen-based fuel is ammonia, to produce this would require roughly 60 gigawatts of green hydrogen electrolyzer capacity. And so in the context of the sorts of numbers that Ben was throwing around, and to some degrees Alvaro as well, that might not be that much, but it's still quite a bit. And when one then looks at what is needed in the following decade, we need substantially more. And that's just to power shipping, right? So I guess for me, one of the questions here today is, or maybe a challenge, is whether it will be possible to supply enough hydrogen-derived fuels for international shipping to enable first that 5%, but then the 20, 30, 40, and up to 100% that we need over the coming decades.
Yeah, thanks, Johanna. And actually, the numbers are a little bit scary as well. So if I can just pose a question for you to when we come to second round, do you think that you have the ingredients to actually make this happen? Do you think there's enough companies and enough momentum in countries to actually make this happen in time for 2030? And if not, what can we do to make it bigger and better? So let me go back to Ben. Ben, 350, 2030, what does this mean?
Yeah, so, I mean, in terms of kind of, trying to make this a little bit more kind of real and down to earth. So if you look at where we are right now, this 35 gigawatt of capacity that we have installed globally on offshore wind, that helps the world avoid 62.5 million tons of CO2 emissions, which is the equivalent of taking something like 20 million cars off the road. And it also provides 700,000 jobs already around the planet, even though it's only less than 1% of global electricity capacity. So really the capacity of the sector as it scales up to provide economic benefits, to provide reskilling and jobs and all those things, I think is only just now starting to be understood. And we are quite confident that if we scale up to the kind of levels that we're talking about in our UN Compact and what's in the World Energy Transition Outlook, we're talking about several million jobs by the time we get to 2030. I mean, in terms of, can we supply what big industries like the shipping industry requires in terms of hydrogen? Right now, no, we can't. But what we are seeing is that our members are being incredibly proactive in terms of creating projects, trying to establish use cases and proof of concept. And we can see this everywhere we look. What we do need to do is scale up now quite quickly. And I mean, it was very heartening to hear from Alvaro what Iberdrola is doing, for instance, with its hydrogen project. We're seeing lots of these projects now. In terms of frameworks, are they enough? I mean, I think it's something good to discuss. My opinion is probably not by 2030. And if you look again, going back to Irina's approach, it's very much about scaling up the electricity, renewable electricity supply in this decade, phasing out coal, really reaching this kind of critical mass around decarbonizing the electricity system. And then I think from 2030, the next decade has got to be about full decarbonization of these other harder to abate sectors.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. And you brought in a very important subject of jobs, and it is really a critical discussion if we are really are going to move this transition, because the understanding the footprint will be absolutely critical. and the footprint is overall positive because we estimate, Arena estimates that by 2050, we would have 122 million jobs if we follow this ambitious path compared to under 60 million today. So it's more than double. But to manage it at the individual level as well, because these are families, these are people who are going to be affected by transition, really having a thought-through process is super important. This is where just transition comes into play. So Alvaro, and it kind of links to the question that I asked before I turned to Johanna, is the geography of this. You know, how do you see, you know, from your company's perspective, how do you see the advancing this in different geographies and really diversifying the number of countries that actually can benefit from this progress?
Yeah, absolutely. This is a significant change that has happened in the industry, and Ben knows it very well. Especially when you look at offshore wind. When we were talking 10 years ago, this was a business that was mainly focused in Northern Europe. It's specific areas in North Sea, Irish Sea, Baltic Sea, dedicated of specific companies operating there. And this is one of the big changes that have happened in the last 5 years. So now offshore wind is becoming global. We are developing projects as Iberdrola, of course, in Europe, in UK, Germany, France, Poland, many countries in Europe. We jumped into the US 5 years ago, and we are about to start building the first offshore wind project in the US. And that brings together all the supply chain, all the jobs, all the green energy for homes. As a reference, every wind farm, the last wind farm we built and commissioned in the UK, East Anglia 1, is able to supply green electricity to more than 600,000 homes in the UK. So if you look at that scale and how much we pool all the supply chain, so every wind farm is involving high-tech supply chain, high-tech jobs. That's a fantastic plan going forward. Now we are jumping also into Asia Pacific. We know there is going to be a huge growth in offshore wind, huge potential in that area. So we're getting involved in Japan, Taiwan, and all that will create thousands of jobs, thousands of companies supplying high-tech technology, high-tech jobs, high qualified employees. And in terms of what improvements we can do, you've said, Elizabeth, what we need, and I think there are a lot of interest in offshore wind from developers, from utilities, from suppliers. They are coming with us, and we welcome all of them. Probably what we need is to accelerate, to get the support to accelerate the consenting process, to find the right grid integration in the areas we're operating it. And we need that support to make this fantastic story happen, because we are all committed, we are all supporting this, and we need the different governments to support us in delivering this huge scale renewable energy projects.
Yeah, thank you, Alvaro. And it is actually linked to what Johanna raised initially, and it's that do we have? I actually want to ask you another question, Johanna. In addition to what I mentioned, do you think that you have a critical mass to make this change? But also, what do you see to be the key drivers for companies? Because you work with companies, and obviously, you know that there is a recognition of climate imperative, but there has to be a business case for these things. So in order to work, so can you reflect a little bit on number one, whether you have a critical mass, and number two, you know, around the business case of this change?
Yeah, maybe let me start with the second question, because that's a really good one. So I think there is a climate imperative. I think that's well recognized in the shipping sector as well. Certainly the strategy adopted by the IMO in 2018, even though it's not fully Paris aligned, it played a huge role in that and really sort of unlocked conversations across the sector on what is needed. But I think there are other factors as well, and really important levers. So we've been working with financial institutions, banks that lend to shipping, on a framework called the Poseidon Principles that allows them to assess whether their lending to the shipping sector is climate aligned. And so the role of financial institutions, of finance is incredibly, and investors is incredibly important. The role of customers is incredibly important. More and more users of shipping services are, be that for container shipping, so your Unilevers, IKEAs, and others are setting targets for their emissions, including emissions in their supply chain. The same is true for many other sectors, be that in mining, in agricultural trade, even in oil and gas, frankly, right? So all of those are setting targets for their emissions reductions across their supply chains, and that has acts as a driver for the uptake of well, first of efficiency solutions in the sector, but now really as those begin to get maxed out, really thinking about and going sort of all in on the zero emission solutions for the sector. And in terms of, do we have critical mass? I think it's too early to say. Certainly we have over 150 companies involved in the Getting to Zero Coalition. They're all parts of the maritime value chain, everything from shipping companies, ship owners and operators, engine manufacturers, shipyards, the customers, the banks, the insurance companies, the entire sort of maritime ecosystem, and it's supported by a pretty wide array of governments as well. So I think for me that signals that there is an appetite. They're all signed up to this ambition of zero emission vessels operating on a commercial basis on the deep seas by 2030. So that's the collective goal. So for me that sort of signals the willingness and the intent. I think it's also, I guess there is still that question mark though, will fuels, it comes up in almost every conversation that we have with the CEO of a shipping company, is like, will the fuels be available? And it's, it's like, it's a little anxiety laden, right? Because right now, will the technologies work? We don't have that sort of, the technologies haven't been demonstrated at industrial scale. So that's, and I can come back to that at a later stage, but that's a necessary part of that as well. But primarily also, will the fuels be available at the scale that we need?
Yeah, thank you, Hannah. It's very, very interesting what you're talking about. And sometimes it's not the subject of this discussion, but I often think, what is the narrative that we actually have to develop as well around the recognition of what is actually happening and how we can change the mindsets that we have a greater acceptance that the solutions exist and that we can accelerate them. But we really need more people to be part of the believers group and move this forward. So we have a Dr. Zattler. He joined us. A very warm welcome to you. Very nice to see you again. Yesterday we saw one another in person, which was a great pleasure and a treat after a year and a half of confinement. So we had a very interesting exchange with the panel with Ben, Alvaro, and Johanna, largely reflecting of what we see as a key movements at present that need to happen next. They need to accelerate next couple of years and make a change by 2030. So before we go deeper in the hydrogen discussion, which is the second part of our session, if you can just reflect a little bit from a government perspective, and especially from your perspective as a development ministry, if you can reflect a little bit on how do you see this shift to renewables-based systems and what can we do to move things faster?
Thanks a lot, and good to see you again, and thanks for having me. Yes, I mean, we all know that renewables have become competitive, and we have also seen a huge increase in the energy generation by renewables to some more than 250 gigawatt aggregated in 2020. However, we can also see that the share of fossil fuels in the final energy demand has barely changed over the last decade. And so we are confronted with a number of problems. And that's the reason, and only if we overcome those problems, we can really make this step change we all want and need to see. And you all know that those obstacles, so they have to do with a lack of integration of renewables into the energy system, some financing problems, we still have storage problems, and we have problems with the regulatory frameworks. So I think we also share the view that the transformation has to be driven by private investments. So regulatory frameworks there are key. When you ask me what I would like to see in the next years, I think at least, and we have discussed it a little bit yesterday, I would like to see a few champions in the developing world. Countries who really get their liaise and partner with rich countries to do this transformation and to address those obstacles I just mentioned. The transformation has to be smoothed, and by financing and by helping, we can smooth this transformation. So I want to see a few champions and to address those issues. And perhaps most important is the regulatory framework. There we are working with the IMF, with the World Bank, with you, with others, to improve the macroeconomic, the fiscal framework. You know about the fossil fuel subsidies. It's really incredible what we still can see in terms of the size of fossil fuel subsidies in this world, which should transform. But also the lack of carbon pricing. So we have to act on this macroeconomic and fiscal level. I think that's most important. And there we are ready to help countries and to accompany them, to compact with them in order to bring about this transformation. And of course, it's not only about the energy sectors, it's also, as has been said, about other sectors, industrial sectors, like, for example, maritime shipping, steel industry, chemistry sector and all that. And that's more difficult. And there we need a lot of things, but we also need hydrogen. And that's the next session. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jürgen. And I think you were not with us in the beginning, but I think your intervention is music to Ben's and Alvaro's ears, because they're actually talking about the importance of enabling frameworks and having the right fiscal regime in place in order to basically compete on equal footing. I mean, that's what it is. And because the business case of renewables is strong, but it's not every place in the world that we have what we need. So you already mentioned hydrogen, and everybody touched upon it, because it really is a policy focus on hydrogen is great, and there are good reasons for it. And the reasons we all know, the technical reasons that we need hydrogen as an energy carrier. We need it as a help to balance the system, for system flexibility. There are many uses in end use sectors, which was, frankly, 2-3 years ago, the conversation we were having around the end uses was a little bit more desperate than today. I mean, we're today talking about how to upscale solutions. You know, a few years back, we had very different conversations. So it is a promising step. So I would like us to have the first round of exchange on hydrogen, and then I will ask my team to please line up the intervention from the minister from Chile after the first round of intervention from the participants, to hear also his remark regarding green hydrogen. But let me go back to Ben. Ben, you come from the industry association and looking, you know, from one sector. How did this policy focus on hydrogen impact your plans and what you see as possible in the coming years?
I mean, first of all, it's important to acknowledge everybody wants to talk about hydrogen now, and pretty much all of our companies have some kind of hydrogen pilot project, or some plans to get into hydrogen and start exploring what the possibilities are. And it's quite interesting. I mean, even the local port where GWEC has its UK headquarters. The CEO there is developing a small hydrogen project, trying to put in some wind turbines, and wants to establish a use case for his forklift trucks, and then eventually for heavy goods vehicles around the port, which will also address local concerns around air quality and emissions. So it's happening really organically on many, many levels, which I think is great. I mean, obviously the match between offshore wind particularly, but wind in general, and hydrogen is a good one. It's high capacity factors, gigawatt scale projects, and we think as a sector that it gives us some flexibility and some kind of added kind of economic value and possibilities around curtailment and being able to use the power we produce in a really kind of optimum way and deal with different market and price fluctuations. So we're quite excited about it. Having said that, I think many people don't understand that you need electricity for hydrogen, and that if you don't have green electricity, then you're not having any impact on emissions at all. So I think that needs to be really clearly pointed out. And I mean, really, with an institutional hat on, we want to very clearly delineate the distinction around green hydrogen. We don't want to see this being used as a transition mechanism to keep fossil fuels on the system, with the argument that we need a kind of very long transition where we need to scale up grey hydrogen first. And we've heard these kind of arguments. I mean, really for us, this is something that right from the get-go needs to be set up as green hydrogen and within the wider context of emissions reduction. But we're excited about it, and most of our companies are doing things, have written white papers, are taking part in different platforms. But I think, as Johanna said, I mean, what's going to be really exciting is the scaling up and the establishing of the use cases and the real industrialization of the technology. And it's almost like we have to kind of feel our way through this next period to get to that stage, and making lots of partnerships and being really collaborative. And one of the things we're doing ahead of COP is we're having conversations with all the main kind of sectors, people like Johanna's organization, the chemicals people, the steel people, and really trying to start sketching out, okay, how can we cooperate? How best can we scale up to fit your end use case? And I think if we do that from the beginning and collaborate, then we'll build this green hydrogen industry really much quicker than people can imagine.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ben. And I think you raised a really critical issue of the color of hydrogen, because it's not all colors are equal. So, and in our session, we are focused on the green hydrogen because that is the future. And whatever is happening at the moment, it is absolutely critical to keep focus on upscaling and preparing the system for green hydrogen. And oftentimes it's really important to remind ourselves that we are not kind of adjusting of what we have. We're creating a new system, and the new system has new elements, and it's a puzzle that has to come together. That technology part of it is super important, and probably the one that moves the fastest, but everything else has to come along, which is the infrastructure that has to be in place. And in the opening session, our Director General reflected on that, because really, if we don't have the right infrastructure in place, it's going to be very hard to achieve what is really possible with renewables. But you need this infrastructure, you need a market design that allows for this move, and you need to recognize that you are changing the system. You're not fiddling with the old one and trying to make small adjustments for the future. So Alvaro, I know you're focused on offshore wind, but you mentioned also that the focus of Iberdrola on hydrogen, and you are focusing on green hydrogen, no? That's the focus of your company.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think just to start, in order to achieve the ambitious targets we want to achieve, and we need to achieve, or we must achieve, to reduce emissions, we are all clear that we need all technologies and all efforts to be involved and achieve those. And I think from the renewable side, we have this resource, we have the technology, which we have proven to be efficient and is in the right track to be more efficient in the past years, in the following years. And it's clear that Iberdrola believes that the key way to achieve those targets to reduce emissions is to electrify a significant part of the energy demand. We know that that's possible. We also acknowledge that some users may have issues to be electrified. So I think green hydrogen is going to play a relevant part to achieve those targets. And that's what we are doing from Iberdrola. We are fully involved in green hydrogen development. I think when we started, I recall when we were starting before the year 2000 in onshore wind in Iberdrola's utility, were somehow like crazy guys. No other utility was doing that. And we will look like strange people getting involved in a strange market. And maybe hydrogen is there, and we believe we need to develop hydrogen. So we are fully involved in that. We have adhered to the Green Hydrogen Compact Catalog. We have submitted our proposal there, and it consists on very specific and tangible targets. So we plan to develop 600 megawatts of green hydrogen from now till 2025. We are getting involved, and we have signed up to the coalition of Green Hydrogen Catapult. The target of this initiative is to reduce the cost of green hydrogen significantly, down to $2 per kilogram. That's less than half of the current price, so it's a big challenge, but we believe it's doable. And for that, as we were discussing before, we need to develop the critical mass. So the purpose of this coalition is to develop 25 gigawatts being operational in the world by 2026. It's going to be a huge target, and we believe it's possible. And at the same time, we're also involved in the supply chain. We need to develop suppliers, installation companies on that. So we are helping through different agreements with supplier companies to help them to build the technology, to scale up, and to generate the critical mass also in the supply chain.
And thank you, Alvaro. And Johanna, I mean, you're hearing all these plans, and you said your concern is whether there's going to be enough supply. And do you work with companies like Alvaro's company, like Iberdrola or Viben, to see how we can actually have a common agenda as we try to shape this hydrogen economy?
Yeah, we do. So, unfortunately, Iberdrola is not yet a member of the Getting to Zero coalition, but Engie and Ørsted are. So perhaps in future, Iberdrola as well. And I think to the very good point that Ben made, this is going to require collaboration and collaboration at scale, right? So a key component that we see and a key element to achieve scale, to bring down costs, to minimize risks, et cetera, is really this drive towards industrial scale demonstration projects that involve the full value chain. And they will demonstrate that zero emission shipping is sort of viable at scale, and again, it will bring down costs and really help drive forward the sort of the uptake of zero emission fuels. And this will of course require collaboration between the shipping sector, between investors, between energy companies, etc. So I hope that there will be scope to work with many of Ben's members and down the line. And it's urgent, right? So I'm glad we already have some collaborations underway. Many projects are already underway at the sort of concept study level, but of course that needs to progress quickly. In order for us to reach these urgent targets that we have, whether it be for 2030, 35, 40, et cetera, right?
Yeah, thank you, Hannah. That's a really super important point. And we understand very well what needs to happen. We have a lot of studies, a lot of plans and scenarios that show us where to go. But really, it is important to break it down to next steps and what needs to happen. And I think this is the process of the high-level dialogue that we have been we've been working on for a few months now, together with our colleagues from Denmark and other champion countries, and Germany being a true champion in this context as well, has been very, very important and insightful in many ways, because you always, more stakeholders you have to get in one place, better you understand where the possibilities are, and also where the gaps are. And Jürgen, if I can ask you to elaborate a little bit, to speak to us a little bit about why, first of all, why did you want to be energy transition champion, number one, and how you're supporting the Green Hydrogen Compact that Alvaro was talking about. So if you can reflect a little bit on your motivation as a country to be part of this effort and to drive action in the coming years. Jürgen, over to you.
So your first question, why do we want to work with countries? One point is, and you know better than I do, that solutions are on a country level. There is no blueprint for all the countries. So we have to see where the country stands and then see the energy mix and their situation in terms of carbon emissions. And then we have to have a strategy to decarbonize. And there we are ready to work with countries to see what that strategy could look like. And of course, part of the story is then that we would also be ready to support. And there, I think it's important to have also an idea or projection on what the future will look like. So, and that's a little bit subjective. Some countries are very defensive, saying, oh, it's terrible and it costs us billions and billions of dollars. But you can also look at it in another way. You can seize the opportunities and say, okay, if I move now, it will get me an advantage than a late mover. Because anyway, that's the future. And I think we want to have ownership. There's no way forcing countries to go that way. So therefore, we want to work with countries, with champions. We're also ready to talk with all the countries, but I think that's that's the first question. And the second one, hydrogen. Yes, I mean, we all know that, and this has been said, that hydrogen has to be part of the story because of you know, the industrial sectors and all that. We also know that hydrogen is not efficient at the moment. So we have to develop that market and that technology. And to our point of view, the developing countries are part of the story because it's a kind of win-win. Industrialized countries cannot produce all the renewable energy needed for green hydrogen. And also the developing countries need income. They are now a big producer of fossil fuel and exporting it. So they should also be a part of the future scenario, providing hydrogen and on the basis of renewables, which comes with many challenges, of course. I don't want to go into the details of the challenges now. We have to address this very carefully. National strategies, because, for example, we don't want to kind of crowd out renewables for hydrogen when renewables are also needed for the national development. Perhaps let me stop here.
Yeah, thank you very much. And you know, one of the interesting things that I just think, as you were talking, and I was thinking, you know, in 2021, and IRENA was created in 2011, so it's really a decade since IRENA was created, and I feel it's like it's 100 years ago, and we now have almost 170 full members, and that reflects, number one, the recognition that renewables. We started with about 60 countries, and now 10 years ago, and now you have almost tripled the number. It's a recognition that countries recognize the potential. And also a recognition that everybody has some sort of renewables, and it's the question of finding a way of harnessing it, and you know, what sort of infrastructure you need to benefit from the indigenous resources, and also from a cross-border cooperation and with the possibilities for export. And the hydrogen is adding another layer that is very helpful in advancing the energy transition, but also benefiting at the larger level, socioeconomic level. So very good points, Jürgen, on that side. And as I asked my team, if we can please hear from the minister from Chile. So his address is around 4 minutes, and it's His Excellency Juan Carlos Llobet, Minister of Energy. And Chile is one of the champion countries that is advancing its hydrogen strategy very ambitiously. So can we please hear the minister's intervention? Thank you very much.
First of all, let me thank Denmark, IRENA, the UNEP, and the World Economic Forum for inviting us to be part of this exciting high-level panel. Chile is proud to be part of this event ahead of the 2021 UN High-Level Dialogue on Energy later this month. As you know, Chile is one of the global champions of the dialogue on theme number 2, energy transition. We are honored to take part in this important event, the first inclusive global gathering on energy under the auspices of the General Assembly since 1981. Chile, a small and distant developing country, has a concrete and robust action plan to reach carbon neutrality by 2050. We are pursuing this through concrete actions in different areas, fulfilling our pledge to close all coal power plants by 2040, implementing a new energy efficiency law, aiming for 100% electric urban public transport by 2035, increasing the production and use of green hydrogen and its derivatives, establishing a framework law on climate change, among other things. Today, we're going to talk briefly about what we're doing on renewables and green hydrogen, two essential pieces of our energy transition, the backbone of our carbon neutrality plan. On renewables, we are taking advantage of our unmatched natural resources to build power generation based on wind and solar. Just to give you a sense of how quickly we're moving, this year alone, we will double our wind and solar capacity. And we just closed a successful tender process for long-term supply contracts with prices as low as $13 per megawatt hour and an average price of under $24. We're doing this without subsidies. This is a clear example of how renewables not only help the environment, but also improve the quality of life of our people and make our economy more competitive. On green hydrogen, last year we launched our National Green Hydrogen Strategy. It is an ambitious and concrete plan. First, we will use green hydrogen and its derivatives to decarbonize some key hard-to-abate sectors of our economy that will contribute with over 20% of our emissions reduction targets by 2050. Secondly, we will export clean energy to the world in the form of green hydrogen, green ammonia, and synthetic fuels. To make this happen, we have ambitious goals, among them producing the cheapest green hydrogen on the planet by 2030, being one of the top 3 exporters by 2040, and having over 5 gigawatts of electrolysis capacity under development by 2025. And we're making good progress. Last November, we had 20 green hydrogen projects in different stages of development. Now, less than a year later, we have already tripled that number with more than 60 projects. Our strategy is built on 8 pillars, setting a clear vision and concrete targets to align stakeholders, developing clear and stable regulations, fostering coordination and alliances to reduce market failures, developing the value chains to pursue added value, putting in place incentives and financing to bridge cost gaps, developing adequate port, electrical, and distribution infrastructure, promoting R&D to unlock markets and increase competition, and developing local talent and technical capabilities. We're doing our homework, but we need partners, investors, producers, off-takers, electricity providers, engineering, construction, and technology firms. We cannot do this by ourselves. That is one of the reasons why we're so actively taking part in international collaboration. For us, it is a great honor to co-lead, together with Denmark and Germany, the Green Hydrogen Compact Catalog Initiative, whose objective is to consolidate all those energy compacts linked to the development of the green hydrogen industry and its value chain. The partners of this catalog intend to highlight the complexity and need for collective action from a variety of stakeholders. Because we recognize that climate change cannot be met with the actions of one country, organization, or individual alone, we see this as a great opportunity to learn, share our good practices, to be involved, to collaborate, to collectively achieve the development of the green hydrogen industry, and with it, the transition to clean energy. We invite all member countries to join us in this challenge and to design and implement concrete actions that will accelerate the clean energy transition in this, a crucial year for energy action. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for this intervention. Let me quickly go back to Jürgen. So you, together with Denmark and Chile, are countries behind this green hydrogen catalog. Can you just add a little bit more information to Minister's announcement?
Yes, thank you. As has been mentioned by the Minister, Germany is one of the founding partners behind this Green Hydrogen Compact catalog. As you know, my ministry is also a global theme champion for the energy transition at the UN high-level dialogue on energy. We will feature elements of our national hydrogen strategy in the German Green Hydrogen Energy Compact, which is presented in the catalog. And the catalog there, we are quite confident, will be a very useful tool to connect central actors in the field and showcase the action that is already being taken. And at that point, I would like to really thank Denmark for promoting and coordinating the compilation of the dialogue. And I'm also convinced that if we really act together, hand in glove, we can achieve a successful global energy transition. We would invite all the actors working in the field of green hydrogen to commit their ambitions in the form of energy compacts within this UN high-level dialogue process, and also become part of the Green Hydrogen Compact catalog.
Thanks very much, Jürgen. And let me just quickly go to panelists before we go to the second round of this. And let me start with Johanna. Johanna, when you see this sort of action on green hydrogen and what participants are trying to achieve, do you think, what sort of impact do you anticipate from this sort of collective action?
Well, it's super promising, and I mean, honestly, first of all, I want to congratulate Chile on its strategy in this regard, and the collaboration that Chile and other countries are doing in order to bring together these efforts. It makes it much easier for offtake sectors such as shipping to engage in a meaningful way. We're already doing that on a country by country basis, but of course the projects such as this one, or initiatives such as this one, make it so much easier to find the way which governments, where to engage, where there's a fruitful basis for collaboration, which is so dearly needed. And especially, and I just wanted to underscore a point that Jürgen made earlier, especially in developing countries, where we see a huge potential for the production of zero-emission fuels, and have been producing studies to underpin that as well. Hopefully that there will be good opportunities in that in future.
Thanks, Johanna. Alvaro, the strength is in numbers. What would be the message to send to others who are not part of the green hydrogen compact to join? What would be the incentives? What would be the message?
Thanks, Elizabeth. As you know, Iberdrola is already part of the green hydrogen catalog. We believe is a very important initiative. We need to engage everyone to make hydrogen successful, green hydrogen successful. We need it to decarbonize the economy, and we need to engage with everyone, governments, NGOs, supply chain, all power companies. So we need all on board to make this happen. So we really encourage everyone to participate. We think this is the future, and we need to get everyone involved. So everybody should be welcome in this initiative.
Ben, how about your message to others who are not part of this? Ben, we cannot hear you. Can you unmute yourself?
Yeah, first of all, I mean, it's really great to hear Ambassador Jobed's comments from Chile. I mean, and what I really like about it is it's an integrated approach, and Chile has been very, very serious about decarbonizing and about changing its energy matrix over the last 4 or 5 years, and some of our companies have played a very kind of central role in that, along with as partners of government. And I like the approach. It's a holistic approach, and I think it only makes sense for companies to engage in these initiatives like the catalog, which I think could really become a kind of meeting place for all these kind of experiences, but also things like the catapult that Alvaro mentioned, as cost reduction is going to be a really key part of this, and that kind of runs along on its track. But again, I mean, this makes sense within a wider decarbonization. So for emerging markets countries, I mean, what I say is, it needs to be integrated as Chile has done. So you need to look at decarbonization, you need to look at energy transition. It's not about just creating a big project somewhere in the desert and exporting hydrogen if you're going to carry on using coal power as your base electricity system. It needs to be an integrated approach around decarbonization, and within that, hydrogen is going to bring a lot of new and interesting elements and economic propositions that will allow countries to decarbonize in the best way economically possible.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ben. And we will hear also from another member of this catalog, that's SNAM. But before that, I really want to recognize how this came about, because there is always hard work behind these announcements, and the catalog is a result of really hard, broad, and inclusive partnership, a hard work and inclusive partnership among Denmark, Germany, and Chile, the World Economic Forum, the COP26 high-level champions, the Global Environment Facility, Bloomberg Philanthropies, and UN Energy. And obviously, I put ourselves in the last place because Irina also worked hard on this initiative, and we're really delighted that we are able to launch it today. And it is the information on the catalog is available on the website. But I want to tell you that how many we are right now. We currently have 29 private sector energy compacts, 3 national and 2 sub-national energy compacts, but the number continues to rise. We have a lot of interest and a lot of submissions in the pipeline. And the commitments that we have right now in the catalog include commitments of 85 gigawatts of electrolyzer capacity and 267 gigawatts of renewable energy production capacity. These are big numbers and impressive numbers. So we are really excited about the opportunity and the partnership. And we look forward to working with everybody and really driving this change. And I will now ask the colleagues to play the video from the Chief Executive Officer of SNAM, who is also a member of this initiative, so that we can hear their thoughts on what needs to come next.
Well, let me thank the UN High-Level Dialogue on Energy, Denmark, the IRENA, Francesco La Camera in particular, UNEP, and WEF for inviting me to this important event supported by the UK COP26 presidency. Today's energy dialogue dedicated to the ambitious energy transition action is another crucial step as we work to achieve the Agenda 2030 objectives and promote an energy transition that is just and fair in as little time as possible. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person, but I'm pleased to join the discussion with the video as we're approaching the COP week in Milan and indeed COP26 in Glasgow. We must reach net zero faster than we ever thought possible, and we must do so while providing enough and affordable energy to the 2 billion people that are set to join us on this planet. We need to get developing countries access to cheaper energy, and this is not going to be an easy task. We've long known about the risks of climate change, but we haven't done enough about tackling its causes. There's been lack of political will around the world, we've had uncertainty around technology, and we've had very high costs. Today, I think finally the stars are aligning, and it's now possible to firmly act on climate change. I feel more optimistic now than ever before that we can together solve the problem. I really think this will be a COP that will be remembered as a tipping point. And there are 4 reasons why I'm now hopeful. First, the technology is now there. There's no doubt that renewable energies are cheaper already today than fossil fuels, and they are much easier to develop and to deliver. Second is that finally we have a clear goal. Net zero is becoming a clear task that countries and companies need to achieve by 2050, if not sooner, hopefully 2040 for many companies like SNAM. It provides a common vision towards a common objective. Today, 70% of CO2 emissions are covered by net zero commitments. That's 127 countries. And the US returned to the Paris Agreement, and even China setting their own net zero pledge by 2060 are incredibly important signs. Third, as governments negotiate domestic and global climate targets, they will increasingly benefit from a business community that has shifted from being somewhat skeptical and concerned about the rising costs of renewable energy compared to fossil energy to a business community that is now fully on board and convinced that this is one of the biggest business opportunities that we have seen. And companies are moving at a very high pace to reinvent themselves and to increase the share of the business that's coming from carbon neutral sources. And ESG is going to play a key role. We will have ESG ratings determining which companies are performing well and which companies are not performing well. And these ratings will determine the valuations of these companies and their ability to raise equity and capital in the markets. Fourth, we have ESG liquidity. Some people estimate up to $70 trillion of ESG funds that are ready to pour into new projects. So what is missing now are bankable projects that can be financed to deliver the green energy solutions. We will have direct renewables in the energy mix, covering up to 50% of the world energy mix, starting from 20% today. So we need to get that 50% green as fast as we can. The remaining 50%, which is going to be covered by molecules, will be a combination of green hydrogen and biofuels and other types of hydrogen, so long as they're carbon neutral. We need to get the cost of the biofuels and the hydrogen down as fast as possible. Our pledge and our commitment to COP will be with a group of companies called the Green Hydrogen Catapult to deliver in 5 years after COP green hydrogen at a cost of $2 a kilo or around $50 a megawatt hour. Why is this number important? Because this would make green hydrogen cheaper than oil in a normal scenario with oil around $50 a barrel. The next step is the United States Department of Energy Earthshot to do even further and to make green hydrogen as cheap as coal by the end of the decade. That's about $1 a kilo or $25 a megawatt hour. At these levels, already in 5 years and even more so in 10 years, we will have delivered hydrogen cost competitive with fossil fuels in most applications. And this means we can adopt it widely. Hydrogen is a great vector to store energy and to transport renewable energy from great distances. So here in Europe, we have a hydrogen strategy. We have one in the UK. We have one in Portugal, in Spain. We have one coming out soon in other countries around Europe. It's a very bold strategy. Yesterday, in her State of the Union speech, the President of the EU, Ursula von der Leyen, said that Europe will invest with Africa to create a market for green hydrogen there that connects the two shores of the Mediterranean. hydrogen development in Africa, in North Africa, will not only help Europe meet its decarbonization objectives, but will also help sub-Saharan Africa with that growing population address their own energy needs, providing cleaner and cheaper energy that we have today. Tomorrow's soft power is somewhat based on this, on the country's leadership on climate change and on their action on sustainability. So after several unsuccessful steps following the 2015 Paris agreements, we have all the conditions for COP26 to represent a historic turning point in the fight against the climate emergency. Cooperation among countries with Europe, the United States, and both President Biden and the Special Envoy John Kerry in the driving seat. And among companies on the model of what we're doing with SNAM and 6 other global corporations, the Green Hydrogen Catapult Initiative can be one of the decisive achievements of COP26 and something that can deliver quicker than expected cleaner solutions. Thank you.
And this was a very clear and pointed message, but also one of optimism, which I have to say I felt throughout the session, because I just felt that we have the forward-looking conversation that is solution orientated. And so we have just a few minutes, and I would like to ask each one of you, starting with Ben, to just give us a little bit of wrap up on on your thoughts, what is it that you really want us to achieve in the next 5 years, and you don't want to think about it in 5 years down the road?
Yeah, I think my answer, if it's one question I hope people won't be asking in 5 years' time is this possible? Because I think, and I hope that by that time I see a world where there are, first of all, robust NDCs in place that are compatible with the Paris Agreement and net zero, where we see really significant progress has been made to accelerate installations of wind power and other renewables, where floating offshore wind is now being deployed already on a large scale around the world on a commercial basis, and where the green hydrogen sector is quickly becoming a fully fledged global industry that has the large scale end users and has proved itself on an industrial scale. So I think where I'd like to be in 5 years' time is there, and that's the world that I see ahead of us. So really, a world of opportunity where it's not so much about doubt and is this possible, but it's more about we can see the future clearly ahead of us, and we're now moving and working together to scale up and make it real.
Thanks, Ben. Alvaro?
Yeah, I fully agree with Ben. What I would like to see in the following years is higher unity in approach towards climate change. We've made big steps forward in the last years, and especially during this year, but we need consensus. We cannot afford people, organizations to hesitate. We need to achieve net zero emissions. And for that, renewables is there, and they will play the role. So we need that everybody fully determined, as we all are here in this panel. Yeah, we have to be fully determined, and we need unity to achieve that. And that's my hope.
Thank you, Alvaro. And Jürgen, the final thoughts from you.
Yeah, you know that we will have general elections in only 10 days here, and so it's really a discussion which is in the public debate. And I would really, as a general point, I would like to see the public awareness move from this is not a defensive agenda, it's a positive agenda. And of course, we have to change, but change can also be positive, and we can get a lot from that change. So really make it happen. This must be a kind of spirit we address it. And also one part of the story is make markets move. Markets already moved. And in Germany, there are already a few companies saying, give us clear signals. We don't want the, it could be, and it will not be so tough or so. Give us clear signals, we will move. they waited too long. And it must be clear that some companies, they will lose out if they still continue to wait. So make the markets move. And then the public sector should create the right frame conditions, not only in our countries, but also in developing countries. We were talking about macro fiscal frameworks. I think that's really key. And there we don't need really money, because it's even given the fiscal shrinking fiscal space we see and the indebtedness in many developing countries. Policymakers should see that this is an opportunity to create fiscal space, to get rid of fossil fuel subsidies, to introduce environmental taxes. I think this must be the big part of the agenda now. And then, of course, public investment is also key, but that's already clear with most stakeholders in the debate we are in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jürgen, and thank you all. I have to wrap up, and I want to thank you all for very pointed and clear interventions. And I also want to reflect on what is the one question that I would not want to be asked 5 years down the road, and that would be, when are we going to have storage so we can accelerate renewables? So, and I'm absolutely certain that with the collaborative action that we have on the green hydrogen and that catalog that has been launched today, we will accelerate hydrogen at a speed that also helps the deployment of renewables on large scales and provide additional solutions, so that we don't have to wait for a holy grail of some future solution, but really get on with the agenda and make a difference in time for 2030. I thank you very much. I thank our partners, Denmark, for their support and for their leadership in helping us structure this Energy Day and driving action, being a strong supporter of the agenda for renewable energy. I thank you all, and thank our viewers all over the world. And we are entering the break before the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. As Director of Energy Efficiency and Local here at the Business Industrial Strategy Department in the United Kingdom, I'm delighted to open today's event. I want to pay a special thank you to our hosts and organisers, the International Renewable Energy Agency, the UN Environment Programme and the World Economic Forum for bringing us together to highlight the importance of embracing energy efficiency as a key solution for tackling climate change. And a big thanks to all of you as well for joining us on this very important event. The challenge we face in the next few decades, many economies will see a significant increase in their domestic energy demand. Without the energy efficiency solutions that we're all working hard to deliver, we risk outstripping our ability to meet the demand with clean energy. In the run-up to COP, which will be taking place here in the United Kingdom in November, we want to encourage more countries and companies to take up the opportunity around the energy efficiency agenda, and in particular to realize the benefits of product energy efficiency as well as solutions to reduce energy demand. Improving the efficiency of products that are everywhere in our daily lives is one of the best and most effective, cost-effective ways we can achieve this. To help accelerate the necessary action, as well as drive political ambition, we have launched a call to action on product efficiency as part of our COP26 energy transition campaign. At the center of this is a call to action in relation to super energy efficient equipment, appliances that can be deployed. CEDA, which is the initiative, will drive this call to action, working to boost international cooperation, helping countries to progress on the ground and reinforce the case for global action on product efficiency. Through strengthening the CEDA initiative, we want to encourage countries to sign up to our call for action and commit to doubling the energy efficiency of 4 key products sold globally by 2030. We're focusing on air conditioning, refrigeration units, motors, and lighting. Together, these 4 products account for over 40% of global electricity consumption. So improving their energy efficiency, we can make substantial inroads into reducing global demand. To date, I'm very pleased to announce that we have currently got 10 signatures backing our call to action and strong encouragement from more countries to join us ahead of COP26. Our work on product efficiency is only one segment within our wider strategy to boost the energy efficiency in the UK. As promised in the Prime Minister's 10-point plan last year, a green industrial revolution, we will be publishing a world-class policy framework for energy-related products this year. This will set out the UK's plans to push products, their use in relation to less energy, resources, materials, saving carbon, and helping households as well as businesses reduce their energy bills with minimum effort. This framework will include illustrative proposals for raising minimum efficiency standards and improving consumer information on a range of products. Alongside this, the UK will be helping to continue to work with key programs and partners. Through continued collaboration with organizations such as the United Nations Environment Programme, the Global Alliance for Buildings and Construction, the UN, the United for Efficiency Programme, and the International Energy Agency, we have a strong progress ahead of us of COP in November. and will continue to do so throughout our presidency. In terms of accelerating action, I want to highlight two opportunities and two key reports that underpin the substantial work that we're doing with our key partners. Firstly, I am pleased to announce the launch of the Energy Efficiency Appliance Equipment and Standards and Labeling Program report, a report co-authored by the IEA and the 4Es for efficiency. The report draws on over 400 previously published reports, represents one of the most comprehensive data sets assembled to date. It confirms the improvements to energy efficiency of appliances and equipment, as well as sets out some of the low-cost options that are available. Because the success of this historical standard labeling work, the United States is now saving over 15% of its energy use annually. Secondly, I'm pleased to welcome CLASP, the Collaborative Labeling and Appliance Standards Program. Its new report, Pennies for Pound, the report sets out the use of standards labeling and how these can be most cost effective, prove climate policies and administrative costs in a range of US dollars. Moreover, the report finds that improvements in energy efficiency appliances and equipment typically hold societal benefits in relation to a ratio of 5:1. These two reports will help make the case for why standards and labeling policies should be adopted by all countries in the drive to better improve energy efficiencies and save electricity. In closing, global coordination is critical to achieving energy efficiency. Through enhanced international cooperation, I believe policymakers, investors, as well as civil society and business can help to accelerate the pace of global clean energy transition, with the collaboration being at the heart of the program and progress here. I would now like to introduce and welcome our fantastic panel. Firstly, Dr. Pan Sopol, who is the Secretary of State for the Ministry of Land Management, Urban Planning and Construction for Cambodia. Secondly, Dr. Jana Mariwaria, the Minister for Environment in the country of Rwanda. Thirdly, we have Mr. Kuwadashi Nahuliala, who is the Executive Director for the SADC Center for Renewable Energy and Efficiency. Fourth, we have Malik Nadia, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Banqui Agricole in Senegal. And last but certainly not least, we have Jennifer Anderson, the Vice President of Strategy, Business Development and Chief Sustainable Officer at Carrier. So I'd like to welcome all of the panelists and thank them for their time. And without much further ado from me, I will just go straight into the questions that we have for the panel. My first question is for the Minister Mariwaya from the Ministry of Environment in Rwanda. Rwanda's capital is the namesake for the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol and a champion of fast action on energy efficiency, climate friendly cooling, and the first developing economy to adopt a national cooling strategy. Rwanda is now also home to Africa's Center of Excellence on Sustainable Cooling. What are the government of Rwanda's plans going forward on the effort to foster energy efficiency improvements in your country and more broadly in Africa? And how are you going to go from goal setting in Rwanda's national cooling strategy and the NDC to concrete action?
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. dear colleagues present, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you are. To this question, as a dedicated member state of the United Nations, the African Union, and the East African Community, we are always pleased to work alongside the fellow countries to go faster and further together than we can go alone. Sustainable development is not possible if one ignores the environment, particularly as this shared planet is interconnected when it comes to air, water, and ozone layer. Rwanda's nationally determined contributions recognize our unique responsibilities, and therefore it includes ambitious targets. Similarly, our award-winning national cooling strategy from 2019 offers a holistic approach to sustainably meeting growing demand for refrigeration, space conditioning, and other cooling needs. What matters is action, not simply announcing plans and targets. I'm pleased to share that execution of the cooling strategy is underway at an excellent pace. For example, in collaboration with UNEP, United for Efficiency, and other partners, we are first hosting the landmark Africa Center of Excellence for Sustainable Cooling and Cold Chain, with its headquarters in Kigali, and plans for associated practices and performance standards, energy labels, and a non-line licensing system for monitoring the importation of room air on the continent of Africa. Thirdly, developing a voluntary market-based financing scheme with local banks for consumers to access high-performance cooling appliances and recycle existing cooling products. Fourth, promoting sustainable cooling through a comprehensive awareness campaign and capacity building for technicians. Customs officials and others on the trade of ozone depleting substances, safety, energy efficiency, and other aspects. Of course, in Rwanda, we will continue to share lessons learned and look forward to additional supporters and to meet new supporters that may be interested in joining such effort, because this world is interlinked and interconnected. We have to share experience. We have to work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My next question is for Mr. Malik Ndiaye, Chief Executive of Banque Agricole in Senegal. Effective financing and the financial support are key to incentivizing consumers in choosing efficient and sustainable energy products. Banks have an important role to play. In Senegal and in Ghana, there is a project underway for an innovative financing mechanism to support consumers in the purchase of energy efficient and climate friendly refrigeration and air conditioning. what is financial mechanisms that is being used by the Eco-Fridge in Senegal? How is Banque Agricole in Senegal participating in these efforts? Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending where you are, my colleagues. I am very, very happy to be here to participate on this discussion relating on efficiency energy. As you said, here in Senegal, we are with Ghana, we developed a pilot project called Eco-Fridge, implemented by an ingenious finance mechanism to support consumers in purchasing energy efficiency products, including climate-friendly refrigerator and air conditioning. The experience of Banque Agricole of Senegal and its contribution to this innovative project will be discussing with you, addressing following two questions. What is the financial mechanism used by Eco-Fridge, and what is the Banque Agricole contribution to efforts to reduce emissions by financing Eco-Fridge? About the mechanism, I just can say that Eco-Fridge funding mechanism was launched in Senegal by UNEP, United for Efficiency, in partnership with government, BEC. This is one branch of our national Minister of Environment. Senelec is the national electricity company. IME is a national agency for saving energy. And the Banque Agricole is our company, our banking. And this program is approved by, included also some equipment manufacturers like Electronic Cup and Senfora, for example, they are here in Senegal, to ensure access equipment favorable to energy efficiency. And Eco-Fridge, by promoting refrigerator equipment that consumes little energy, is efficient and respect the environment. The objective of this program is to facilitate replacement on the market of second-hand food refrigerator equipment by more efficiency equipment to reduce energy demand and extent of production of greenhouse gases. Energy efficiency and environmental friendly refrigerator and air conditioning will be widely available and more affordable for users through a flexible financing system. And LBA, La Banque Agricole, has a partner bank of a financing mechanism to facilitate access to refrigerators and air conditioners for households through a green credit repayable through WFL top ups from Senelec. WFL is a kind of access to the electricity, national access services. This is developed, which is developed by Senelec. And La Banque Agricole plays a lead role in demonstrating the commercial viability of an innovative mechanism that is acceptable to Senegalese households. Such win-win actions and the involvement of the private sector are essential for sustainable economic development in Senegal. Electronic Cup and Senfroa, they are suppliers, equipment suppliers, undertake to offer a substantial discount. This discount will be the basis to cover all the part of the LBA interest rate charged, and to give consumer a voucher of a certain value for their next purchase in exchange for replacing used refrigerator or air conditioner, but operational for the purchase of refrigerator or air conditioner certified by Eco-Fridge program. They will benefit from the sale, installation, and maintenance of the equipment. Senelec is the national electricity company through its WFL digital recharging system. This is a prepaid model, prepaid system. You pay your consumption before you use the electricity, and this system will play an important role in the Eco-Fridge program by collecting loan repayments from the customers' household, and Senelec pays monthly to La Banque Agricole the amount recovered from applicants who have benefit from a loan. EcoFridge addressed only to WFL subscribers of Senelec. And this is very, very important because we expect it in 2024, for example, to reach about 20,000 customers to get refrigerator and air conditioning, and to save around estimated 40,000 megawatts. It's very important, and in value representing 1.3 billion CFA to be saved as what the people can save in economy energy. This is quickly the model we developed with EcoFridge, and we are very fond to share, and this is very innovative. One very strong partnership will be built, and we are continue to look at next steps. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My next question is for Dr. Sohal, Secretary of State from Cambodia. The construction is a major pillar of Cambodia's economy, with a boom in residential and commercial construction. In 2017, it is estimated the sector was responsible for 9% of GDP. At the same time, buildings are responsible for 45% of the country's primary energy demand and are also an increasing contributor to the greenhouse gases of your country. Building energy consumption is expected to be more than double by 2040. The sector therefore faces a locking risk for high carbon energy development path. What is the government doing to address buildings' energy demand growth and emissions in your country? How do these efforts support the government's goal for energy demand and sustainable economic development? Thank you. You're on mute.
ជំរាបសួរ រាត្រីសួស្តី is midnight in Cambodia. This is the welcome word from Cambodia. First, the royal government of Cambodia have made definitive concrete commitment to tackling the climate change, reducing the nation greenhouse gas emission footprint. We are committed signatory to United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. In response, the government have mainstreamed its commitment into its national development framework, including the rectangular strategy, the NSDP, and the Cambodia Sustainable Development Goal. Second, sector responsible ministry like Ministry of Land Management, Urban Planning and Construction have an integrated responsible measure into sector strategy, including developing a range of priority action and adopting a material NDC roadmap for building and construction 2020-50 for low carbon, climate resilient building construction practice. We need to achieve a balance between regulatory approach and guidance to encourage and support a low energy consumption and through the construction sector. Third, we are also developing a approach for consideration on life cycle energy consumption for building. For this, we are cooperating with development partners, the private sector, at institutional and professional capacity. Competency first need to be developed to support developing energy efficiency improvement in and for the land management and construction sector. 4. In terms of the development and construction, The Ministry of Land Management, Urban Planning and Construction have approved roughly 52,500 construction projects up to 2020, with the investment worth at least 59 billion in the economy over 2 decades. This construction project have created 100 job opportunities, including many high-skilled positions. This level of construction investment has been recognized as being one of the pillars of Cambodia's economic transition, growth, and development. Elsewhere, we now need to refine and improve construction projects to better consider their energy life cycle, beginning from design phase. I would disagree that we are locked in to high energy consuming sector. Just elsewhere, construction has been a high energy consumer, but we have the ability to change this issue. And we also have political commitment from our royal government of Cambodia to do so. Thank you for the question.
Thank you so much. My next question is for Mr. Kudawashi na Kula Kala from the SADH Center for Renewable Energies. Market transformation towards better and greener energy efficiency solutions are absolutely possible. National policies, incentives, and standards can drive the adoption of sustainable technologies, but regional policy harmonization and robust enforcement are also needed so that a common and transparent market is available for companies and consumers. What activities are underway in Southern Africa in terms of harmonizing of appliance and efficiency, and how are different national, regional, and international experts supporting efforts?
Thank you so much, Selvin. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending wherever you are. Thank you so much first of all, for having this webinar and for the question posed. Yes, our mandate as a regional center for the Southern African Development Community, SADC, SACRI, our mandate is to implement the Sustainable Development Goal number 7, which is to promote market adoption of renewable energy and energy efficiency to address low energy access and improve security of energy supply, which seem to be perennial challenges within the 16 member countries of the SADC region. The last 2 years have been unprecedented years for people and the planet, as you all know. The COVID-19 pandemic has affected lives worldwide. At the same time, the heating of our planet and climate disruption has continued apace. So more than ever, we need sustainable solutions to tackle climate crisis and achieve sustainable development. At SACRI, the center that I represent, we are convinced that energy efficiency is one of the most effective ways to reduce electricity consumption, improve energy security, and mitigate climate change with the potential to decouple energy growth from its environmental impacts. Using inefficient products leaves less money for residents, businesses, and governments to spend on other priorities, such as livelihoods improvement, and causes unnecessary air pollution and strains on the electricity grids. So a key tool to transforming a market to energy efficient products are minimum energy performance standards, so-called MEPS. Therefore, the East African Center for Excellence for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, IACRI, which is based in Uganda, Kampala, and ourselves, SACRI, based in Windhoek, Namibia, and the United Nations Environment Programme's United for Efficiency initiative have decided to collaborate to develop harmonized minimum energy performance standards for both regions. The project, which is funded by the Global Environment Facility, GEF, the UK's Department of Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, and the Clean Cooling Collaborative, formerly the Kigali Cooling Efficiency Program, is focusing on two of the most energy-consuming cooling products, which are room air conditioners and residential refrigerators. The project is currently drafting the minimum energy performance standards, which will phase out the inefficient products and leapfrog the region directly to efficient and climate-friendly cooling, while also resulting in significant benefits for the population through a more stable grid and reduced electricity bills. In addition to that, labeling helps also to consumers to make well-informed purchases. Another project of great importance also in the region is the Energy Efficient Lighting and Appliances project, which aims to support the development of vibrant markets for energy efficient lighting and appliances across East and Southern Africa. So this project approach is to provide market incentives for the private sector to deliver efficient and high quality energy services, to adopt minimum energy performance standards for appliances which are harmonized in the region, to build capacity on policy and regulatory framework development, appliances testing and regulatory enforcement, as well as awareness raising on the benefits of adopting efficient technologies across all stakeholders. And this project is implemented by our center, SACRI, our counterparts in East Africa, IACRI. It's coordinated by UNIDO with financial support from the government of Sweden through CEDA. Thank you so much, moderator.
Thank you very much. And my final question in this section is for Jennifer Anderson. Industry has a crucial role in developing and bringing to market more sustainable products. What are Carrier's ongoing efforts to encourage take-up of the highest efficiency cooling products in the market? And how can we encourage businesses such as yours to join international efforts such as the Climate Group's EP100 initiative and the Cool Coalition to accelerate the deployment of energy efficiency, climate-friendly cooling products? Jennifer.
Thank you for having me today. This is a question of critical importance for Carrier, and we're pleased to be here today to discuss with you all. Carrier has traditionally been thought of as an HVAC company, but today we are a leading global provider of healthy, safe, sustainable, and intelligent building and cold chain solutions. As we have heard today, on average, buildings can be responsible for as much as 40% of a country's energy consumption. And heating and cooling, technologies that Carrier provides, can be responsible for 40% of a building's energy usage. At Carrier, we are committed to tackling this global challenge and are focused on driving enhanced sustainability and energy efficient solutions through three key areas of focus. First, building products. Second, building systems. And third, refrigeration transport. So let's start with building products. We're proud to highlight that over the last 4 decades, we've improved the efficiency of our large building air conditioning chillers by 15% per decade. And we plan for this progress to continue through 2030. For example, one of our chillers, the screw chiller, is 42% more efficient than the industry standard. Secondly, we're focused on driving better energy efficiency through better building systems. Research has found that installing building automation systems could cut commercial building energy consumption by nearly 1/3. That is why we've launched offerings like Abound. Abound enables building owners to leverage data to reduce energy consumption. It is a smart platform designed to help give people confidence in the health and safety of their indoor spaces. And it allows building professionals to see data clearly, resolve issues quickly, and optimize building performance of their buildings. And we continue to introduce innovative refrigerated transport technologies because reducing transportation food loss is also an important component of climate solutions. If food waste were a country, it would be the 3rd largest emitter of greenhouse gases. The majority of food waste occurs when traveling from farm to fork. Carrier has introduced products that address this challenge head-on. We recently launched our Fresh 2 refrigeration units with hydrogen fuel cell technology for temperature-controlled road transport semi-trailers. These are primarily used to transport fresh and frozen food products, pharmaceuticals, including vaccines, and all other heat-sensitive goods. Hydrogen fuel cell technology replaces the diesel engine in these units. This eliminates direct carbon dioxide, nitrogen oxide, and particulate emissions from our technologies. We are also working in several developing economies, such as in Asia, India, and Africa, to continue to advocate for cold chain development. We are actively looking at opportunities that seek to reduce post-harvest losses. So in summary, Carrier is committed to being the market leader in healthy, safe, sustainable, and intelligent solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to move on to the second of three sections. And so the first question in this section is for Pan. Can you tell me, building on Cambodia's building decarbonisation roadmap, what support would you need from your peers and other energy sector stakeholders to drive energy efficiency improvements in Cambodia's building and construction sector?
Thank you for your question. A multi-approach and method for assessing the construction sector energy footprint has been developed globally. Green Building Code, ZIP, Korean, LEED, US, EDH, ISC, WBG, or DGNB system, Germany, Japan. And we need to learn and adapt, innovate on this to enable us to develop and harmonize Cambodian national building energy emission approach. The national approach will need to be robust enough to enable quantifying and qualifying energy consumption in building from their design through construction, embed energy, use of final reuse so that energy consumption certificate can apply, so need support from the private sector who are driver of development and construction in terms of their willingness and ability to adapt a new process and practice to incorporate a new efficiency material and change. Our development partner to assist in developing institutional capacity and competitiveness for national building energy and decarbonization system. We also need a political support to enable a rapid adoption and adoption for the necessary legal and regulatory framework. The technical profession, architect, engineer, planner, surveyor, etc., to be willing to incorporate the need for greater energy efficiency in all aspects, phase of construction and land management and urban planning. We also see the role for academia, civil society as people, consumer behaviors also need to change through informed decision making on energy usage in building. This comes through better education and understanding. Yes, my brief. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to move on because I'm conscious of time. So the next question is for Jian. How can your peers and other energy sector stakeholders support the drive to energy efficiency improvements in the work that you're undertaking in Rwanda?
Thank you very much. I'm sorry I was mute. Consider joining the Africa Center of Excellence for Sustainable Cooling and Cold Chain as a partner. The Rwandan government, UNEP's United for Efficiency, Rwandan and the UK universities, and the UK government came together to establish the center, and we are eager to expand with additional expert contributors. In the next year, we will be bringing online our Pan-African researchers for research, innovation, and knowledge hub at SES headquarters, hosted at an entire campus, which was recently allocated to the center by the University of Rwanda. It will house state-of-art equipment and facilities, enabled in part by grant support from the UK government and industry contributions. Also, considering joining us in building out the network of SES living laboratories specializing in priority value chains for rural communities located in strategic sites around the continent. Similarly, considering adopting similar energy efficiency and refrigerant policies for cooling appliances so that we can have a harmonized approach in the region. This will make compliance smoother for manufacturers and enable greater economies of scale for superior cooling products, resulting in more affordable options for consumers and coordinated enforcement opportunities by officials. We are pleased to be on a good pathway with fellow East African countries. However, as I noted at the outset, the critical step after a solid roadmap and targets is implementation. Additional donor support will be needed so that these countries of East Africa can make good on the solid plans that we are preparing. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. Kudawashi, what would you recommend to other regions and countries getting started on regional efforts? What can they learn from the achievements of Southern Africa?
Thank you so much for the question. Today, many of old light bulbs, air conditioners and refrigerators, transformers and motors use unnecessarily large amounts of electricity. These 5 products are key as they use over 50% of the world's energy. These products have a very strong demand growth in developing countries, and at the same time, a large technological potential. Thus, these 5 appliances have a huge potential to decrease electricity consumption while boosting economic growth. With energy-efficient room air conditioners and residential refrigerators alone, the Southern African region could save 9.4 terawatt hours annually in 2040, which is equivalent to 4 power plants, while also saving consumers about $760 million annually on their electricity bills and 6.8 million tons of carbon dioxide. One of the effective regional measures is the harmonization of policies. Harmonization of policies amongst countries at a regional level has a much larger impact than having different policies within one region. Moreover, harmonized minimum energy performance standards across regions are key as they leverage the effect of the policies by reducing, amongst other barriers to trade, and enable businesses to cut costs. In addition, best practices and lessons learned can be shared amongst the countries on national implementation. So regional collaboration plays an important role in implementing effective measures to improve access to energy, improve energy security, and fight climate change. These collaborations are close to citizens and unify at the same time large populations. So in conclusion, implementing measures at the regional level have multiple effects on the ground. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And next, I have Malik. What would you recommend to banks that have yet to finance energy efficiency products? What can they learn from your participation in the EcoFridges project?
Thank you very much for your question, Sylvain. To respond, I think that it is very, very interesting for the bank to participate on this kind of program, efficiency, energy efficiency, because know that here in Senegal, the framework policy is a mixed energy. Mixed energy is meaning that we use fuel effectively. Most of our electricity comes from fuel because we are developing country. We have a big demand of energy, and we are fortunately we are getting better and better energy from hydraulic, for example, and also for getting from solar energy. We are building some project in solar energy and also in wind energy. It's very, very interesting in Senegal. And you know that we are expecting for next year's petrol and gas, and we are trying to build our machine to be able to use gas and oil, and it's very important for Senegal. But what we learn in our experience with EcoFridge and ECOWAS is that banks are not, unfortunately, they are not very fond to invest in the green sector. La Banque Agricole is only the first bank, commercial bank in Senegal, which is accredited by the GFC, Global Fund of Climate, and last year, and we are direct access entity, and we are the only bank which is already able to give to the population green products, and that's why we are very committed to be in such program, such pilot, and we try to understand how we can diversify our product and how we can develop some innovative products to the population, because this kind of model is very. At the same time, we are working, for example, in solar irrigation with GGI and other partners like WATI and USAID in terms of irrigation in the rural sector. It's very important using solar energy, for example. And what we learned is that it's very important because for this job, we are anytime we are in contact with more partners, and we build a strong partnership, for example, for EcoFridge and other programs, for example, and we have also innovative products, make attractive to people, and to try to using ICT for managing better mechanism and process. This is also very important. And at the end of the day, we must give response to answer the need to population. And I think that banks they have to learn to be quickly on the trend to going in the green aspect, and this and it is at the same time we are implementing, for example, for the regulator, some social and environmental risk, and this is also an aspect very important that the bank must learn if they try to come with us in this aspect. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My final question in this section is for Jennifer. What are Carrier's plans to further accelerate energy efficiency efforts? What steps will you be taking to align with the Paris Agreement and achieve net zero by 2050?
Thank you for the question. Addressing climate change is a central focus of our sustainability strategy, and sustainability is a key tenet of Carrier's growth strategy. We have set ambitious targets in our recently announced 2030 environmental, social, and governance goals, and we are tackling these ESG goals in two key areas: planet and communities. We have helped to we have committed to help our customers avoid more than 1 gigaton of greenhouse gases through 2030. One example of how we are doing this is our eco-energy business, where we have saved our customers over 3.6 billion kilowatt hours of energy. We have also committed to invest $2 billion in research and development for sustainable design. That's for products that are energy efficient, intelligent, and provide lower global warming potential with refrigerant technologies. We are also making investments within our own operations. We are committed to achieving carbon and water neutral operations by 2030 and reducing our energy consumption by 10%. We have also committed to developing science-based targets with the Science Based Targets Initiative. That is, we are developing climate change goals for both our operations and our products to align with the goals of the Paris Agreement. We recognize that these are unprecedented challenges ahead of us that will require an equally unprecedented response. From a product perspective, we've introduced over 100 new products every year since 2015. Our engineering team is focused on key strategic themes aligned with Carrier's growth strategy: sustainability, service, and digital solutions. We participate in early stage innovation with startups, with universities, innovation hubs, and thought leaders. And we are also working to expand our service offerings to include sustainability as a service for our customers. Like ourselves, companies around the world are looking to reduce their environmental footprint. We have the unique expertise, products, and services to help on that journey. Within our own local communities, we are partnering with leading nonprofits like the Nature Conservancy that supports global projects to make the cities of tomorrow resilient, healthy, and equitable. And we are also designing online learning curriculums to promote science-based solutions. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. In the remaining 8 minutes, I'm going to ask the panel to, in 90 seconds, each of you, and in one sentence, answer the question, what would you say to your peers to inspire them to make and take ambitious action on energy efficiency? And I'll start with Jennifer because she's on the screen.
The urgency of climate change requires us to be bold, to innovate, to disrupt, and most importantly, collaborate. Our industry represents 15% of global greenhouse gas emissions, and we need to work together to address the challenge. Industry has a critical role to play, from supporting the clean energy transition to fostering the move towards low GWP refrigerants. But the most effective change is going to come from a holistic approach that brings together industry, government, and end users, and one that considers improved infrastructure and incentives to drive further adoption. Carrier lives at the intersection of these different stakeholders, and we are committed to advancing global progress towards sustainability and energy efficiency. Thank you.
Thank you. Malik.
As you said, I think that energy is critical for the development, and also we cannot use energy how we like. Still, we are damaging the humanity, and it means that we have at the end of the strategy and all the national strategies to be able to link our effort to contribute to efficiency energy. And it is very important to bring that solutions are in our context, in our environment. We have just to collaborate, each entity, government, private sector, and we have to imagine what kind of solution we can implement together to save our environment and to be able to use energy in the development perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Kudawashi.
Thank you. Thank you. The rise in energy demand, unfortunately, comes mostly in hand with the rise in greenhouse gas emissions and a large impact on the environment. So we must act now. But we must never forget and leave behind the majority of our society without access to clean and secure modern energy services in whatever we are doing in climate change mitigation efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Jayan.
Thank you very much. It was a great pleasure for me to be with you today to explore how to accelerate collective action towards net zero and climate resilient energy systems, while promoting decarbonization to meet the 1.5 degrees Celsius threshold. Under the Kigali Amendment, countries are committed to improving energy efficiency of cooling equipment and reducing the production and consumption of HFCs by more than 80% over the next 30 years. Getting cooling right is a critical component to enabling our economy to grow sustainably with a competitive and diverse market. The government of Rwanda adopted that award-winning. The government is partnering with different partners to make sure that we meet the target. A few highlights at the end of this meeting we had today. Development of a financing scheme for energy efficiency and climate-friendly cooling products to address the first cost barrier and incentivize consumers to recycle outdated existing appliances should be a must. Cooling is a complex and cut across agriculture, health, and industry sectors. It needs to be addressed comprehensively and continuously. In sub-Saharan Africa, almost half of the food we produce is lost to the detriment of farmers, malnourished consumers, and the environment. This fundamental challenge was highlighted in Rwanda's national cooling strategy as one of the key areas to address. Over the past year, the government of Rwanda and its partners had to launch and operationalize the Center for Cooling. The center headquarters is in Kigali, as I told you. And now Rwanda is focused on delivering concrete results, and we welcome collaborators. We have to work together, and we will continue to welcome different supporters with high ambition on energy transition action to help meet the national development targets while fulfilling obligations under the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol and the Paris Climate Agreement, among others. Let us work together now. Let us go to action and walk the talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the last word for the panel for Pan.
Thank you, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, today I would like to express my gratitude, thanks to our government and our Deputy Prime Minister who appointed me to join this event. This event is very special and important. And I also would like to thank to the organizer of this valuable event, UNEP, IRENA, Denmark, and the World Economic Forum for organizing the event and providing us the opportunity. While Cambodia is considered a small emitter of greenhouse gas at the global level, our country has always been committed to minimize and reducing even this emission, with action to do so mainstream into the government rectangular strategy and the National Strategic Development Plan and Cambodia's Sustainable Development Goal Framework. Prior to the global COVID-19 pandemic, Cambodia has sustained impressive economic growth in excess of 7% per year for 2 decades. This prolonged growth sustainable have contributed to significant poverty reduction, transform our economy, resulting in rapid urbanization with all the benefit and challenge that will bring this. Our urban population has more than doubled from 19% in 2008 to 39% in 2019. Cambodia have graduated from a low-income country to a lower middle-income country in 2015 and plan for a high middle-income country by 2030. While Cambodia vision 2050 to become a high-income country by 2050. This achieve and planned development and growth does not come without challenge. Our energy consumption have increased across all sectors, and urgent action is needed to mitigate and reduce this, which the government is committed to making. In 2020, Cambodia submitted an updated nationally determined contribution to the Secretariat of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. This commit the government to reduce the greenhouse gas emission by at least 65 million of tons of carbon dioxide equivalent by 2030, a 42 reduction to the business as usual scenario by 2030. Cambodia updated the national determined contribution, identify 86 priority action, including 9 priority action to be led and coordinated by Ministry of Land Management, Urban Planning and Construction. Recently, the ministry has been developed its NDC roadmap for low carbon, climate resilient building and construction to address its prior action, including develop adaptive spatial planning tool, guideline for all levels integrating energy efficiency to respond to impact of changing land use, ongoing urbanization, coastal management, development, and construction. Identify and develop a project opportunity center on the potential of relying energy efficiency, again as a part of building construction, building retrofit, and urban planning by developing it building energy code to guide development. Has been working and pushing on a smart city, green city development implement through the establishment of master plan, cooperation with development partner, private sector on smart city development in implementation, such as in Phnom Penh, the capital of Cambodia, Siem Reap, Sihanouk Village, Battambang City, and through Asian Smart City Network, Smart Gen, and others. Actively participating the other ministry of the royal government of Cambodia with a very high commitment to achieve it NDC, and it's working very hard on the development and pushing for approval on national energy efficiency policy by 2021-2030. As can be seen, we have set ourselves an ambitious energy efficiency, carbon emission, and climate change mitigation agenda, which require continued innovation and adoption, and learning from global, regional, and national experience. We also need to develop our young population capacity and competency to deliver on the ambitious agenda. To achieve this, Cambodia is committed to cooperating and working with other nations, development partners, the private sector, and all stakeholders to improve national and sectoral energy efficiency to tackle climate change and impact us all. I would like to thank to UNEP and partner for hosting this forum, and my thanks also go to the organization and participants here, many of whom are already cooperating to build a more resilient, sustainable, and carbon neutral future. Thank you.
Thank you. Look, I'm afraid we're out of time. I'm sorry we've run over as well. I think a global conference for a global challenge is appropriate. Can I just thank everybody on the panel for participating today and ask everybody to virtually put their hands together and a call for action. And we'll see you all in Glasgow in just a few weeks' time for COP26. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and good afternoon and also good evening. I am Ulrika Morder of the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, and I have the honor of being your moderator for this closing plenary of the Energy Action Day. And before I introduce our distinguished panel, please allow me also to thank our hosts, the Government of Denmark, the World Economic Forum, and the United Nations Environment Program, UNEP, for inviting me, of course, to join you, not at least, in the audience at this moment on the eve of the most critical milestone in the UN Decade of Action to deliver on the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement, and doing that in a very challenging time when we have to move beyond recovery towards these achievements. It is actually quite incredible that just 1 year ago, the prospect of gathering together seemed like a very distant possibility. And even though too many peoples and countries are still suffering, we are still in a pandemic, and we have a very long road ahead. I actually believe that today signals a path towards building forward better, these words that we have used throughout this very difficult year, and building then a more resilient and more resolute world with our commitments that we have made to a sustainable future for all. Now it is truly time, and we've said this again and again, to look past ambitions and to take real action. And as you know, the next week's high-level dialogue on energy is the first United Nations global gathering on energy under the auspices of the General Assembly in 40 years. And it brings us together to refocus attention, but also then action on ensuring access to affordable, reliable, and sustainable modern energy for all. On the road towards COP26, this dialogue is also an opportunity to deliver on a global roadmap that will not only close the energy gap, but hasten this just clean energy revolution that is absolutely essential to the health, the well-being, and the prosperity for people and planet. And colleagues, of course, I guess everyone on this call understands that fossil fuels are the leading cause of climate change, with energy consumption accounting for 76% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. And the number of extremely hot days reaching a deadly 50 degrees Celsius has doubled since the last UN energy dialogue. And we've had, as you're aware of, more hot days in the past decade, in line with the global temperature increases that the IPCC concludes, and this is unequivocally caused by human activity. Of course, the devastation caused by Hurricane Ida, felt right here in New York, is just one of too many examples, just in the past several weeks, that we have witnessed around the world that relates to climate change. And today, we spend $423 billion per year on fossil fuel subsidies. Of course, this could be much better spent on investment in social protection, in healthcare, education, or programs for that matter that can accelerate a clean energy future that is equitable and sustainable. The energy transition, of course, will not be easy, but it is within our reach. And solar, we know, is now the cheapest electricity in history, growing faster than previous energy technology, nearly doubling its capacity every 2 years. And wind, of course, is on a similar trajectory. In preparation for the high-level dialogue, we are seeing bold energy compacts across governments, private sector, and cities. financial markets are looking for opportunities for investments. And UNDP, we see this evidence as we are supporting a flagship promise that we made in 2019 that is to support member states and countries across the world to develop their NDCs. And out of the 119 countries that we have accompanied, half of them, they have really identified clean energy as a key lever for scaled up climate action. So with this in mind, allow me now to introduce our panel. And joining us here today, we have Dan Jørgensen, who is the Minister for Climate and Energy and Utilities from the government of Denmark. And he will join us through a video message. We have my dear colleague, Lydia Noronyan, who is the UN Assistant Secretary General and head of UNDP's New York office. And she's with us here in person, as you can see. We have Dr. Faith Birol, who is the Executive Director of the International Energy Agency, and he will also share with us a video message. And we have Michael Bloomberg, who's the SG Special Envoy for Climate Ambition, who is also joining with a message. And then we have Gonzalo Munoz, the COP25 high-level climate champion, who is here with us in person. So a warm welcome to all of you, and of course to you who are accompanying us. So let us begin with the video remarks by Dan Jørgensen from the Danish Ministry, who will respond to the question on what are the most important actions by governments, by CEOs and non-state actors in favor of the energy transition, and among those that have been highlighted today. So let's look at that video.
Dear friends, energy is what makes the world go round. Without energy, our communities, businesses, and lives as we know them would grind to a halt. But to secure a better, more sustainable future, we must transform the way we produce and use energy. And we must act with urgency to keep the 1.5 degrees goal within reach. In Denmark, we have a strong model that I hope can inspire others. We have a long history of listening to each other, cooperating and finding solutions. This is why we have come so far in the green transition. Governments cannot do the job alone. Our journey has required bold decisions, a pioneering spirit, and broad cooperation between the government, industry, and citizens. To be successful, the fight to make our energy system more sustainable must go hand in hand with job creation, export promotion, and technological development. We must make sure that the green transition is fair and inclusive, that it leaves no one behind. On top of cooperation, bold investments are needed too, not in 10 or 20 years, but now. Also in this respect, a strong collaboration between public and private actors is key. We really need private investors to accelerate investments in the energy transition, both in already well-known technologies such as wind, solar, and energy efficiency, but also in new and more innovative technologies that are not yet fully developed. The best ideas and solutions to succeed in energy transition will arise from collaboration between different stakeholders. When companies, governments, and civil society partner up, they can create new coalitions and come with the new innovative ideas that we need. But we must move beyond rhetoric. We must back up our words with real action. COP26 is just around the corner. Let's keep the spirit of cooperation, hope, and ambition that has driven today's discussion alive as we move into the next important phase in the implementation of the Paris Agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, moving from words into action, and we count on Denmark. Now, Lydia, UNEP has undertaken significant research in how green transition can also be made just. COVID-19 recovery packages are revealing, as we know, some alarming trends. The triple planetary crisis report also brought into stark reality also the connections between climate change, people's health, and the devastating loss of biodiversity. So with this in mind and these perspectives, let me ask your view on the most important actions that governments, businesses, civil society, and other actors need to take towards energy transition, and what can actually be delivered at COP26. Over to you, Lisa.
Thank you very much, Ulrika, and thank you to the host, Denmark, but also to our co-conveners for being here. But thank you for being the moderator for this event. I'm delighted to be here and also speak on behalf of Inga Anderson, our Executive Director. First of all, let me applaud all the ministers, the CEOs, mayors, and other stakeholders for their commitment to climate action and energy transition. We see a lot of that happening. I've sat through the whole day today, and it was amazing to be listening to everyone. And despite all the difficult economic and health challenges, we can see clearly that action is happening, but it's not enough. We do not have sufficient actions to address the climate crisis that we face and to address the triple crisis that you mentioned. And so my suggestion, or rather you asked for some ideas and messages, the first one would be that to address the triple crisis, we need a system-wide approach, but with a strong, just transition underpinning this. We need to connect SDG 7 with the other SDGs in order to be able to see how these interconnect. And of course, SDG 12 on consumption and production, sustainable consumption production becomes key to going forward. Solutions we know are very country specific, and we need to keep focused, however, on the common responsibility to achieving the Paris mitigation goal of 1.5, which the minister just alluded to, but we have to understand the context. And so this requires us to optimize the use of fossil fuels within the global carbon budget. If we need to reduce it to 1/3 of the current levels by 2015, we need to focus very clearly on phasing out of coal. But if coal is continuing because we need it immediately, we need to make sure we have a very clear plan for sequestering it to nature-based solutions. If we're using natural gas as a transition fuel, we need to very clearly pull out the methane emissions, whether it's in the production phase or in the consumption phase or in the transport phase. So reduction of methane would be very important in order to take our actions forward. We heard of the need to decarbonize electric power and electrifying energy demand by a mix of renewable energy options. It was really interesting to listen to the renewable energy panel just a while ago because you can see that much is happening in the space, and there's a clear geographical spread in the renewable energy uptake from countries. We definitely need to change the narrative in support of this, this exercise. But of course, finance, and the last session that we just heard on finance is very interesting because it spoke exactly to this. And of course, we all think addressing energy finance becomes key, not only in terms of addressing the challenges, also the upfront capital costs of clean energy. The second message that I have is the need for a big push on energy efficiency. Energy efficiency speaks to the triple crisis, speaks to the multiple benefits of action. And therefore, the IEA in their recent net zero emissions pathway stipulated that while the world economy will be some 40% larger than today, it will need to use 7% less energy. This can only come about through energy efficiency. But if you have energy efficiency, you also have various ways of addressing resource equity, health issues, reduced carbon emissions, and very much, you're reducing the need for finance. So altogether, it becomes a really good proposition. And UNEP is working on energy efficiency in Rwanda and Ghana for sustainable cooling. It also works on roadmaps for buildings and construction. I won't go into details, but you'll find them in our website. And the key message 3 that I would have is that our top actions need to come from governments, CEOs, and non-state actors, but these need to focus on energy access, the additional demand, but also looking at the planetary crisis and energy security. So just take industry, for example. We've heard all day long, and we've been hearing as we move towards COP26, the importance of joint efforts to race to zero and energy compacts, the need for commitments to short-term energy and climate change, need for an outline on strategy to get to zero emissions, not just the commitments, but also the actions, so that it's not just rhetoric, as the minister just said. Top actions from government: submit ambitious enhanced NDCs integrating energy efficiency and climate-friendly cooling. Link recovery from COVID to climate action, low carbon energy investments and jobs. Outline a strategy to get to zero emissions by 2050 and adopt a whole of government approach, something that you, Ulrika, keep talking about. Not just whole of government, but whole of society if we need to get to that goal. Top actions from non-state actors: join the race to zero and the race to resilience. Invite cities to join the Urban Energy Coalition, which was just launched today. Work on energy transition using an integrated approach across the various sectors that we keep talking about. And make the benefits case, the capacity and finance where intergovernmental organizations like ourselves are involved. That becomes key role for us. Finally, 2021 is a very important year where you hear a lot of commitments. So let's start really working towards this with the COP26, but then taking forward the other COPs that come up, but using the energy lens as a transition mode. Thank you, Ulrika.
Thank you so much, Lydia. And now, colleagues, those of you who are listening, you know who to turn to, not only Lydia, of course, but the colleagues in UNEP, as they have a lot of expertise and ideas to bring to the table. Now, allow me to turn to our other distinguished panelists who have prepared short videos. And we will start with Dr. Faith Birrell, who is the Executive Director of the International Energy Agency. Let's start the video.
Today, we heard many good views, perspectives, announcements from different stakeholders, and the inspiring thoughts of Minister Jorgensen, Executive Director Anderson, and Mr. Bloomberg. Thank you very much for that. At the IEA, the International Energy Agency, we have been focusing on clean energy transitions since several years. And we are, of course, extremely happy to see a great momentum in the global energy sector. This is excellent. When we look at the numbers, there are many numbers that are extremely encouraging. But the word action, here you put the name, is critical. Let me give you one example how critical it is. This year, there were two records. One, record number of countries around the world to make commitments to bring their emissions to net zero by 2050. This is the good record. The second record, again this year, according to IEA's numbers, global emissions are increasing very high, the second highest in the history. Another record, but bad record. So therefore, there is a significant and growing gap between the rhetoric and action. Therefore, I am happy that you call this the Action Day. Now, at the IEA in May, we came up with a roadmap of the global energy sector, what needs to happen to reach net zero in the energy sector. So we have more than 400 milestones between now and 2050. What needs to happen with the wind? What needs to happen with the coal? What needs to happen with the solar, electric cars, hydrogen? More than 400 each year, if we are serious to reach net zero by 2050. Can it be done? A Herculean effort, but our analysis show that there is a narrow but a still feasible pathway to reach net zero.
Okay, we are turning to the next video. Bloomberg, the Secretary General Special Envoy, here he will share his messages.
Hello, everyone. Congratulations on a productive day. To avoid the worst impacts of climate change, we have to phase out fossil fuels quickly. The more we collaborate, the faster we can make progress. Our team at Bloomberg Philanthropies has seen that firsthand. 10 years ago, we joined with partners to launch an effort called Beyond Coal. Since then, we've helped retire more than 65% of U.S. coal plants and more than half the coal plants in Europe as well. We're working with the Powering Past Coal Alliance to spread progress globally, which is helping cut emissions, clean the air, and create jobs. The Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance launching today is another step forward. I want to thank Denmark, Costa Rica, and all its other members. We have to knock down barriers to clean energy all around the world, and our foundation is working to do that, including in Indonesia. We're also collaborating with India's International Solar Alliance. And at COP26, we'll launch a blueprint to mobilize more global investment. We're making progress, but not fast enough. It's up to all of us to fix that. So thanks for your leadership and all the best.
Yes, it's up to all of us. And thankfully, we have Mr. Gonzalo Munoz, who is the COP25 high-level climate champion with us here today. So I will hand over to you, Gonzalo, to summarize and give us some ideas forward. What are the most important actions by governments and also the private sector towards COP26, but also, of course, beyond? Over to you, Gonzalo.
Thanks so much, Ulrika. Quite a relevant task, the one they gave me. I'm not sure we're going to be able to fulfill it, but I'd like to start by echoing the sentiments of many speakers throughout Energy Action Day that we must accelerate the energy system change and decarbonize the sector faster to keep the 1.5 degrees alive. So in the run-up to COP26, it's essential that we work together with what we call radical collaboration in order to achieve this goal. In that sense, the private sector has a key role to play in getting us to the 1.5 degrees future. So with my dear friend and fellow high-level climate action champion, Nigel Topping, we're calling on all companies to join the race to zero and be part of the largest collection of credible net zero commitments in the world. It is particularly exciting to see the progress on the financial sector, where now over 90 trillion of assets are committed via the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, or so-called GFANZ. But as we've heard very eloquently, commitments aren't enough. We need to see tangible progress in halving emissions this decade. Action-oriented alliances like the RE100 for renewable procurement and EP100 for energy efficiency definitely help businesses to focus on delivering these emission cuts. Governments also have a role to play, and we've just heard from Fatih Birol, in setting the ambitious targets and outlining the policy framework for the energy transition a lot faster than what we have been seeing nowadays. Nowhere it is more apparent than in the transition from coal to clean power. And so I echo my colleague Alok Sharma's call to action earlier for countries to come forward with new commitments here in the lead up to COP. In my country, where I'm today, Chile, we've seen the rapid progress that can be made in expanding renewables and shrinking coal power very rapidly, and putting everyone together on the same page, really accelerating the transition. So governments and the private sector working together enable us to go faster and further on climate action and ambition loop in practice. I've been really encouraged to hear today of new initiatives and actions, including on moving beyond oil and gas, expanding offshore wind power and green hydrogen. It's great to see such concrete action in advance of the high-level dialogue on energy later this month, which offers a stepping stone towards COP26. Let's not miss that. At this year's COP, we look forward to progressing, consigning coal to history, and accelerating the really unstoppable move to renewable energy. Much has been achieved on this in recent months, but greater commitments is needed up to COP and beyond. I urge you all to continue your hard work on this agenda in the coming months to give us the best chance of success in Glasgow. We cannot miss this opportunity. Thank you very much, Ulrika. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Gonzalo. And we could hear your energy as well. You've accompanied these processes for a long time, so as Lydia and many of us who are here on this call today. So the need to emphasize scaled up action, but also system change, and how to look at SDG 7 at the heart of what we can do, where we deliver for people and planet, cannot be said too many times. But as we know, we also need to make this into action. And rest assured that in the United Nations Development Program, together with partners across, not least UNEP here also, we will also be part of leading that action at country level, We will continue to support governments in making their energy and climate commitments reality through our flagship initiatives like the Climate Promise, where we have accompanied 119 member states developing their NDCs. We'll make sure that we can support countries, but also actors in countries also to implement these bold actions. Because as you say, we have countries showcasing that it can be done much faster than we think, and still we know that the world is too slow. I also want, before closing, because it's time to close now, to remind you about the dialogue that is taking place, as I said in the beginning, the 22nd to 23rd of September, with the official segment beginning on the 24th. So thank you so much for accompanying us here today. Just a teaser, much more to be discussed, but not least to be done. Thank you very much for accompanying us today.